Today, we've got another blockbuster for you all. A young man from the 21st century unexpectedly time travels to a mystical world, and he makes a living as a fortune teller to get by. Word spreads quickly, and while he's doing his usual fortune telling, the most beautiful and powerful female demon in the world seeks him out. Even more surprising, Kwang Jiak foretells that she will become the mother of a child, and the father of that child turns out to be him. As soon as she hears his prediction, the female demon flies into a rage, determined to eliminate him so the prophecy can't come true. Luckily, Kwang Jiak still has a protective talisman on him, allowing him to temporarily escape. But the female demon hasn't given up and orders a relentless pursuit of him. What will happen next? Let's dive into the story together with Ada. The story takes place in an ancient time when people still lived in cities, men had long hair, and everyone wore traditional clothing. This is in Luqiao Sichdium, Eastern City, in the Qin Kingdom. Our protagonist, Kwang Jiak, was an outstanding young man from the 21st century. Somehow, he time-traveled back to this era and ended up in the body of a boring fortune teller. He's still puzzled as to why he's in a world with demons, ghosts, and immortals, and has also awakened some kind of divine destiny system. This system allows him to see the past and future of others, but it consumes points. He needs to search for great treasures everywhere to offer as sacrifices to it. However, he can only tell others' fortunes, even change their fate, but he can't read his own. Despite understanding this, he still feels like something's wrong with the system, so he keeps sighing deeply. As he's sitting there pondering, a voice suddenly catches his attention. "Hey, can fortune-telling predict love?" You quickly respond. 10 coins. The customer is a bald old man with a potbelly, carrying something on his shoulder. Seeing his ordinary appearance, you think dishearteningly. Just a mortal? Probably doesn't have any treasures I can offer to the system. The man sits down, somewhat frowning. Is it accurate? That's expensive. And of course, you aren't rich enough to scam people. Heh, if my fortune-telling isn't accurate, you can kick over my stall. On the small table covered with a rug is a circle containing the yin-yang symbol and a few coins, standard tools for fortune-tellers. You hand the man a piece of paper and a pen, asking him to write a word or draw anything. For some reason, this large man draws a ridiculously silly-looking turtle. Perhaps he's uneducated, so instead of writing a word, he drew a turtle. However, no matter what the shape, it works. Holding the paper, you sense a current of energy emanating from the drawing. Is this a divine fate reading for Zhao Daibao? This fortune-telling will consume 1 point. Then, the man's life story begins to unfold clearly in your mind. At age 0, a baby boy is born in Youtu village. His father, Zhao Ergo, names him Zhao Daibao. At just 16, Zhao Daibao becomes a perverted troublemaker, instigating his friends to spy on Widow Lu bathing, and is punished by her lover, who hangs him from a tree and beats him. By the age of 30, Zhao Daibao's reputation in the village is terrible. No girl in the village is willing to marry him. At 50, Zhao Daibao meets his end, dying at the hands of bandits, never having married in his lifetime. Both this person's past and future are now in your mind, but you're hesitating, thinking about it. The simulation ends. Should you change his fate? Changing fate will consume 10 merit points from Zhao Daibao, but he currently only has 3. However, you can choose to use your own merit points, and you have 89,539 points. Perhaps you've already wasted time, so you sigh contentedly with your decision. Enough joking around, he's just a passerby. Why would I waste merit points to change his fate? The host is interfering with destiny, and can choose to conceal the heavenly secret. The rewards include -100 merit points and a triple calamity curse. If you interfere with destiny and choose to reveal the heavenly secret, there will be a penalty of 10 merit points, and you must choose one of the following punishments. First, Zhao Daibao's spying experience. Second, Zhao Daibao's forging skills. Third, the apron of Widow Lu. Now you're really turning pale. Not only do you have to decide, but after that strange echo in your head, you have a bunch of options to consider. What the hell is this? I knew there was something wrong with this system. Normally, fortune-telling can't reveal the heavenly secret, but only this one forces me to speak the truth. If I do, I get merit points and special rewards. If I don't, I get the triple calamity curse, dying without a place to be buried. You're scratching your chin in frustration, and then the man across from you urges impatiently. Are you done yet? So you finally speak up. Have you ever heard a frog croak? Your question successfully makes him ask back. What did you just say? Maybe you've made up your mind. You raise your finger, wag it back and forth, and say, ribbit, ribbit, a sound that's homonymous with lonely. You confirm it means he has no fate with anyone. This guy was indeed longing for some romance. Hearing you say that makes him go even crazier and act out. He angrily shouts, go to hell, and overturns your fortune-telling table. The tools fall scattered, and you're unsure of what to do, no matter how annoyed you are. People in this world, why are they so hot-headed? Even though you spoke vaguely without revealing everything, that damned system has already decided you disclosed the heavenly secret. You receive punishment, merit points plus 10, Zhao Daibao's forging skills. Luckily, you got a more useful skill than the other two, but even so, you're still upset and wave your hand dismissively. Forget it. What about the other two people? So it turns out that in your mind, that system had a form. Sensing your frustration, it vanished, leaving you even more exhausted. It played dead, forcing me to do fortune-telling for 3 people every day. In your mind, you had to face that crazy system. Moreover, people in this world wouldn't let you find someone else to do fortune-telling for. They had to come to you. You realized that after this brawl, no one would come to you for a reading, so you packed up and moved elsewhere. You were also worried that your blunt honesty would scare people away, so you thought you'd try your luck in the western part of the city. There are many people there. Surely, someone will be confused enough to seek a fortune-teller. The scene shifts to another location where the sunlight is also dazzling. There are more houses here, and they are taller, packed closely together with multiple layers of tiled roofs. This is very convenient for a bold red-haired girl in a dress slid up to her thigh. She is Liu Yuzich Hongdan. Despite her fiery red hair and eyes, she has the rosy face of a child. She couldn't believe she had so easily obtained the treasure of the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Even more surprising was that the demon Lord Du San Lam had hidden such a secret. It seems she has just returned from a challenging expedition. While enjoying her victory, something caught her eye as she looked down from the rooftop. It turns out she noticed the words on the advertisement sign of our male lead, Kwang Jiak. It said, "Only speaks reason, no nonsense." And she found this phrase familiar. She immediately remembered that in the past, the elders of her clan had personally invited him over, and back then, the basket he carried also had these 2 pieces of cloth. She still remembered him as a fortune-teller, and couldn't believe she encountered him here. She couldn't waste this opportunity. Without hesitation, she jumped down from the roof in front of Kwang Jiak. "Little master, please wait!" Not only did she block your path, but she also tried to stand in a shy posture, making you turn away while thinking, "She's got some nerve, daring to enter the human city in broad daylight." You immediately recognize her as a rabbit demon. And a few whispers from Jiangju reached the girl's ears, leaving her a bit startled. This Hongdan girl prides herself on being the best at concealing her aura, which allowed her to steal the treasure from the heavenly demon lord, but you saw through her instantly. "Truly a master." She spoke. "Young master, you're a fortune-teller. Could you perhaps read my fortune? It's going to be very expensive if you want me to read it." You hesitated to accept the offer. This is clearly a demon. If you tell the truth and make her angry, not only would your business be ruined, but you might also lose your life. Damn it, this system only counts it as valid if someone asks for a reading voluntarily, and it doesn't even give you the right to refuse. It's really trying to kill me. No matter how hesitant you are, it's clear as day that you can't refuse. The rabbit demon continues to put on a seductive face. "I understand, but I still hope the young master can read my fortune. 100,000 spirit stones." You immediately named your price, thinking it was a significant amount, hoping she would back down. Even as a demon, she had to be stunned by this number. "That much? Even though I've cultivated to the spirit art stage, it would take me nearly 100 years to accumulate that many spirit stones. Ordinary mortals wouldn't even know what a spirit stone is. If he dared to say such a thing, I must have found the right person. Even the elders have to respect him. 100,000 spirit stones isn't too expensive." Seeing the rabbit demon frozen for a long time, you were about to leave when she stopped you and said loudly, "I'll pay. Young master, would it be possible to pay with this top-grade artifact, the Scarlet Flame Pearl?" She opened her hand to reveal another item and began to negotiate. "The Scarlet Flame Pearl, how many points can this be exchanged for?" 100,000 spirit stones can be exchanged for 20,000 points. Of course, you're waiting for the system to materialize before exchanging the points to make a decision. The top-grade magic tool, Scarlet Flame Pearl, can be exchanged for 22,000 points, 2,000 more. Just hearing that makes you happily pick up the pen and invite the rabbit demon Hongdan to write a word, forgetting all previous thoughts, focusing only on the words. Get rich. Who knows what her intentions are, or if it's just a habit of demons to seduce others, but she keeps showing a seductive face, getting closer to Jiangju. Excuse me, sir, I want to see the future, says Hongdan as the system confirms her request. Do you want to divine for Shi Hongdan? This divination will cost 10,000 points. Your answer is yes, and you also grasp the information that divining for demons is different from divining for ordinary people. For them, it only costs 100 points, or you get 10 points, but this rabbit demon is different by several zeros. At 0 years old, a rabbit was born in the dry mysterious spirit of the 10,000 demons nation. At 300 years old, the rabbit absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, transforming into a human, naming herself Shi Hongdan, the bold woman standing before you now. At 500 years old, Shi Hongdan joined the 10,000 demons nation, submitting to General Xianming. At 600 years old, and with no signs of stopping, you are utterly shocked. She dared to steal from the demon lord, revealing even his secret. Wait, this is... The usual notification appears. You have interfered with the heavenly mandate. You can choose to reveal the heavenly secret and receive a punishment of 1,000 merit points and one of the following penalties. 1. Comprehend Shi Hongdan's cultivation. 2. The top-grade technique Bewitching Heart Art. 3. A book on 100 strategies to conquer men. On the other hand, if you conceal the heavenly secret, you will lose 10,000 merit points and suffer the 3 calamities. This system really pushes you into a difficult position. It's done. This also means that I know the secret of that heavenly demon lord. That heavenly demon lord is capable of anything. I'm afraid I might get involved as well. Her face flushed, showing extreme anticipation. Little master, what does my future hold? It took you a lot of difficulty and exhaustion to make a decision. The future? Ha, you're about to die, and you're still talking about the future? Perhaps you want to prevent something. And this rabbit demon, whose face was flushed just a moment ago, had her entire body turn cold and stiff in the next moment. A force had severed her neck from her body, and she could only let out a gasp. Her head flew off, and blood splattered everywhere, shocking Jiangju to the core. He was petrified. Blood even splattered onto his body. Yet he didn't seem flustered or frightened, perhaps because he had grown accustomed to this after living in this world for many years, where demons killing each other was normal. Since this was in broad daylight, it didn't take long to draw the attention of others. That person was trembling, sweating profusely, and could barely speak. Murder! There's been a murder! Everyone was terrified. Some didn't even look at the situation, and cowardly fled in a hurry. People screamed, "Run away!" Perhaps they saw something terrifying, but everything fell into the ears of someone else. Fast as lightning, it was impossible to see what it was, only leaving streaks of light in its path and the traces of mortals with slashed throats. All those who intended to escape died miserably. When the bodies fell to the ground, the figure finally stopped under a large red umbrella. It was a female fox spirit in a half-human, half-beast form with 2 subordinates behind her, the supreme ruler of the 10,000 demons kingdom, the demon master of Du Sun Lam. One subordinate quickly cleaned up the corpses at the scene while the other took the red umbrella from the demon master. She was looking at Kwang Jiak and approaching him. After some tidying and searching, a subordinate presented the fox spirit with a red box. "Master, I found it." Kwang Jiak felt helpless and a bit sorry for his recent guest. The poor man was terribly harmed by that rabbit, daring to touch the demon master's belongings and then coming to me for a fortune-telling. Even worse. Now in front of me is the demon master Du Sun Lam. He couldn't believe it when he opened his eyes and saw the fox spirit standing right next to him. "If Sich Hongdan sought you for a fortune, perhaps you could read mine as well?" No need to think much. He quickly pulled the advertising sign off his back and immediately broke it, pretending to be ignorant. "A reading? I don't understand. I have no idea. I'm just a passerby." He planned to turn and run, but he looked utterly miserable. It seemed she'd been here for a long time. I shouldn't have said those damn words, but if I didn't, the system wouldn't let me off. Now it's even worse. I have to read her fortune. There was no escape. The 2 subordinates saw him move a fair distance away and immediately blocked him with lightning speed. "The sovereign didn't give you permission to leave." They even blocked his path with the 2 swords that had just beheaded those men. Although he was terrified, he still managed to say, "Leave some room for mercy, so we can talk in the future." Of course, this vixen wouldn't be so easy to deal with. She could get whatever she wanted, and she was still quite lenient, as she calmly responded. She redefined the word fool for the idiot in front of her. "But I'm a demon." After saying that, he trembled uncontrollably as his entire body was drained of energy. Yes, he stammered. He stubbornly continued to argue. "Actually, my fortune-telling fees are quite expensive." But the demon sovereign, Tu Sun Lam, cut him off. "It's fine, I have money." In truth, revealing the secrets of the heavens to others has many taboos. He insisted, trying to stop this vixen from getting a reading, but she had already made up her mind and would not be swayed by any reason. She was running out of patience and issued a dark warning. "Read my fortune or die." Seeing her expression, he immediately understood the situation, pulled out his pen, and with both hands, presented it to the demon sovereign. "Please grant me your words." "Sigh, whether it's the heavenly demon lord or the system, I can't refuse either of them. Live or die, I'll leave it to fate." "You planned ahead just to be safe." Meanwhile, the girl had already drawn some strokes forming the word kill. The system asked again. "Do you want to divine for Du Sun Lam? This will consume 100 million points." Upon hearing the full notification, your whole body turned to stone. 100 million points? You've been here for 5 years, and this is the first time you've divined for someone else. It's already costing this much, and your points aren't even enough to reveal a fraction. Seeing the letters on the paper made your face turn pale. Today, you've encountered 2 extraordinary customers. Right, the higher the cultivation and natural talent of the person being divined, the more difficult it becomes, and the more points it costs. She's the heavenly demon lord, with top-tier cultivation and natural talent, hence the heavy point consumption. Seeing you silent for a long time, the heavenly demon lord impatiently spoke up. "Can't you divine anything?" She originally thought that since you could clearly speak of Zichong Dan's life and death, you had some skill. But now that you're scared stiff by the word kill, you're really useless. As the heavenly demon lord, she quickly made a decision and ordered her subordinates, who were already waiting. "Kill him." The blade was just centimeters away when you quickly shouted. "Who said I can't divine anything? I'm just afraid that I did, and the heavenly demon lord won't want to hear it." Hearing this, she immediately changed her mind and stopped her people. "Little master, how much do you want? If the lord agrees to give me the myriad demon nation in return, perhaps, even now, Kwang Jiak still has the courage of a lobster. The heavenly demon lord might be free today, so he's standing here with you until now. You fraud, kill him for me. Do you really need a blade pressed to your throat before you speak? Wait. Although the heavenly demon lord can't pay me, I can look into part of your future. Don't you want to know what you'll have thousands of years from now? Don't you want to know if you'll still be human? Stop. This fox is easily swayed. This is the second time she's changed her mind. Can you see what happens to me thousands of years from now? The truth is, you haven't seen it, and you haven't even answered the system whether or not you can. So you can only tell the heavenly demon lord that you can try. Let's see how powerful this demon emperor will be thousands of years from now. Du Sun Lam insists on having me read his fortune, not just to learn my secrets. After all, when I read Zichong Dan's fortune, I already knew that secret. But what should I say? If I reveal what shouldn't be said, she'll surely kill me. System notification. You have chosen to read Du Sun Lam's fate. You have selected to view 10 years of destiny 1,000 years in the future. This will consume 1 million points. Upon hearing the system's notification, you should negotiate terms with the heavenly demon lord first. Payment upfront, a lower-grade Dao weapon or 5 million spirit stones. Agreed. She quickly dropped a gold gourd-like item into Kwang Jiak's hand. The system immediately displays the information. 1,000 years later, Du Sun Lam is taking care of her child in Zichha Valley. Even you are stunned, wondering. Taking care of a child? The leader of the Vanyu nation, the nightmare of humanity, 1,000 years later, is happily taking care of a child? That demon king with such monstrous crimes, who is it, who could have the power to do this? 1,001 years later, Du Sun Lam has a headache dealing with the education of her eldest son. This brat doesn't want to follow in her violent footsteps. Instead, he wants to learn the useless art of fortune-telling from his father. This makes her very angry. 1,002 years later, Du Sun Lam starts seriously educating her second daughter. She greatly appreciates her daughter's cultivation skills. 1,003 years later, When her fourth son chose items on his first birthday, he picked 2 flags inscribed with "Only reason, no idle chatter," just like his father before. She was very angry, having prepared all sorts of divine weapons like hammers, axes, swords, and spears, yet 2 of her children chose to follow in their father's footsteps. 1004 years later, within just 4 years, she has given birth to 5 more. The 5th child in Du Sun Lam's womb shows no signs of being born, making her very anxious. 1005 years later. You've been listening to the system for a while now, frowning as if something doesn't feel right. 1010 years later, Du Sun Lam's husband, Kwang Jiak, finally returns from Hong Tuan Palace, making her very happy. The image of the 2 embracing warmly appears. But during their intimate moment, she sensitively notices the scent of another woman on her husband. Hearing this part left Master Kwang Jiak completely stunned. The husband of Du Sun Lam still couldn't believe what he had just heard. Clearly, he was the husband of the heavenly demon lord, which explained why he dodged 2 throat-slashing sword strikes. As if not realizing that Kwang Jiak was himself, he repeated, "The husband of Du Sun Lam, Kwang Jiak." And when he became more alert, he steadied his nerves, realizing that it was his name, his future, and their child too. This realization horrified him, and he let out a loud scream. At this point, his attitude shifted from fear to pride. He wondered who could have such great ability, making the fearsome heavenly demon lord willingly become a gentle mother. Turns out, it was himself, so there was nothing to worry about. Simulation ended. Would you like to change Du Sun Lam's fate and restart the divination? Check the requirement to consume 1 million virtue points of Du Sun Lam. Current virtue points of Du Sun Lam, minus 11,250,000. You can choose to consume your own virtue points to change Du Sun Lam's fate. Current virtue points, 89,539. Upon hearing the secret of the heavenly demon lord, you were always stunned, sweating profusely. You thought the future looked grim and considered sacrificing some virtue points to change her fate so that she wouldn't kill you. Over 10 million virtue points. What cruel deeds has this demoness committed to avoid divine retribution? The virtue points you've accumulated over the years aren't even enough to change a fraction of her fate. Master Chu, have you divined yet? The heavenly demon lord has been patient for a while now. You can only mumble in your head. If you speak the truth, you'll definitely be killed by Du Sun Lam's subordinates. You have interfered with the heavenly mandate. You may choose to conceal the divine secret, with a penalty of minus 100,000 virtue points, and being struck dead by 9-fold lightning punishment. You have interfered with the heavenly mandate. You may choose to reveal the divine secret, with a reward of plus 10,000 virtue points, and select one of the punishments below. Normally, choosing to conceal the divine secret, though it brings about triple calamities, the system didn't say you had to die. But this time, the system clearly told you, if you don't reveal it, you're dead for sure. And the 3 rewards the system offered are 1. Du Sun Lam's child-rearing experience. 2. The book 1000 Ways to Train Your Husband. 3. Half of a jade pendant. Kwang Jiak, deeply troubled, had no choice but to choose the third option. This ordinary jade pendant has no spiritual power. I don't know why only half of it remains, and it's been contaminated with Du Sun Lam's aura. It must be hiding a secret related to this woman. The person who holds the other half of this pendant can freely request Du Sun Lam to do something. With this pendant I'm saved. Du Sun Lam's face darkened once again, and her tail kept moving. Why isn't the little gentleman saying anything? You're not trying to deceive me, are you? After thinking and processing the information for a while, Kwang Jiak raised his hand in front of him and repeated twice, "Congratulations to the Demon Lord." But when the heavenly Demon Lord asked what there was to congratulate, Kwang Jiak replied, "In 1,000 years, the Demon Lord will have a good destiny, giving birth to 2 sons and 2 daughters, and there's also joy in your belly." Before he could finish speaking, the fox-eyed heavenly Demon Lord's eyes lit up, not sure if it was out of anger. But Kwang Jiak didn't care and continued speaking. The eldest son was intelligent from a young age, knowledgeable in the 8 trigrams and the Book of Changes, proficient in yin and yang and the 5 elements, and well-versed in ancient and modern matters. The second and third daughters are twin sisters, with extraordinary natural talents. From birth, they possessed incredible strength, skilled in killing and conquest. Proud all their lives. The fourth son, though still young, has never practiced cultivation but was born with the appearance of a sage, with a pure body free of any worldly dust, protected by 5 immortals and guided by 5 ghosts. The 5th son, the 5th child, is still in the womb but carries the aura of death from within the womb, surrounded by dragon veins. He is the destined emperor. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a direct hit from the heavenly demon Lord Sun Lam, a hit so powerful that his face turned green, and he almost spat out blood. This heavenly demon lord was so furious that she had to hit him first before scolding him. In a voice as cold as 1,000 degrees, she said, "Do you know what price you'll pay for talking nonsense?" It seems like the last hit was painful, but it didn't affect Kwang Jiak at all. He quickly responded, "If I say something wrong, I'll be punished by the heavens." Yet, the heavens really seemed to be preparing thunder and lightning, ready to strike him down the moment he said something wrong. "Given that, you might as well tell me clearly, what kind of man could make me willingly bear his child?" The demon Lord Sun Lam crossed her arms over her chest, but she seemed interested and curious as her tail kept wagging. Happily and without any hesitation, our fortune-teller quickly and bluntly replied, "It's me." At this moment, the demon lord's face and ears turned completely red, perhaps because she already had feelings for Kwang Jiak, but she didn't immediately object. Only the subordinate beside her drew his sword and shouted angrily, "How dare you! You're courting death!" However, it turned out the demon lord had no ill intentions. She was simply shy, standing in front of the man whom she would bear a child for according to Kwang Jiak's words. Of course, this was just a fleeting emotion as she gathered her power in her hands and spoke through gritted teeth. "Little fortune-teller, I fear you are not seeing things correctly. Whether it's correct or not isn't for you to decide. I hope the demon lord will take a look at this." This time, having learned from past experiences, Kwang Jiak quickly presented a half-piece of jade pendant he had just obtained from the system. Just as the system had mentioned earlier, the demon lord stared at it in a daze, her eyes filled with longing. "This jade? How did you get it?" "I heard that the person who holds this jade pendant can make the demon lord fulfill one request." "Is that true?" Kwang Jiak gradually gained the upper hand. "Now you're the one approaching the other person. Even asking to marry me would be allowed." The answer, though somewhat forced, was still, "Yes." Too quick and too easy, it utterly shocked Kwang Jiak. Even marriage is allowed? Just how important and formidable is this jade pendant? It seems Du Sun Lam really wants this jade pendant. She approached Kwang Jiak closely, lifted her hands to caress his face. "Looking closely, you could say you're handsome, but this reading of yours, little gentleman, seems to be wrong." "How so?" he asked again. "Because I will take you back to the kingdom of 10,000 demons to get married. But I will only agree to marry you if, on the wedding night, you die." There's no mistaking it, this is the cunning trait that all old foxes possess. In an instant, she slipped Kwang Jiak's jade pendant away, not forgetting to firmly state, "But the day of your death will definitely be within this year. Tell me, is this reading of yours right or wrong?" "Just now, I only held this jade pendant to ask one question. I didn't really mean it. I hope the Demon King returns the pendant so I can examine it more closely." Being bullied like that, he was, of course, extremely frightened. This woman relies on her strength to bully the weak. But foxes don't easily compromise. She truly wants the jade pendant and power, so she has no intention of backing down. "Servants, take him back to the kingdom of 10,000 demons." Though she has power in this world, she couldn't have predicted that Kwang Jiak would be the main character. At this moment, Kwang Jiak drew a golden talisman in his hand, loudly cursing. "Demon Lord in front of you, female demon, whoever marries you will be unlucky. If I accumulate enough merit in the future, I will definitely escape this calamity." 2 subordinates rushed forward, but Kwang Jiak managed to finish his curse, bid farewell, and left in a bright golden flash of power. His talisman, is it from that old dragon? This fortune-teller, he could actually get the dragon from Sun Moon Lake to draw a protective talisman for him. Just who is this person, really? The surprise was evident on Du Sun Lam's face as she witnessed the scene just now. "Master, should I bring him back? Spare his life and take him to the kingdom of 10,000 demons." Du Sun Lam doesn't believe she can't capture a fortune-teller like Kwang Jiak. As she was leaving, Du Sun Lam remembered something. The one who stole her mysterious ice jade soul orb, Zichong Dan, is probably one of that old dragon's followers. Who are they, really? While on the move, one of her subordinates stayed behind to hold the umbrella and asked if she wanted to return to the kingdom of 10,000 demons or somewhere else. At that moment, Du Sun Lam said no, head to Sun Moon Lake. She might be planning to confront the dragon face to face. The scene transitions to a landscape of mountains and rivers, at the Nakhoa River in Thien Nam mountain range of the Kingdom of Noi. There is a peaceful little stream here, with crystal clear water, so clear you can see to the bottom. Suddenly, something falls into the stream, disturbing its calm surface, creating ripples and splashes. It turns out the thing that fell in was Kwang Jiak. He's crying, "Oh dear, what bad luck!" Climbing ashore and leaning against a tree, he looks despondent. His protective talisman, it took him half a month to get it from the old dragon at Sun Moon Lake. He only had one, and now he had to use it like this. He clenched his fists in determination and vowed, "Do Sun Lam, just you wait. 1,000, 10,000 years from now, when I become invincible, I will surely not spare you." But soon after, his expression changed to one of delight. According to the system's divination, in 1,000 years Du Sun Lam would marry him and give him 5 children. This kind of revenge wasn't bad at all. However, he wasn't foolish enough to be blinded. He quickly imagined being strangled by Du Sun Lam's tail. Shaking his head vigorously, he thought, "No, that's a bloodthirsty demon who kills without blinking. Forget it, even if I wanted it, it wouldn't work. Better to diligently accumulate points and change this fate." But having just arrived in this place, and not living in this world, he quickly had a question. Where is this place anyway? He decided to look around, just in case there were treasures. The forest looked safe, so he made up his mind to explore rather than staying put or worrying about this new land. In just half a month, the unfamiliar forest became familiar. He had explored every nook and cranny, and all the beasts knew Kwang Jiak. Now, he was even riding on the back of a giant ferocious tiger. Sitting on the tiger's back, he carried a pile of food and a large rolled-up piece of paper. He was finally about to leave Thien Nam Sun Lin, and what he was holding was surely a map to guide the way. He didn't expect the old dragon's talisman to transport him to the borderlands of Noi Quoc, and he was far from pleased with this relocation. The reason you're dissatisfied is because this Wei Kingdom is so far from the Demon Kingdom. Naturally, you don't dare to go back. You can't let that demoness capture you. It turns out this tiger isn't just a beast. It can communicate and ask Jiangju questions, or perhaps Jiangju can talk to animals. Where do you want to go now, sir? It humbly inquires. I should head to the Qin Kingdom, he replies. Speaking of this, he immediately realizes that to reach the Qin Kingdom, he must cross the Nakhoa River. But without a boat, it's quite troublesome. Suddenly, he claps his hands, having come up with a great idea. Don't worry, sir, I have a way to help you cross the river. Lucky for him, this tiger is indeed powerful. Really? Then I must thank Brother Tiger. Holding a large basket filled with food and money, he can't help but feel happy. This half-month hasn't been wasted. Who would have known there were so many benevolent demons here? Not only did they help him fulfill his daily task of divining for 3 people, but he also acquired many valuable treasures. However, the residents here don't see them as his saviors. On the contrary, they are extremely polite, giving him a proper send-off. Sir, thank you for divining for us these past 2 weeks. You've let us know that a righteous God will appear here in the future. We all want to escort you a bit further. Why do you refuse? He flashes a bright smile and waves, clearly understanding that this was a mutually beneficial situation. It wasn't just him bringing blessings to them. It's a small matter, no need to trouble everyone, really. When that God appears, as long as you all do more good deeds, you'll surely become respected deities. These demons aren't foolish. If I hadn't divined that a righteous God would emerge from Tiannan Mountain, and that they'd gain some benefit and eventually receive offerings, they wouldn't have treated me with such respect. I don't even know who the leader is, this is heaven's secret, it cannot be revealed. I still don't know who this God is, perhaps they haven't been born yet. After escaping the spear of Du Sun Lam, I will return to see for myself. I'm very curious about the future of this place. Get off Tiger Brother's back, wait for you to just come here, and then they will bow their heads in greeting. Ahead of you now is a water gate that is not easy to cross, the river is dangerous, and even with a boat, it would be hard to pass. Tiger Brother, do you really have a way to help me cross the river? Without a word, the tiger let out a thunderous roar, making you so frightened that you had to cover your ears before your eardrums burst. Yet after that roar, a whirlwind was created, piercing through the vast waters. You were no exception, getting splashed with water in the face by that super-strong whirlwind. It grew stronger and more terrifying, even making the water turn murkier and more frightening. Yet the water truly receded to reveal a scene of towering mountains and a massive, spiky brown rock emerging in the middle of the river. The sky now turned pitch black. Witnessing this spectacular transformation in the blink of an eye, his pupils widened, indicating extreme surprise. It turned out that the large rock in the dark water was a marine creature resembling a turtle. It raised its head full of hair and silver beard, rumbling, "Who dares disturb this old one's rest?" The pitch-black transformation was due to the appearance of this creature. Brother Tiger had simply called it a wake. Kwang Jiak immediately categorized it. Knowing it spoke human language, it was surely a highly cultivated demon. Recently, it was said that a gentleman proficient in divination came here, enlightening many little demons on Tian Nam Mountain. "Is it you?" The creature, though gigantic, spoke very politely. It stepped out of the water, approaching Kwang Jiak. "How should I address you, sir?" "My surname is Kwang, Mr. Kwang." "What brings you to this old one's abode?" Every movement of the creature caused a loud rumbling that shook the surroundings. "So, you wish to cross the river, sir?" "That's a minor matter. If you don't mind, I can take you across." Even a sea creature has thoughts. It's rare for a great person to visit the Annam Mountain. "I must make friends with you, sir." "If that's the case, I won't be formal anymore." After settling on the giant sea turtle's back, Kwang Jiak did not forget to turn around and wave. "Brother Tiger, see you next time." The dark clouds began to disperse, with many birds flying in the sky, creating an extremely magnificent scene that not everyone gets to see. Sitting high up, feeling the wind flow through the cliffs, he answered the turtle's question about where he wanted to go. He wanted to go to the Qin state. Every time it's mentioned, he recalls that Wei state is currently uninhabitable. The old turtle, hearing the answer, asked again, "Do you have urgent business in the Qin state?" In fact, he had nowhere specific to go. For years he had wandered across the four corners of the world, always figuring things out as he went. "If that's the case," the old turtle advised, "I suggest you avoid going to the Qin state for now." "Why is that?" He was a bit confused but hadn't really researched the place yet. If you can divine the future, why not try to see what the situation is like in the Qin state? The fate of an entire dynasty is better left untouched. Though he said that, he was making excuses for himself. He didn't understand anything about divination, fate, or the six harmonies. These fortune-telling techniques had always relied on that heavenly mandate system. "You're right, sir. I've spoken too much." Indeed, divination involves great risks, and interfering with the heavenly mandate requires many precautions. The Qin state was in good condition a few years ago. Although the ruler wasn't particularly strategic, he was cautious and established relations with the Dragon King. In recent years, the weather had been favorable, and the people's lives were good. But 7 years ago, the ruler of Qin was bewitched by a demoness. To bring her into the palace, he deposed his virtuous and benevolent empress, indulging in wine and women, neglecting state affairs, and imposing heavy taxes, exploiting the people. It's said that within the palace, there are lakes of wine and forests of meat, rivaling the celestial paradise on earth. In short, Qin is no longer peaceful now. Chaos is everywhere. If you have no urgent matters, you should probably stay here. Thank you for the advice. I will keep it in mind. This turtle is really considerate, not only ferrying me across the river but also kindly warning me. However, I still have to cross the Nakhoa River. After all, going back means returning to Wei, which borders the 10,000 demon nation. If Tu Shanlan's men are still in Wei searching for me, I definitely won't have a way out. The turtle then asked Jiangju a lot of trivial questions, but he sensed that it wanted to ask something more significant but was hesitant. After just half an hour, they reached the middle of the river. While moving on the calm water, it suddenly started to ripple violently, making him realize something was amiss. "What is that?" Then a swarm of large crabs appeared, gray and surrounding the old turtle. These aren't ordinary creatures. They are demons with cultivation. Why are they gathering here? Please don't blame me, sir. These are all my disciples and grand disciples. They've heard of your deeds on Tiannan Mountain and wish to seek your guidance. If you do not wish it, I will have them disperse. Jiangju was pleased because his goal of divining for 3 people today had not yet been fulfilled. He could only rely on them. It's fine. Meeting is fate, but this destiny may not go as expected. He didn't beat around the bush, but he said this to prepare himself in case the future he divined was not favorable. They are all long-lived demons, not unaware of your meaning. If you say so, sir, then I will shamelessly trouble you to cast a fortune for me. I wondered why it was willing to take me across the river, and why it was so polite. After circling around, it finally made a request. I stroked my chin, satisfied that I had untangled this knot in my heart. After all, it's better to speak up than to keep stammering. Please don't be offended, sir. I know this is presumptuous, but there's something that's troubled me for more than half my life. If I miss this opportunity after meeting a great sage like you, I fear I'll regret it forever. But rest assured, sir, I've roamed the Nakhoa River for 1,200 years. I possess many treasures and can repay you fully. Upon hearing this, King Jiak got straight to the point, asking what was troubling him. After the question, the turtle began its story. From the moment I became aware, I've been cultivating for 1,200 years, living a life of good deeds and virtues. I haven't committed any wrongdoings. On both banks of the Nakhoa River, there are many temples dedicated to me, built by villagers I've helped. Though I've garnered some offerings, over the past millennium, my cultivation has not advanced, and my vitality has begun to decline. I've never had the chance to transform into a dragon. The matter I wish to request is simply to become a dragon. Please tell me, sir, can I transform into a dragon? Faced with this question that lacks a definite timeline, King Jiak found it difficult. Something is amiss. This turtle should be on the verge of reaching dragonhood, at least showing some dragon characteristics. But apart from its size, it doesn't have any dragon features. Clearly, it hasn't reached the stage of transformation, and the foreboding isn't good. From my years of experience, this outcome won't be favorable. If it's not satisfied with the result, this 1,000-year-old demon is far too powerful for me to contend with. And I'm still on its back. While guarding against every possibility, I said, "My fortune-telling services aren't that expensive. Please tell me your concerns, sir." At that moment, he also realized the point, intending to use it as an excuse. But it didn't work out, because everyone who sought him out for fortune-telling was wealthy. The system also appeared and asked if he wanted to read the fate of old boy Tuong from Nakhoa River. This time, it would cost 30,000 points. He was holding 300,000 spirit stones, which could be exchanged for 60,000 points. However, for any fortune he didn't want to tell, the fee would be consumed exponentially. At that moment, he hesitated and said up front, "Fate is determined by the heavens. If your fate is not good, the fee will not be refunded. I think it's better not to look." Hearing this, the turtle was startled. The fortune-telling fee was indeed very expensive. Although he had gathered many treasures over the years, he didn't have that many spirit stones. In the end, however, the turtle was still extremely curious about his fate. Moreover, having wealth was meaningless if he couldn't transform into a dragon. So, he spit out a green jade pearl from his mouth, small but incredibly valuable. The jade lotus seed was 1,000-year-old elixir, enough to pay the master. He retrieved the item, and the system informed him that the jade lotus seed could be exchanged for 80,000 points. Nothing had changed from previous customers, no matter how difficult it was. As long as he could collect many points, he happily agreed. At this point, there was no way to refuse. He wrapped the pearl quickly and smiled, saying, "Is this enough? Then, please cast the fortune for me." 0 years old, a turtle was born in the Nakhoa River, the Nam Mountain. At 60 years old, the turtle accidentally swallowed a jade lotus seed, unexpectedly unlocking its spiritual intelligence, and named itself Old Boy Tuong. At 200 years old, Old Boy Tuong caused havoc in the Nakhoa River, drinking the blood of living people, accelerating his cultivation progress rapidly. At 500 years old, Old Boy Tuong was guided by a master, who suggested purging his demonic aura. He began capturing people from the two countries of Tan and Noi, forcing them to build temples. At 800 years old, the little dragon king of the Taitan River passed by the Nakhoa River and discovered what Old Boy Tuong had been doing. Enraged, he attacked, but Old Boy Tuong narrowly escaped, severely damaging his foundation, making it difficult for him to progress in his cultivation. At 1,001 years old, unable to find an opportunity to transform into a dragon, Old Boy Tuong plotted to obtain an emperor's position, colluding with the demon concubine of King Tan, kidnapping pitiful refugees, and refining pills from human blood. At 1,204 years old, Old Boy Tuong met a fortune-teller, seeking his guidance, but was told he was destined to die. In a fit of rage, he pushed the man into the bottom of Nakhoa River, suppressing him for 10,000 years, but his temple and incense offerings were destroyed by a master, and he died by divine punishment. Hearing about the life of this turtle, who seemed kind but was full of sin, he became helpless and struggled to predict how, after 1,200 years of cultivation, it had not yet transformed into a dragon. The turtle simply didn't dare. He always used the temple and incense offerings to obscure the heavens and avoid divine tribulation. With such a murderous nature, how could he ever transform into a dragon? The system continues to notify as usual, you have interfered with fate. You can choose to conceal the heavenly secrets. The reward is a deduction of 30,000 merits, and punishment of 9 tribulations. You have interfered with fate. You can choose to reveal the heavenly secrets. The reward is an addition of 3,000 merits. Choose one of the penalties. Receive the divine incense offering of Wu Beixiang. Master the blood pill art, or become proficient in water control technique. You think the divine incense offering is righteous, but Wu Beixiang built the temple to practice cultivation. His understanding is somewhat sinister. Mastering the blood pill art is clearly an evil practice, so you can only choose to master the water control technique. You've worked with this system for so long that you no longer consider concealing the heavenly secrets as an option. Seeing that you have been silent for a long time, the guest speaks up. Sir, do I have a chance to transform into a dragon? Perhaps you underestimate my abilities too much. With such heavy karma, you still dare to seek a fortune from me? Wu Beixiang, you truly have a lot of guts. You quickly turn against those who kill without remorse, just like you did with Tu Shanlan last time. Sir, I only asked about the chance to transform into a dragon. As for other matters, I never asked you to look into them. You've already accepted the divination fee, so please stay calm and provide an answer. However, deep inside, this turtle is scheming. How does he know my name? This year, to avoid the little dragon king of the Taiching River, I have been very discreet in my actions. I've never met this person before, so how does he know my name? Could it be that this person's divination skills have reached the highest realm, able to see through everything? There's no time to hesitate, you laugh loudly in a mocking tone. A chance to transform into a dragon? If you seek the chance to transform into a dragon, then I will give you that opportunity. The dragon transformation tribulation, do you dare to undergo it? You've gained proficiency in water control technique from the system, so you no longer hold back against this shameless murderer. What do you mean by that, sir? I am willing to sacrifice my own merits to write a petition to the heavens for you, offering you a chance to transform into a dragon. The turtle, with bad blood in its veins, now has eyes filled with a burning hatred. I kindly helped you cross the river, how dare you repay kindness with enmity? Are all humans as ungrateful as you? Disciple Jiangju sincerely requests the Heavenly Lord Xiantian Thunderlaw. Today, I heard that Wu Beixiang has been cultivating in the Jade Flower River for over 1,200 years, accumulating merits and doing good deeds, painstakingly cultivating. Before he could finish speaking, the Xiantian Thunderlaw Heavenly Venerate, the god responsible for punishing heavenly tribulations, saw through everything and struck the turtle with a bolt of lightning. You little brat, I helped you, and yet you dare treat me like this. He knew how to call upon a god, and even called upon the Xiantian Thunderlaw Heavenly Venerate. Who is he really? Indeed, he's the protagonist. Before leaving, he always makes the other party question who he is. You're performing a spell to summon the heavens, yet the turtle is still foolish. It plans to turn back and devour you. While summoning the heavens, your eyes were truly ablaze and resolute, without a hint of hesitation. Although earlier you saw the turtle's future, which seemed to mention yourself, you weren't afraid. You only repeated, Heavenly Venerate above, merit lies with me. Who dares to harm me? Seeing your imposing aura, the turtle immediately contorted its already twisted face. It couldn't eat him. The dragon transformation tribulation was summoned by him. If it eats him now, I'll surely die. After reading everything, you pointed to the sky and concluded with one final statement. A life of goodness will surely bring benefits. A life of evil will surely bring punishment. Please consider. You completed the summoning and didn't forget to promote yourself. Oh Beixiang, didn't you ask me to read your fortune? In my entire life of fortune-telling, I've never been wrong. Today, here, you will be buried under this dragon transformation tribulation. The heavenly way is clear, and retribution is just. You quickly jumped off the turtle to avoid being struck by the heavenly punishment meant for this wicked turtle. Bolts of lightning of various shapes, sizes, and intensities continuously rained down. After diving into the water, you were a bit scared, constantly waving your hands saying, end it, hurry up and end it. And at this moment, the system also announced the revelation of the heavenly secret, stating the divine fate, granting a penalty of merits with an additional 3,000, and mastering the art of water control. As the announcement ended, you sank into the water, and a stream of power entered your body. You started to feel the water, responding to the situation in front of you, probably enough. Great sage with immeasurable virtue, the Bodhisattva incarnate, the turtle was struck by lightning, and its past of slaughter appeared vividly in the malicious flames. However, the situation was not very optimistic as the continuous lightning strikes struggled to contend with its 1,000-year-old shell. These offerings are what I've accumulated over hundreds of years. Never thought today would consume so much, being punished by the heavens continuously, yet the turtle remained healthy and clear-minded. It even thought if it could overcome the dragon transformation tribulation, it would all be worth it. Young Kwang, I accept this opportunity. At this moment, the turtle rose completely, unable to retreat, unable to evade, with no choice but to face it directly. Seeing the turtle's arrogance, Kwang Jiak found it truly intolerable. Desecrating temple offerings, following a wicked path. Our generation cannot forgive this. Begone, begone. Continue casting your spell on the turtle. This golden light embodies all my accumulated virtues. It's meant to vanquish demonic forces. So, you spent all your points over time to finally destroy this turtle. Otherwise, it would have led to your tragic end. The power rushes straight towards the turtle. There's no escaping death from this force. Yet that vile turtle managed to spit something out of its mouth. My 1,000 years of incense offerings! It believed incense offerings alone were enough, even though they weren't willingly given by the people. Standing on the water, you said, without the protection of the temple's incense, let's see how you survive this calamity. This heavenly tribulation has turned into divine retribution. I'm definitely going to die. It looked ahead and then glanced up at the sky. How could he possibly escape? Realizing it couldn't survive, it didn't want those responsible for its demise to live in peace either, and spat out a deadly red projectile. Kwang Jiak, even if I die, I absolutely won't let you off the hook. 3 red arrows shot toward him with a speed no less than his own attack. He immediately realized it and restrained himself. Then he had to dive into the water to find an escape route. The turtle laughed loudly before it died, saying, "These blood arrows are already a lock on your fate. Let's see where you'll run, Jiang. With you as my cushion I can die satisfied." Then a terrifyingly immense force descended, and the turtle was truly destroyed. No one knows what became of Jiangju, but just a few days later at the Manhwa River on the border of Qin, the river returned to its usual peaceful state, with dragon boats cruising along. The owner of one of the boats was young Master Chu, a handsome young man standing at the bow. A few days ago, the Manhwa River suddenly flooded, causing damage that swallowed over half the fertile lands near Hamduong, right under the emperor's feet. This was the most fertile land in Qin, the banks of the Manhwa River. This year, the flood came just in time for sowing, destroying the fields and displacing the people. After the flood, migration became inevitable. But now, the most worrying issue is not the refugees, but that the national granary has almost no food reserves left. If the reserves are insufficient to sustain this period, famine is likely. By then, the Qin territory would undoubtedly become a living hell where people turn to cannibalism, and this is highly probable. Looking back, ever since that white witch entered the palace, the Qin kingdom has been in turmoil, truly a national disaster. There must be a demon at work. While lost in thoughts about the state of affairs back home, someone on the bow of the ship called out to the young master. "Our ship has rescued someone. It seems they're still breathing, but there's something strange. Clearly, they were pulled from the river, yet their body isn't wet at all, even their clothes remain clean. And that person was Jiangju. You were pulled up immediately. They thoughtfully brought you into a room to rest. When you woke up, you had a slight headache but quickly realized you were on a boat. Who could have pulled you from the Yuhe River?" While it was quiet, a small box in the room suddenly started shaking violently. What could be inside? You immediately felt your body, as if a strong force had just struck you from behind. It turns out you were panicking because of the protective amulet. Even though you had saved up, it was only just enough, and now it's broken, leaving you completely stunned. Since I crossed over, my cultivation speed has been incredibly fast. Even disciples nurtured by hidden immortal sects can't compare to my speed. I don't know why, but over the years, I've always encountered powerful opponents. Add to that a broken system, and I'm sure there are many big shots who want to hack me to death more than there are people who hold goodwill towards me. So, regarding cultivation methods, I likely chose the one that preserves my life. I also chose life-preserving treasures, and even when it comes to divine spells, my specialty has always been escape techniques. Am I too easy? He sighed deeply as he thought about it. Oh my, the peace fragment. That old turtle from the Manhwa River was considered a great demon, with 1,000 years of cultivation. The fatal blow before its death only shattered my protective talisman, and now I'm still intact, unharmed. However, why do I always feel an unsettling sensation? Could it be that there's still some unresolved danger? Did that strike from the old turtle near death cause internal injuries? He sat in meditation, unable to figure it out. Even after checking around, I found no signs of injury on my body. So why do I have this ominous premonition of a looming disaster? Finally, he remembered. What day is it today? As soon as he remembered, the system's presence reappeared, revealing that it's been 3 days since the host last analyzed human destiny. 3 minor tribulations are about to strike, and I could have been unconscious for 3 days. Fortunately, they are just minor tribulations. No, wait, I can't even overcome these 3 minor tribulations. His whole body shivered as he clutched his head in despair. He's just a small cultivator at the 8th level of chi refinement. Even with various tricks, how could he survive the lightning tribulation? Without reaching the 4th level, without gathering the 5 elements in his body, it's nearly impossible to overcome this heavenly tribulation. He finally lowered one hand and calmed himself. I know that this day would eventually come, so avoiding the heavenly tribulation isn't the way. I've already done thorough research. Those with great merit and blessings bestowed by heaven can weaken the calamity significantly. The second option is the path of incense worship, like the old turtle in the Manhwa River who relied on incense to avoid a heavenly tribulation that should have come. This is a truly special method, but it defiles the incense offerings at the shrine, making it a demonic practice with many limitations. If it's the orthodox path of incense, one must go through the process of obtaining a proper divine title. Once achieved, the divine title adds another layer of shackles, and it's not something simple. These past years, based on interpreting my destiny, I've accumulated a lot of merit. But given my level of cultivation, this heavenly tribulation is bringing forth a flood. I'm afraid it's going to be hard to overcome. Moreover, it took me great effort to accumulate a bit of merit, yet because of that old turtle from the Manhwa River who wrote a letter to the heavens, inviting the Taoist deity Swan Thien Loi Thien Tan, I've ended up exhausting quite a bit of it. Just as I was sinking into deep despair, the system suddenly notified me with some good news that brought me quite a bit of joy. My current merit is 100,054. The host has punished evil and promoted good, exterminating the demon from the Manhwa River, earning an additional 50,000 merit. Total merit has reached 100,000, a heavenly blessing, unlocking divine abilities. Congratulations to the host for opening the heavenly eye, and gaining the insight of the art of dragon vein observation. The art of dragon vein observation can reveal the dragon veins of rivers and mountains. As a fortune teller, I am becoming more and more deserving of this title. Originally, if I could use this art to find the place where the dragon is hidden, I could possibly avoid the heavenly tribulation. But right now, the tribulation is looming overhead. Unless the dragon's hiding place is within reach, it would be useless. At this critical moment, what are the chances of me finding someone with such a fate? One problem passes, only to bring another to solve. But anyway, this kind-hearted boat owner saved me, so I cannot bring disaster upon others while escaping my own. I'll thank the owner and quickly leave. No hesitation, as soon as the thought crossed my mind, I stood up, opened the door, and stepped outside. Perhaps due to dizziness, or maybe because of the rocking of the boat, I immediately stumbled into the young man from earlier. Both of us froze for a moment, raising our hands to rub the spots on our foreheads where we bumped into each other. I quickly and briefly assessed the situation. At first glance, this person appears to have great fortune and status. Yet I found myself staring at his body without any consideration. Flat. This man looks like a woman. I even thought I encountered a girl disguised as a man. My mistake, my mistake. Thank you, young master, for saving me. I still have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave here. That was truly his way of handling things, polite and straight to the point. Fate is right before my eyes. I can't afford to be overly concerned with pleasantries. Just as you stepped away, the young lord's close servant complained. Young lord, this person is very rude. You kindly saved him, yet he acts so disrespectfully. The two of them didn't immediately make you turn back but quietly observed. This person is somewhat strange. We cannot underestimate him. Let's go up ahead and see. As soon as you reached the bow of the boat, thunder suddenly roared, even though just a moment ago the sky was clear with no signs of a storm. You looked up at the sky. The three minor calamities of heavenly tribulation aren't thunder but famine, representing hunger, illness, representing sickness, and finally, warfare. These three small calamities of heavenly tribulation aren't meant to kill instantly in a devastating manner, but are like parasites in the bones, making life unbearable and death impossible. The sky was clearly clear just moments ago, so why is it about to rain now? The floodwaters haven't even calmed yet, and now another heavy rain? The newly constructed dikes might not be able to hold. How will we manage this year's harvest? That was the first thing the young lord thought of when he noticed the unusual change in the weather. The young lord hadn't even spoken a word or learned anything more about you, yet you jumped into the water. This person was just fished out from the water, so why did he jump in again? Moments later, the young lord's close servant shouted in shock, pointing into the distance. "Look over there! Truly a miraculous person. How dare he show off his abilities in front of ordinary people? I don't know if it's because you left, but the thunderstorm disappeared afterward, and the sun rose again, shining brightly. Oh, the sky has cleared. I don't know where you have arrived, surrounded by darkness." After raising both hands in front of you and chanting the command, "Third eye open," an unusual golden eye appeared on your forehead. It seems like you're trying to probe for something in this water. You close your two normal eyes to focus on the third eye. This is your destiny. If you can find the hidden feng shui dragon of this fertile land, you can borrow its hidden secrets to avoid the three disasters of heavenly tribulation. Alas, in this world, nothing happens by mere coincidence. The place where the dragon hides isn't so easy to find. After a while of trying, you can only sigh. It's truly unfortunate that this place is too far from Sun Moon Lake. I'm afraid your old friend won't be able to help you. It turns out you and that dragon have long considered each other as friends. Although you couldn't find the dragon's hiding place, at least you found a place with good feng shui for your burial. I really don't know if this is a good omen or a bad one, finding an ideal burial place while still alive and well. Suddenly, a bright aura appeared behind you, making you feel it even from behind, causing you to turn your head back. Your eyes are wide open, they seem to form a yin-yang circle, such a strong and generous aura. Going back to the boat earlier, it still glides swiftly across the water. You are a man of great talent and virtue. If I could assist you in any way, or if I could be of any help, should we send someone to chase after that person and bring them back? But no, they are a distinguished person. Forcing them would not be appropriate. Although I deeply wish to make use of talented individuals, you cannot compel them, so you sigh. Yet a loud clanging sound suddenly comes from behind, as if someone is trying to climb aboard. It's Jiangju. You actually heard their inner thoughts and returned. Hearing the unusual noise of the intrusion, the old but agile attendant quickly steps in front of you. "My benefactor, we meet again," you say politely, kneeling on one knee. Upon returning this time, you wear something orange on your hand, which stands out strikingly. The boat has been moving steadily on the river for a long time without docking. Perhaps this will be a long journey. This valiant warrior has an extraordinary appearance. How about I tell your fortune? Unaware of the situation, a large crowd has now gathered at the bow of the boat. Your past life, karma, and even the exact moment your mother enters her grave can all be calculated. Don't you want a reading? So, it turns out you're struggling to promote yourself, Jiangju, but it seems no one is interested in trying this service. No need and no thanks. We're not choosing you. That's what you hear, along with the intense avoidance of everyone when you approach them with your overly enthusiastic pitch. And now, the ship's deck returns to its empty state like before. The wind blows as you stand with hands on your hips, fuming. Sigh, a bunch of people who can't recognize quality. Mr. Jiang, if you could just say two nice things, people wouldn't be avoiding you like this. Luckily, someone gives you timely advice on how to sell your service. It seems this person's name is Taoist Master Doi, and you respectfully greet him. Mr. Jiang has only been here for a few days, yet he's already offended nearly everyone around the young master. That's just how the reading turned out. I'm only telling the truth. The old man finds your naivete amusing and says kindly, "You know, the hardest thing in this world is being honest. Even if you foresee bad omens, you could soften the blow with comforting words. Only reveal the hidden truths, never utter a mundane word. No need to persuade me, Taoist master." You scratch your head, embarrassed, and think to yourself, I'd love to learn how those swindling wandering monks fool people, talking in circles so you can't tell if it's good or bad. But I have no choice, I have to be truthful, or I'll be punished by the system that monitors every word I say. The young master wants to see you. Please go at once, sir. So this is the real reason Taoist master they sought you out. The young master is back? All right, I'll go immediately. It's been half a month since I passed the 3 heavenly tribulations. Being able to stand here in good health is thanks to this young master. Although we haven't found the dragon's den yet, I can borrow some of his fortune. Before I have the ability to surpass the 3 heavenly tribulations, it seems I still need to stay by this young master's side. Has the young master's disaster relief mission ended? Yes, please have a seat, sir. He stepped into a somewhat dim room where the young master was already waiting by the tea table. These days, I have gathered detailed information about this young master. His fortune surrounds him, making it obvious he's not an ordinary person. He is the younger brother of the Qin king, and by status, a royal member of Qin. Beneath one man and above tens of thousands. Known as a benevolent ruler, he enjoys making friends with others. He has numerous retainers, who are talented individuals kept by feudal nobles in their homes. This young master appears very pure, his eyes a clear blue, always wearing a gentle smile. Originally, he was a leisurely prince with his own land, but in recent years, the Qin king has neglected state affairs. The Grand Chancellor, newly appointed to oversee the state, now temporarily resides in Dalian. The recent trip to the Yuhe River was also to relieve floods and distribute disaster relief food. Once both were seated at the tea table, the young master finally spoke. I've heard that sir is very skilled at divination, performing 3 readings a day. Could you perhaps perform a reading for me today? While speaking, the young master thought to himself. This man is a mystic, a sage beyond the world. Perhaps he can help solve my pressing issues. Upon hearing this, he felt somewhat shaken. This young master was actually seeking a reading? Most people's fortunes are like a mass of invisible mist. I can look at the color to determine fortune and misfortune. This young master has a golden eagle, a brilliant gold color. However, this eagle is insufficient. This fortune has weak yang energy. Clearly, this is the appearance of a woman. This young master is actually a woman. But can a woman truly become a ruler? In the end, the person sitting before him could very well be a woman disguised as a man. Indeed, in every era, there are no few secrets hidden away. Staring intently at the other person made that young master question your actions. I don't know whether it was out of sorrow for the truths always buried or for something else, but your eyes then became strangely melancholic. Noticing your change, that young master coughed a few times and also wondered why, feeling that your gaze carried a hint of pity. Returning to your normal state, you still wanted to stay by the young master's side to earn a living, not wishing to calculate. But if the young master insisted, you could still calculate a fortune for him. These days, quite a few people under me have complained, saying that Mr. Kwong here has not spoken a single good word while divining fortunes, and that pitying look he gave earlier, could it be? If you do not wish to, then let it be. The young master, being magnanimous, accepted your refusal. Actually, I sought you out first to inform you of something. I plan to make a trip back to Tondun. I wonder if you are willing to accompany me there, or if we should part ways here. I heard the young master is recruiting guests. If you don't mind, I would like to stay by your side to earn a living. I still need your fortune to help me avoid a heavenly disaster. How could I leave at this time? That is your plan, of course I don't mind. This could be the only good news of late. Previously, I wanted to ask. When I entered, I noticed that your eyebrows were full of worry. I wonder if you have some troubles on your mind. Yet you spoke up immediately about the relief effort. The funds and foods sent by the court have far exceeded my expectations. I know that when transporting food from afar, people and horses need food and drink on the way, causing some loss, but the funds are still insufficient. The court sent 100,000 taels of silver, but I only received about 30,000 to 40,000 taels. Where did the remaining silver go? This time when I returned to Qingyang, I must question the court. It seems that Qin indeed has a problem, and it's more serious than I imagined. King Qin is a tyrant, and the officials in the court are likely not clean. The relief effort shows just how severe the corruption is. As they say, if those at the top are not strict, how can those below be? Moreover, the flood in the Yuhua River this time is also related to this. If I do nothing, the suffering of the people will partially be my responsibility. If I lose my merit, then it's over for me. I am relying on that merit to transcend this tribulation. He calmly asked if you knew the cause of the flood. Seeing his confident expression, you guessed that the scholar knew. Please sit down and listen to my explanation. By the incense burner, he began his story. The Yuhua River has an old turtle named Wu Beixiang. This old demon is truly hateful. No wonder in recent years people near the river in Qin have gone missing. It turns out there was a demon behind it all. Upon hearing this, you were utterly furious, clenching your fist. This demon actually dares to dream of transforming into a dragon with human form. How can she avoid the wrath of the Qin kingdom? Without saying a word, you take a sip of tea but still wonder in your heart. How do you know all this, sir? That old turtle once carried me across the river. I happened to learn about it then. So that's how it is. Such a coincidence. Although only a few simple words were spoken, the young master had more on his mind. Was it really such a coincidence? That Abatang was a 1,000-year-old demon, full of malice. How could he have spoken with him? The first time I met Jiangju was also on the Nakhoa River when I fished him out. Wait a minute, you just mentioned that the old turtle suddenly transformed into a dragon, and before that, he insisted Abatang would die. It seems the old turtle's death and this calamity might be related to Jiangju. As expected, the senior is highly capable. The young master's worries are nothing but money and food. I will contribute my strength to help you. How could I let you bear the cost, sir? Upon hearing that Jiangju wanted to make sacrifices, the young master became a bit more polite. Haha, I have nothing on me. If the young master wants me to bring out silver coins, I'm afraid I'm powerless. So what do you mean, sir? Over the years, the old turtle kidnapped many people from Wei and Qin and raised them on Tian Nam Mountain to offer incense in the temple. Food has been accumulated over the years, enough to meet your urgent needs. Not only did he reveal more information, but he also obtained more goods. What a bargain. In that dim room, only 2 pairs of green eyes glowed. After the old turtle was punished by the heavens, the underwater lair was left without an owner. In the lair, there were treasures worth thousands, which could be used to buy food from wealthy families along the river, enough for you to use for relief efforts. This method is great, sir. It's an act of righteousness, an eternal merit, one that will be remembered for countless autumns to come. I don't know if this method can be voted on or if it will catch the young master's eye. The grain and the treasures are things I foresaw in the old turtle's life when I read its fortune. I never expected they would be used at this moment. It's true that one must fully utilize their abilities to succeed. I thank you on behalf of the people of Qin. If this is so, the people will be saved. The young master's demeanor has completely changed, becoming extremely friendly, with flowers blooming around him, reflecting his mood. We must not delay. We depart immediately. At this moment, Shanlan has also arrived at the desired destination. Master, below us is the Sun Moon Lake. I am here. Old Dragon King, come out to meet me. Suddenly, a massive golden dragon spiraled up from the water, soaring into the sky. So the Lord of Heavenly Demons has arrived. Old Dragon is honored to meet the Lord of Heavenly Demons. What brings you to my Sun Moon Lake? An elderly dragon with a white beard and hair appeared and spoke. Have you met this person before? The Lord of Heavenly Demons immediately inquired, as an image drawn by a subordinate was presented before the golden dragon, depicting Jiangju. There's no mistaking it, the golden dragon recognized right away that this wasn't that kid, Jiangju. This person is indeed named Jiangju, who stayed at the Celestial Library borrowing books for more than half a year, and spoke with me a few times. I'm not sure what offense my little friend has committed against the Demon Lord, so without hiding anything, the dragon directly asked. What if he did offend? What if he didn't? Yet the Demon Lord retorted. Even so, the dragon remained polite, suggesting that the Demon Lord might show him some respect, but Shanlan was different. She immediately responded. What if I don't? If the Demon Lord is so inclined, then perhaps that little friend of mine deserves his fate. But dealing with him might not be so easy, the dragon confidently smiled, full of faith in Jiangju. Of course, this angered Shanlan, who scowled and said, Are you threatening me? It's not that I want to protect my little friend, it's just that he's extraordinary. If the Demon Lord crosses him, I'm afraid there will be many consequences, the dragon casually replied as he turned to leave Shanlan behind. He has great potential to cause upheaval in the world. Maybe it's not clear now, but in the future, he could become a significant figure in the world. That was the dragon's assessment after a brief encounter with him. In her cryptic words, the old dragon has been engrossed in learning fortune-telling these past few years. This must be a side effect of interacting with Jiangju. Her words have become increasingly inexplicable. She says one thing but means another. Well, this is good. Only someone extraordinary deserves to be my brother-in-law. Yet Du Shanlan is incredibly arrogant. Assuming he's already my brother-in-law, while the old dragon has become her brother-in-law. Of course, her ambiguous and unclear statements at the end completely stunned the old dragon. Duo Shanlan asked somewhat menacingly at the Long King's indescribable expression. "You're familiar with the small divinations of the people, do you know their origin?" The Long King didn't answer her but kept shaking his head, refusing to speak. I can't say. Duo Shanlan was very dissatisfied with this response. She gritted her teeth and said, but faced with her threat, the Long King calmly replied. The old dragon's fortune-telling skills are not refined. I can't determine the origin. I only figured out that in the past 5 years, there has been no one named Jiangju. One of Duo Shanlan's followers whispered in her ear after hearing this. Could this Jiangju be an immortal sent from heaven? At this moment, the Long King continued. Perhaps he's beyond the 3 realms, not within the 5 elements, a truly exceptional person. But Duo Shanlan didn't believe those words. She retorted, where in this world could there be such an immortal? Then she thought to herself. I didn't care much about this small-time fortune-teller, but I didn't expect Miao Xian to praise him so highly. While Duo Shanlan and the Long King were conversing, several sedan chairs were slowly approaching the city gate. Inside one of those sedan chairs, Jiangju was leisurely reading a book when he suddenly sneezed. He thought to himself, who's bad-mouthing me behind my back? Then he stretched and yawned loudly, saying, whatever, my mouth is open, and people behind my back keep cursing me endlessly. As soon as he finished yawning, the carriage stopped, and a voice came from outside. It was the coachman. He said, Mr. Kwang, we're approaching Tanjing City ahead. Kwang Jiak lifted the curtain and said, it seems we've finally arrived. Sitting in this carriage for 4 or 5 days has made my back sore. Pulling back the curtain to look at the scenery outside, Kwang Jiak found it strange. How odd, in broad daylight on a main road in a kingdom, there's not a single carriage in sight. Logically, the area around the capital should be the busiest with plenty of carriages passing by. Something's not right. Realizing that something was out of the ordinary, Kwang Jiak immediately used his power. Heaven's eye open. I want to see what the fate of the Qin Kingdom's capital truly is. What he saw before him left him utterly shocked. This is really. The reflection in his eyes was a terrifying blood-red color. It was the image of a giant dragon, blood-red in color, with a ferocious and horrifying appearance. That giant dragon, with its powerful aura, enveloped the entire large fortress. While Jiangju was intently watching it, its eyes seemed to be looking at him. Jiangju wondered to himself. Is it looking at me? Impossible. Even though the Qin Kingdom has weakened, there are still plenty of powerful cultivators stronger than me in this country. Thinking this, Jiangju closed his eyes, convinced that his senses were wrong. I'm not even a citizen of Qin. How could the fate of the nation pay attention to me? Jiangju closed off his divine vision and let out a soft sigh. He silently pondered. So, should I enter the city of Hanguang or not? The national destiny of the Qin Kingdom has weakened to the extreme. It may collapse at any moment. I've heard that there's a demoness causing trouble in the palace. If I enter Hanguang and stay as a guest of the prince, I fear I might get dragged into this mess. If I sneak away, what about the heavenly tribulation? At this moment, I can't find anyone with fortune to assist me. After a long period of contemplation, Jiangju finally made a decision. It's not that bad. Well, I might as well enter the city. Misfortune doesn't always follow a person. If the prince encounters bad luck, I'll just seize the opportunity to escape early. Thinking about the young master, he suddenly appeared. A high-pitched voice reached Jiangju's ears. The young master has returned to the city. You must be weary. Tian Shao was slowly riding a horse through the city gate. Jiangju saw this and felt puzzled. Why would the young master choose to ride a horse into the city instead of using a carriage? Such a show-off, he thought. Then Jiangju reconsidered and agreed with Tian Zhao's approach. Young Master Tian Shao is truly a rare person who does good deeds. During this market trip, the female prince also put in great effort, and was very charitable. Afterward, Jiangju and Tian Shao headed towards the young master's residence, where everything was arranged neatly and orderly. Upon entering, Jiangju couldn't stop looking around. Over the years, I've visited many places that are difficult for ordinary people to see, but this royal residence is a first for me. Tian Shao was very hospitable. If you like anything, feel free to take it, he said. Jiangju responded with a bright smile. How could I possibly take the young master's favorite items? Tian Shao continued to smile kindly. No need for formalities between us. If you like something, just take it. Tomorrow, I will enter the palace to meet the emperor. It is all thanks to you that we have managed the flood situation. Tian Zhao's expression turned serious as she suggested. You have contributed greatly. When we enter the palace tomorrow, I will request a position for you. But Jiang Ju was not interested. He waved his hand and said, No, please don't do that. I am accustomed to a leisurely life and might want to travel and enjoy nature one day. Entering the court as an official is absolutely impossible. At the same time, Jiang Ju thought to himself, Are you kidding? The fate of the Tian kingdom hangs in the balance. Entering the court as an official would be foolish. Besides, the court is a place of political struggles and danger. I want to live a little longer. Hearing Hung Jiak's firm refusal, Tenchu did not insist. She said, If you have spoken like this, I will not force it. However, her face returned to a serious expression. Tomorrow, when entering the palace, I want to ask one thing. In court, the civil and military officials should open their hearts to see how many are clean and how many are not. Kwang Jiak smiled teasingly. Young master, good or bad, the heart is still red. This made Tanchu very angry. You, Tanchu said seriously. No matter what this time, if it weren't for you, I'm afraid our country would struggle for 5 years to recover its vitality. Because of this corruption must be strictly investigated. Tomorrow, after entering the palace, I will discuss it with the Grand Master. While Tantu was passionately talking about state affairs, Kwang Jiak was not paying attention. He was focused on his thoughts, thinking, after the tribulation, I must quickly. Lost in thought, Tanchu asked for his opinion. What do you think about what I just said? This startled Kwang Jiak, who quickly responded. You are absolutely right, young master. Seeing Kwang Jiak's inattentive attitude, Tanchu sighed helplessly. It seems you truly dislike court affairs. I was too rash. You have been working hard on the carriage, you may rest first. In the evening, I will prepare a banquet, and I hope you will join us. Kwang Jiak smiled awkwardly, clasped his hands, and said, Thank you for your understanding, young master. Just as Kwang Jiak left Tantu's room, Taoist Master Thoi entered. As soon as he entered the room, Master Thoi clasped his hands and bowed his head, asking immediately about the situation. After meeting the young lord, he dared to ask what Mr. Kwang had said. While drinking tea, Tantu said, It seems Mr. Kwang has no desire to become an official. Master Thoi continued, Young lord, Mr. Kwang is an extraordinary person, but he doesn't reveal his divine abilities around you. I don't know his background, so I hope you remain vigilant. Tantu glanced outside and said, I understand. Finally, night fell, with flowers blooming all over the garden, decorating the night sky. The banquet that Tanchu mentioned earlier was held. Tanchu, standing in the host position, said to everyone, Please make yourselves at home. I must thank you all for sharing my worries. Not sitting far from those gathered in the distance, Kwang Jiak remarked. How can there be so many people? Are all of these over 3,500 people retainers of Lord Chiu? Kwang Jiak stroked his chin, thinking about how many free meals he had enjoyed. Isn't this like distributing free rice? But of course, Kwang Jiak couldn't avoid socializing either. He raised his wine cup and politely said, How many talented people are there in this world? The person across from him responded, Prince Mak Neen recruited 3,000 retainers. Most of them are in his fiefdom, not all came to Hamding with him. Kwang Jiak thought to himself. But here I am, also just tagging along with Lord Chiu for free meals. It's all the same, so let's not criticize others. While drinking, Kwang Jiak felt secretly pleased. So many people, that's good. By staying close to Master Chiu, I can rely on his luck to surpass the heavenly secrets, to pass the heavenly tribulation. But the daily goals still have to be completed. Good, this is enough. Yes, while playing and eating, after drinking, Kwang Jiak fell deeply asleep on the bed. During that time, a blood-red aura gradually approached Kwang Jiak. That tiny aura got closer to his forehead and penetrated inside. At that moment, Kwang Jiak suddenly heard someone calling, Little master, which made him slowly open his eyes. But by then, he was no longer lying on the bed. Seeing the empty surroundings and the strange clothes he was wearing, Kwang Jiak wondered if he was still dreaming, or if he had woken up. Suddenly, a strange aura and object appeared before his eyes, causing him to jump up and shout loudly. Who is it? When the figure became clear, he realized it was the same thing he had seen when he first entered Hamding City, the blood-red dragon. The dragon thought to itself. This person's name is Kwang Jiak. His cultivation level is unclear, but he must have escaped from the hands of the demon lord. At the same time, Kwang Jiak also pondered. So, it really did notice me back then, it wasn't just my imagination. Has it now entered my dream to find me? The dragon, with no ill intent, calmly spoke to him. Sir, please do not be alarmed. I am the manifestation of the Qin Kingdom's national destiny, not some malevolent creature. Kwang Jiak remained composed and simply asked, Why has the dragon entered my dream? What is the matter? The national destiny of the entire kingdom gently bowed its head and said, I still hope, sir, that you would grant this request. This truly puzzled Kwang Jiak. Then Kwang Jiak clasped his hands and smiled, saying, I am merely a cultivator on the mountain. How could I be involved with the fate of a nation? The red dragon paid no heed to Kwang Jiak's refusal and said, Sir, you are being modest. That day on the Nakhoa River, when you acted on behalf of heaven to punish the evil turtle, I witnessed it with my own eyes. It wasn't that I deliberately spied on you, it's just that within the territory of the Qin Kingdom, I am aware of everything. Please do not blame me, sir. Kwang Jiak heard the red dragon say that. He waved his hand. It's okay, it's okay. Meanwhile, the fate of the Qin Kingdom still humbly and sincerely said, Sir, you are a person of great virtue. I also see that you are extraordinary. Daring to come here, I respectfully ask for your assistance. Kwang Jiak thought to himself. The fate of this Qin Kingdom really knows how to compliment others, huh? At that moment, the kingdom's fate also had its own thoughts. This Mr. Kwang has countless threads of karma on him. All those involved are exceptionally fortunate, but he himself has no karma at all, not bound by the three realms, transcending the five elements, with the appearance of an immortal. Once again, the red dragon bowed its head even lower, speaking heartfelt pleas. If you don't intervene, I fear the Qin Kingdom is about to fall. Please divine for the people of this kingdom. Kwang Jiak was extremely conflicted, waving his hand. You ask for my help, but how can I possibly help? The kingdom's fate said. The Qin Kingdom is so impoverished because that demon concubine entered the palace and bewitched the ruler's mind. Kwang Jiak asked. What is the origin of that demon concubine that she could shake the foundation of an entire kingdom like this? That demon concubine came from the demon nation. She is a jade stone that has become a spirit. Kwang Jiak was quite surprised. The demon nation? Damn it, my future child, the heavenly demon lord Du Sun Lam, is probably still searching for me everywhere. Forget it, I won't think about this anymore. Kwang Jiak continued to ask. What level of cultivation does that demon concubine possess to render even your fate powerless? The red dragon answered. She came to the Qin Kingdom to endure the heavenly tribulation. At this point, Jiangju's expression unconsciously became more serious. Cultivation is defying heaven, requiring one to undergo various tribulations. For the demon race, cultivation is far more challenging than for ordinary people. They must endure two heavenly tribulations, Di Sha and Tian Gang. For a demon cultivator to reach this level, their strength must be comparable to that of a human all-powerful cultivator. A mere low-level foundation establishment cultivator like me cannot provoke them. Guiyun closed his eyes and said, I understand it's difficult for you, sir. I'm not asking you to eliminate the demon. I have another request instead. Jiangju thought to himself. The red dragon has just entered my dream, and I don't know what to do. To leave this dream, I can only continue to listen, Jiangju said. What exactly is it? Speak plainly, but my abilities are indeed shallow, and I'm afraid I won't be able to help you. Guiyun still responded sincerely. Only you can assist me with this matter. The current ruler has long lost his virtue. I know you are well versed in divination. I respectfully ask you to choose a new leader for the Qin Kingdom. I entrust these two items to you, Guiyun said. At the same time, two beams of light emerged from the dragon's mouth and fell outside. Seeing the two objects flying towards him, Jiangju was surprised. These are. The first is a jade seal of emerald green. This jade seal represents the dragon vein of the nation. The one who holds this seal is the future leader of the entire nation. I ask you, sir, to manage it or pass it to the rightful leader when you find them. The other item is an execution order. This is specifically used to sever the forces of past tribulations, to behead tyrants above and demons below. If the current ruler of the Qin Kingdom fails, you, sir, have the heavenly mandate to execute him. The current ruler is unworthy and lacks virtue. This item will aid you. Holding the 2 items entrusted to him by the dragon, Jiangju thought. Am I really being entrusted with the fate of the Qin kingdom? This is too much to bear. Just as Kwang Jiak was about to speak, the dragon god interrupted. I am not forcing you to agree by giving you these 2 items. If you don't want to help, then perhaps the fate of the Qin kingdom is as it should be. But if you are willing to assist, I am willing to offer you half of the kingdom's fate. From now on, the Qin kingdom will be yours, and you will be the pillar of the Qin kingdom. Then, the dragon god let out a roar, causing the surrounding space to tremble. At that moment, Kwang Jiak suddenly woke up. Taking hold of an object, he realized he had escaped the illusionary realm created by the dragon god. Kwang Jiak placed his hand on his forehead, rubbing his temples. Just as he was wondering whether what had just happened was real or not, the 2 items beside him confirmed his thoughts. As he sat and gazed at the 2 newly acquired items, Kwang Jiak thought to himself, I am merely an 8th-rank cultivator, not even from the Qin kingdom. Why would the kingdom's fate entrust these 2 things to me? It makes no sense. Is it because I punished the old turtle in the Nakhoa River? Or because I'm skilled at divination? What did the Crimson Dragon see in me that made it decide to make such a drastic, all-or-nothing decision? Kwang Jiak ruffled his hair. The words of the Red Dragon kept repeating in his mind. Give half of the nation's fortune to you. From now on, the Qin kingdom is yours. You are the pillar of the Qin kingdom. I just wanted to borrow you to avoid a minor disaster, but why did I get involved in this mess? Kwang Jiak was furious, slamming his hand down on the table. Damn it, what nonsense! If the ruler of Qi knows I have these 2 things, he'd either chop me into pieces or strip a layer of skin off me. And then there's that demoness with at least earthly fiend cultivation. Kwang Jiak ruffled his hair once more. Oh my god, this is so frustrating. Then, he slowly pondered. That red dragon said he would block the current disaster for me. Indeed, I no longer feel the pressure of the heavenly tribulation. It seems he wasn't lying. If the minor heavenly tribulation has been resolved, I no longer need to borrow the fortune of the young Master Tan Tu. Doesn't that mean I can escape now? Instead of risking staying in the Qin kingdom, it's better to leave quickly. That sounds like the best plan. The more Kwang Jiak thought about it, the more he grinned smugly. Find a secluded corner to hide for 100 or 1,000 years. Once I'm out of the mountains, I can throw that Du-Sun lamb onto the bed and spank him. Wouldn't that be delightful? But suddenly, Kwang Jiak's thoughts came to a halt, and he looked towards the 2 objects on the table. Kwang Jiak's mood instantly turned gloomy. This feeling of biting off more than I can chew isn't good. Forget it, I'll just do my best. But once I feel the danger, you can't blame me. At that time, I will immediately run away. There won't be any big problems. I have successfully escaped from the great demon king of the 10,000 demon nation before. Kwang Jiak shrunk those 2 items and calculated, these 2 items can't be seen by outsiders, they must be well hidden. To complete the national fate mission of the Qin nation, I need to meet with the relatives of the royal family of the Qin nation once. However, with my current status, I'm afraid that even if I request an audience, no one will be willing to see me, so I'll just go with the flow. Kwang Jiak stayed in the residence of Tan Tu. Time slowly passed, and finally half a month had gone by. In the magnificent palace, a man dressed in noble clothes, with a chubby figure, was lying on a chair, surrounded by maids serving him respectfully. The chubby man lying on the chair was the ruler of the Qin nation, Tan Vu Quan. Tannen opened his mouth and immediately cursed. Bastard! A beautiful woman with a fiery figure appeared. She was Hu Tuan from the Jade Stone clan of the 10,000 demon nation. She moved closer to King Tannen and spoke in a seductive voice. Who has made the great king so angry? Tannen replied. Who else could it be? It's none other than my dear brother. That Tan Tu dared to team up with the Grand Tutor to make things difficult for me in the court, refusing to let me build a memorial hall. Tannen's face showed anger and murderous intent. In the end, are they or am I the ruler of the Qin kingdom? Tannen slammed his arm on the table. Do I need to act according to their whims? This is outrageous. Hu Tuan, using her charming voice, softly said to Tannen. Your Majesty, don't worry. I was just joking about that room. If we don't build it, we don't build it. There's no need to make things difficult for you. Hearing this, Tannen immediately smiled, and affectionately said, With a reasonable person like you, my beloved, I have no regrets even in death. Suddenly, a maid approached and reported. Your Majesty, outside the palace, someone has come to seek an audience with the Queen and has brought a token. Tannen spoke up. Bring it here quickly. Upon seeing the item, Tahu Twin's expression immediately changed to one of horror, causing Tannen to ask, "My beloved, what's wrong?" It was a badge. Tahu Twin quickly regained her composure and said to Tannen, "Your Majesty, my maternal family has arrived. I'll be back shortly." Tannen immediately waved his hand cheerfully. "Oh, hurry along then." After that, Tahu Twin returned, and upon seeing the person standing before him, immediately knelt down and respectfully said, "Tahu T greets the Sword Sovereign Lord." The so-called Sword Sovereign Lord softly repeated, "Sword Sovereign Lord? It's been a long time since I've heard that title. There is no more Sword Sovereign Lord in this world, only the close bodyguard of the Heavenly Demon Lord, Tan Sword Slave." Tahu Twin still respectfully replied, "Although you were defeated by the Heavenly Demon Lord, he is an unbeatable figure. Even in defeat, your glory and renowned prestige remain unchanged. I've long admired you, and now that I've met you, I am filled with awe and fear. I only wonder what business you have with me, my lord," Sword Slave said. "The human and demon clans have long used the Golden Sand River as a boundary, signing a non-aggression pact. Now that I have entered the Tan Kingdom, I have crossed the line. I fear the Heavenly Demon Lord may order me to return. If that happens, I am unwilling. Now I have reached the earthly fiend tribulation, and only by absorbing the luck from this dragon vein can I survive. Otherwise I am certain to die. I cannot leave." Seeing the worried expression on Tahu Twin's face, Sword Slave said, "No need to worry too much. You have not yet entered my master's sight. Today, I seek your help in finding someone," Tahu Twin said. "My lord, just give the command. If the person you seek is within the territory of the Tan Kingdom, even if I have to turn the entire kingdom upside down, I will find them for you." Then Sword Slave showed a painting. "This person's name is Kwang Jiak. His cultivation level is unknown, but he escaped from the hands of the Heavenly Demon Lord." Tahu Twin was very surprised. Escape from the hands of the Heavenly Demon Lord? To escape from his grasp, what kind of cultivation must he have? There can't be more than a handful of people in the entire human and demon clans combined who could do that. How have I never heard of such a figure? Seeing the horrified face of Tahu Twin, Sword Servant said, "He borrowed the Sun and Moon Lake from the Dragon King's palace. His own strength might not be that high." Tahu Twin exhaled slightly. "So that's how it is. The Sun and Moon Lake of the Dragon King is the oldest and most prestigious in the 10,000 demon nation. People often compare it to the Heavenly Demon Lord, but no one knows which is stronger. After all, it doesn't compete for power. For Jiangju to gain its favor, his relationship with the old dragon must be quite deep. How weak could someone like that be? This person, though his cultivation isn't clear, seems to have some supernatural means. This painting might not even be accurate. Perhaps he knows how to disguise himself, which is quite common for someone traveling the world." Tahu Twin asked, "Sir, do you have a spiritual imprint of this person?" A cultivator's appearance can change, but only their spiritual imprint remains constant unless they change all 7 souls and 6 spirits. Sword Servant replied, "No, we don't have one. However, this person has a deep understanding of the 4 directions. When divining for others, he left a remark, only speaking of mysteries, never of mundane things." Tahu Twin asked again, "Is that all, sir?" Sword Servant closed his eyes and replied, "Yes, that's all." Tahu Twin thought to himself, "With just this information, how can we find this person? Even with the painting, there are as many disguise techniques as there are hairs on an ox. Every cultivator knows them. As for that remark, it seems more like a joke. What if the fortune teller changes it for someone else? The only useful information is that the person is a fortune teller skilled in drawing lots." Tahu Twin smiled and said, "I understand, I will do my best to find him." Then he thought, trying to find someone with just this information is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Once I send this high official off, I'll act as if I never heard anything. Then Sword Servant said, "If you can find this person, my master has agreed to give you a spot in the abyss of 10,000 demons." Tahu Twin joyfully said, "Is that true, sir?" Sword Servant confirmed. "My master personally said it, how could it be a joke?" Tahu Twin was extremely happy. "If I can enter the abyss of 10,000 demons, I won't have to worry about this double tribulation of heaven and earth anymore. I will surely ascend to the realm of the Demon King. No matter what, I must find this Jiangju." Tahu Twin stood up, her attitude completely different from before. "Everyone, please rest assured, I will certainly do my best to find this person. Seeing this attitude, the sword servant responded. That's good. If you find Kwang Jiak, immediately crush this item, and I can know instantly. Then he handed something to Tu Twin. After receiving the item, Tu Twin thought. Kwang Jiak might not be in the Qin kingdom. He could be in Wei, Qin, or Zhao. All three kingdoms could have his presence. I've been to Wei, now I'm in Qin. I need to head to Zhao and ask the Zhao kingdom's demon clan to help find Kwang Jiak. After that, Tu Twin immediately returned to Tan and caressed her and said, My beloved consort, whenever I see you, my mood improves. Is it because I've seen your family? By the way, where is your family? I still want to see them again, Tu Twin replied. Your Majesty, they were just messengers delivering a letter and have already left. Then she coquettishly said, Your Majesty, may I ask you for a favor? Tannen immediately agreed. Go ahead, my beloved consort, I permit it. Recently, I often dream of an immortal who teaches me a miraculous plan to cure all diseases. I wish to create this elixir for you, Your Majesty. Unfortunately, I don't understand alchemy. Could you find some foreign experts to assist in crafting this elixir? Tannen, delighted, asked. An immortal appeared in your dreams? What did he say? Tu Twin whispered. Your Majesty, the immortal said this elixir could bring you even more joy. The king laughed heartily, ha ha ha. Everything will go according to your wishes, my dear. The king is so kind. By the way, I also wish to invite some scholars skilled in the study of the 8 trigrams to interpret my dreams. The king just smiled. It's just a small matter. I'll have someone take care of it right away. Turning towards Zhang Jiao, he was now taking his tools out to the street, thinking. If today passes peacefully, and those rascals who ordered the long compass chess set also show up to eat, that would be great. He found a suitable place, and laid out the divination tools to read the fortunes of passers-by. He had originally thought that the many people in the young lord's household would be enough to keep him going for half a year with 3 readings a day. But who would have thought that within a few days, everyone was afraid of him? But the truth is, all the people in their household won't have a peaceful death in the future. I speak bluntly, can you really blame me? People nowadays can't even handle a beating. Can real warriors truly face such a bleak life? It seems that among those around the young lord, there's not a single warrior. I once thought the young lord was hopeless, hoping for a future without a golden eagle, so I've always avoided divining her fate. But now, combining the results of her fate with those in the household, these days, among the 3,000 retainers in the household, even those old farmers from the countryside, who are considered nothing but a joke in others' eyes. But I'm afraid this is just a trick by the young master to deceive everyone. Among these guests, there are some hidden talented individuals. Hiding them cannot escape my eyes and ears. It seems that the young master has bigger plans. However, her golden eagle commander is somewhat lacking. An eagle is a bird, a dragon is the leader of scaled creatures. How does an eagle turn into a dragon? Let's see the destiny of everyone in her household. Oh, the future doesn't look optimistic. Now that I'm no longer an elite, should I leave? As he walked and pondered, Jiangju finally found a spot. Good fortune, this place is crowded but without competitors, so he chose this spot. As soon as he set up his stall, Jiangju immediately noticed people passing by, sizing him up. Jiangju smugly said, What are you looking at? Never seen a handsome guy before? A man carrying potatoes passed by and kindly said, Young Taoist, quickly pack up and leave. It's not good to stay here. Jiangju stood up and asked, Old man, why do you say that? Unless the local officials don't allow fortune-telling here? The old man didn't say anything else but emphasized. Leave quickly. Kwang Jiak felt very confused. What on earth is going on? Sure enough, someone came. It was the soldiers. They scowled. Hey kid, are you fortune-telling here? Kwang Jiak immediately packed up his belongings. Officer, I didn't know it was forbidden to tell fortunes here. I'll leave right away. Then he quickly handed a handful of silver to the soldiers and said, I hope the officers can make it easier for me. At the same time, he silently sighed. In this world, you often meet the king of hell, but it's the little devils that are hard to deal with. Bad luck, go away. One of the soldiers smiled and said, Kid, you're pretty smart, huh? Another one raised a piece of paper and said, This person doesn't look like the one in the drawing. Maybe he's not the Kwang Jiak that the consort is looking for. The soldiers looked again at the wanted poster. Let me see. Kwang Jiak was suddenly surprised. The consort is looking for me? Isn't that the demon consort? I'm leaving. She's from the 10,000 demon kingdom. If she's looking for me, it definitely isn't good. It must have something to do with the heavenly demon. Kwang Jack looked again at the drawing in the soldier's hands and felt slightly offended. But even if they're looking for me, they didn't have to draw me so ugly that it's unbearable. This doesn't even resemble a human anymore. The soldiers looked at the drawing and hesitated. Indeed, it didn't really look like him. Later, I found out that there was a painting Swan brought that looked very much like me. However, when the artist was asked to draw it again, it turned out like this. But those soldiers weren't going to let it go easily. The young Taoist, I asked you again, what's your name, where do you practice? Kwang Jack smiled and said, I am Trong Dao Lang, practicing at Long Ho Mountain, just a traveling Taoist. Long Ho Mountain, never heard of it. Kwang Jack thought to himself, of course, you haven't heard of it. It doesn't exist. Be careful, you might just get through this. But the soldier made a different decision. He shouted, take him away. Kwang Jack smiled bitterly, wanting to curse, you brat, you already took the money, and yet you're still like this. He shouted loudly, what's the meaning of this? Now the Emperor is inviting Taoists from all over the world to join in the elixir refining. Going is your fortune, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Seeing that the Emperor's way of inviting was to lock people up and take them away like this, what kind of invitation is this? How is this an invitation? I finally get a chance to travel the streets, only to encounter such an unforeseen disaster. He gathered strength in his hands, intending to leave. After all, these small people couldn't hold him. Suddenly, in the distance, he spotted a familiar figure. It was none other than Master Thoi. But you were about to resist these soldiers, right? They quickly tied Jiang Jiao up like a prisoner when you weren't paying attention. Hey, officer, what is this? They're tightening it more. What are they saying? Hurry up and move. Jiang Jiao looked at Taoist Master Chui and thought to himself, if it weren't for saving someone, I would have run away long ago. Taoist Master Chui, what a coincidence, you were also caught leaving the mansion today. Why not clarify your identity? He softly said, clarifying is useless. The palace sent people to the prince's residence. More than half of the retainers in the residence were captured. Even I was personally invited. I've grown accustomed to managing the internal and external affairs of young Master Zhao's residence, yet I was also personally summoned by the palace? Isn't that a slap in young Master Zhao's face? This time, the Emperor's alchemy seems utterly ridiculous. But I'm afraid it's not the will of Lord Wu. Mr. Jian, remember not to reveal your relationship with the young master. That's the only way to ensure safety. I understand. It's just that the wicked consort sent people in Hanzhong City to force Taoists into the palace to refine pills, specifically naming Jiang Jiao. She purposely used this as an excuse to storm the prince's residence. Does she know I'm in young Master Zhao's residence, or is it just a coincidence? Who here is Taoist Master Chui from the prince's residence? The consort invites you. Taoist Master Chui stepped forward, that would be me. Before leaving with the soldier, Taoist Master Chui deliberately glanced back. Make sure not to reveal your identity. I understand. A maid nearby came to inform them. The consort has ordered, inviting all the Taoist masters to enter the palace to assist in refining the elixir. Please head to the garden and await further instructions. Once we get there, immediately untie everyone. Kwang Jiak thought to himself. This female officer is a demon with low cultivation. I can easily see that. There must be an expert in this Van Vo palace. How could they not see it? Or perhaps they saw it but didn't dare to speak. It seems that the demon concubine truly controls everything with an iron hand. The hidden chamber gradually revealed itself. Move inside, don't try anything funny, just follow me. A lot of people stepped inside. It really resembled a place where high-ranking cultivators refined elixirs. There was a large furnace with a blazing fire. Don't be lazy, get to work. Kwang Jiak was both surprised and somewhat frightened. The organization here was tightly controlled. Escaping wouldn't be so easy. Thinking about how the demon concubine had been searching tirelessly for me and couldn't find me, and yet, here I am, walking right into her hands. Is this really happening? But what should I do now? Outside, Tan Xiao had already been standing in front of the residence for some time, troubling the eunuch to go in and report again. Please, Your Highness, relax. His Majesty is dealing with countless state affairs and is busy handling national matters, so it might take some time. If Your Highness cannot wait, you may return to your residence first. Tan Xiao walked while looking up at the high sky, reminiscing. This is still the place where he and the Emperor grew up. Back then, The Empress Dowager was still alive. After the Emperor ascended the throne, he left this place and has never returned since. Suddenly, he noticed a nearby tree, but now only the roots remained. This apple tree. Back then, the scene wasn't like it is now. They practiced the classics diligently and mastered the 6 arts. He was incredibly good to me. Father didn't allow me to climb the tree, so the Emperor himself climbed up to pick apples for me. A loud call echoed from afar, inviting the prince into the hall. Tan Xiao could only sigh. Now that apple tree has probably been made into furniture, and the relationship between me and the Emperor is no longer the same as it once was. In front of Tan Xiao, Su Yuquan was leisurely playing the zither, looking as if she was truly enjoying herself. Tan Xiao looked into her eyes and thought, "We've been shooting this film for so long, yet I didn't know she was skilled in music. Her zither playing technique is so good." Su Yuquan smiled and said, "I just recently learned this piece. It's still not played well. I hope your highness won't laugh at me." Tan Chu didn't care much and directly asked the main question he wanted to know. "I heard that in your dreams, you saw an immortal passing down the teachings, and that all the Taoists across the country are refining the elixir for His Majesty." She kept that same smile, which was quite irritating. "Has the prince also heard about it?" Her attitude only made Tan Chu even more angry. He raised his voice. "Today, they arrested someone in my mansion, and I haven't even heard about it." She remained calm and softly replied, "It seems that did happen. The guests at your mansion are individuals with special abilities. With their help in refining the elixir, it will surely be more successful. The distinguished guests beside the prince, such as Bai Nakjinren, whose reputation is well known, I have also heard about, an expert at the 5th level of the Zhu Xian realm. It's not easy to find someone like that even throughout the Tan Kingdom." This made Tan Chu even more curious about her. Even his own guests knew little about the identity of Zhendoist, so how did she manage to gather this information? To Hu Huin extended her hand warmly. "I invite you to listen to a new performance. I've heard the prince is proficient in music theory, and I happen to enjoy playing the zither. Could the prince teach me to play?" This made Tan Chu really uncomfortable. She was blatantly addressing him as Your Highness. She was increasingly disrespectful towards the prince, completely mocking the situation. "Why does the prince say that? I'm just humbly asking for your guidance. If I'm in a good mood, I might release the person." Tan Chu asked again. "Will you really release them?" She completely agreed. "If the prince teaches me, I will release Bai Nakjinren." Tan Chu had nothing more to say. He would do whatever she wanted, just to see what other schemes she might have. He firmly responded, "All right, men." But Tan Chu also felt that something was wrong here. He called out, but no one responded. In this meditation hall, there was no trace of anyone else. It was just him and Tu Tuen. Following Tu Tuen's plan, she invited him to use her zither in a way that would give others a headache. "My lord, don't hesitate, and there's no need to ask a servant to bring your zither. Mine is the famous phoenix tail zither. Ordinary zithers can't produce such a tone." "All right, I will go in," he said, appearing very hurried. What does she intend to do with that expression on her face? But it's not something to be afraid of. Meanwhile, Tu Tuen thought, did he just walk in so easily? Is he genuinely righteous, or has he long been attracted to me, only waiting for this opportunity? Tan Chu sat down at the zither, and Tu Tuen immediately leaned in close from behind. She passed the sheet music around his neck. "Here, take the score." But Tan Chu had long suspected there was something wrong with her, so he forcefully pushed her away. You. Tan Chu suddenly saw 3 Tu Tuens in front of him, as if she had done something to him. He collapsed onto the table, while a cunning and scheming expression became evident on Tu Tuen's face. She lifted Tan Yao's chin. "The wise prince doesn't need a woman like you. If this body wasn't prepared, how could I lure you here? There's a special fragrance in the incense burner, making sure you'd fall for it. She only wants to conquer the prince who never approaches women." She stared at Tan Zhao's face for a while. "So handsome and charming, it's a shame you gave me so much trouble everywhere. I whispered to your brother, and he couldn't bear to kill you. This time, I'll help him." Su Tuen lifted Tan Zhao, suddenly realizing how light he was. "Why is he so light? Just like a woman." She laid Tan Zhao on the bed, her hands itching to explore his body. "I've heard the wise prince doesn't get close to women, so it's not me." As she opened his clothes, the shocking truth hit Su Tuen. She widened her eyes. "Damn it, he's really a girl. Why is she a girl? I originally wanted to seduce him, and even if I failed, I could have framed him. Then, at the right time, I'd have Bao Tanwu army kill him. But now, what do I do? The Tanwu army must know she's a woman. I can't use the current plan to frame him, but how can I give up? Su Hutuan looked at Tan Shao lying on the bed. Don't think this will stop me from dealing with you. Someone, come here. A maid slowly stepped out and bowed. What are your orders, Your Grace? The uglier, the more disgusting, the better. Yes, Your Highness, perhaps her intention is to find some repulsive old man to humiliate Tan Tu. Kwang Jiak, while in the prison, thought, according to what Daoistoi said, it seems that many guests of the prince's mansion were arrested this time. But on the way here, I didn't see any of them. It seems they weren't imprisoned here. However, that wicked concubine wants to find me. I don't have much relationship with those guests, but if they recognize me, they might betray me. If that vile woman finds me, nothing good will come of it. I must be cautious. He immediately came up with a perfect plan, finding a good fellow to swap clothes with. Taoist, may I exchange clothes with you? He asked. The man thought to himself. Is there really such a good deal? His clothes are all silk, and exchanging them could surely fetch quite a bit of silver. After changing clothes, Kwang Jiak ran to the guard and said, I need to use the toilet. But it wasn't as strict as everywhere else. The guard let Kwang Jiak handle it himself. Go, hurry up. Once inside the prison's bathroom, it was certainly nothing good. Upon entering, he realized it was a place for torment, second only to the execution grounds. He could hardly stand it anymore. Kwang Jiak pulled a jade stone from his sleeve. He immediately put it in his mouth. But what exactly is the effect of that pearl-like orb? After swallowing it, Kwang Jiak's face changed again, no longer the handsome and charming appearance from earlier, but instead became a disgusting old man with a scarred face. Little did he know how coincidental it would be to use this face later. But life is like that, even if it gets dirty or stinks a little, he must survive. The scar-faced Kwang Jiak then wandered around the prison with his 1,000 gold-worthy face, turning his head back and forth to assess the situation. Even Tu, the young master, wouldn't recognize him now, let alone those guests who had only seen him a few times, looking so confident and assured. But he failed as soon as he stepped out. The maidservant ordered by Tu Hutuan to find a beggar actually spotted one with a beggar's face, and he was caught but in a different way. The servant girl called out, Hey you, stop, come over here. Kwang Jiak was startled and turned around. Surely I haven't been discovered yet, right? Better keep up the act, haha, is the little sister calling me? She covered her nose because of his stinking body. Shut up, follow me. In Kwang Jiak's mind, there was a constant fear, wondering if she had been exposed. If she had made a mistake, she would have already called someone to catch me. Haha, where is she going, little sister? She felt uneasy. Don't ask any more. Whatever it is, it's a good thing. Kwang Jiak felt confused. Why is she searching for evidence like this? What does she really want to do? It must not be anything good. Never mind, let's find a chance to prepare first, then deal with it later. After arriving at the mansion, she reminded Kwang Jiak to stop. Wait here. Kwang Jiak also felt something strange, as if she had been discovered and was being plotted against. This place, there's not even a guard around. Better leave quickly. Suddenly, the door opened, and something inside seemed to surprise Kwang Jiak. That aura could probably only be felt by someone in the field, sensing the pressure from such a great ambition. Sweat was dripping all over Kwang Jiak's face. The energy was so strong, her body felt like it was being restrained. A voice came from inside. You've found the right person. Quickly bring him in. Kwang Jiak also realized that the person exuding such overwhelming energy could only be that enchantress. This aura was incredibly strong, but fortunately, she didn't recognize him. The maid stepped out and said to Kwang Jiak, Follow me. They arrived at a mansion, where the gate was already open, waiting for the right person to enter. But Kwang Jiak was very cautious, hesitating to go in. However, his caution was insignificant as the maid kicked him in the back. By reflex, he fell inside. The doors suddenly slammed shut and locked. What on earth are they planning? Suddenly, a strong fragrance emanated from somewhere, drawing in Kwang Jiak's keen sense of smell. He suddenly felt a burning sensation in his body. Could this be a medicinal scent? The more he thought about it, the more wrong it seemed. There's something off about this scent. Could it be that the enchantress wants him to warm her bed? In that room, there was a passionate moaning sound. The curtain was also drawn, making Kwang Jiak uncertain about what was going on. Curious, he stepped inside. As soon as he peeked in, he sensed something was off. There was a young girl lying naked on the bed, clearly suffering from the scent in the air. But something seemed strange here. Wasn't that Tiu? Kwang Jiak was shocked, and even the ugly figure beside him was just as surprised. The way Tan Chu looked at that moment really seemed like she had been affected by the scent for a long time. But thinking back to how Tan Chu usually appeared, one wouldn't have realized she was a woman disguised as a man. However, she was truly beautiful. Usually dressed as a man, no one would have guessed she was a beauty. Kwang Jiak slowly placed his hand on the carotid artery. The poison was very potent, she couldn't hold on much longer. He clenched his fist, then cursed that vicious fox spirit, calling her truly wicked for not only poisoning Hung but also deliberately finding a filthy beggar to ruin her purity. He bowed his head in apology, asking her to endure, saying that what he was about to do was to save her. Kwang Jiak gently lifted Tan Chu, thinking that he happened to have something that could save her. But first, he had to remove all her clothes and take a drop of blood from her fingertip. While unwrapping the cloth around her chest, he sighed. "Why is this cloth wrapped so tightly?" Finally, he managed to loosen it, muttering, "Alright, that was exhausting." He lifted Tan Chu's fingertip, then drew a drop of blood. At that moment, Tan Chu felt something strange and miraculous. Her face softened slightly from the pain. Finally, she was able to open her eyes a little. What she saw was an ugly and filthy old man, but she didn't seem too surprised. The one who screamed wasn't Tan Chu but Jiang Jiak. He jerked in shock and pushed Tan Chu away from him, as if he had just been caught doing something inappropriate. Only then did he notice something he had done without realizing it. His face became confused. "So big like this, normally wrapped tightly, doesn't it hurt?" But it seems the toxin still lingers a bit. Tan Chu took the initiative to embrace the ugly-looking Jiang Jiak, seemingly affected by a strong poison. She lifted Jiang Jiak's chin and softly said, "Come on." But Jiang Jiak, in this situation, didn't know how to respond. "Young master, stay calm." Before he could finish his sentence, Tan Chu silenced him. In a state where only a blanket covered her, did this make the poison's effect stronger? Shh! A soft sound escaped her lips. In this state, few could resist. Tan Chu didn't know what she was doing. Completely blinded by the poison, she raised her hand to Jiang Jiao's neck. Gradually getting closer, her breathing had almost reached Jiang Jiao's neck. It felt so sensitive and hard to describe. She gently kissed Jiang Jiao's neck. He was slowly swept away by the moment. But in the end, a man's forbidden zone spoke up. Her hands were doing something. "Tan Chu, wait, not there." Jiang Jiao immediately pushed her off. "No matter how you put it, I'm still a man. How can I endure this?" Tan Chu fell onto the bed, looking a bit exhausted. Finally meeting the conditions for healing, Jiang Jiao took out a pearl from his pocket that he had used to change his face. Acting mysteriously, even though Tan Chu probably couldn't hear. "Young master, this is a Miaojianggu poison, a gift from a good friend. In the palace of the border, it grew powerful. Only a 4th-rank expert of the heavenly realm could neutralize it. But while the goo is still young, it can absorb all the poisons in the world. I'll use this goo to cure the love poison for you." Kwang Jiak once again lifted her up. "Using this tool requires a drop of your blood. Only then can it enter your body without causing harm." "My apologies." A stream of energy flowed into Tan Chu's body, followed by the Miaojianggu poison. Suddenly Tan Chu jerked awake. As if she had just woken up from a nightmare, she looked as if she had no idea what had happened. Her mind was still floating somewhere around here. Wasn't I just teaching the demon concubine to play the zither? "My head hurts." A voice beside her sounded. "Master, please close your eyes and focus your mind. I'm doing this to save you, don't overthink it." Though the person looked ugly, she recognized it was Master Kwang. But why is he here? But she suppressed her thoughts and closed her eyes. Whatever, Master Kwang isn't a bad person, he wouldn't harm me. I'll just follow his instructions for now. A drop of blood was drawn from Tan Chu's finger. Kwang Jiak quickly told her to open her mouth. Gently placed the miao poison into her mouth. At this moment, Tan Zhao's whole body felt very stable. The dizziness from earlier disappeared, the desire was gone too, but she had no strength left at all. "Mr. Jiang, you and I." Before she could finish the sentence, she turned around and saw a super ugly old man standing there. She was surprised. "Are you really Mr. Jiang?" She was very surprised that he looked like this. Jiang Jiao didn't know what to say, just smiled and started using his energy to revert to his normal appearance. Finally, Jiang Jiao became a normal person. "A few things happened, so I had to disguise myself a bit." Tan Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, it really is you." Only now did she realize that her clothes had disappeared. Had she been talking naked with the gentleman all this time? I remember now, in that enchantress's curtain there was Lu Xiang, and then she gradually remembered the practical actions she had taken with Mr. Jian and was at a loss for words. As for Kwang Jiak, he remained calm. After all, he was the one benefiting. In this urgent situation, I had no choice. Even if you want to be angry, we need to leave here first, and you can hold me accountable later. This is the palace of that demon consort. We don't know when she will appear, so we must leave quickly. Tan Chu looked embarrassed. I know, I don't blame you, sir. By the way, do you have a spouse? Kwang Jiak was stunned. Huh! After all, I am a cultivator. I can't easily be swayed by emotions. Tan Tu was surprised, but didn't you just help me detoxify? Isn't that already a matter of affection? Kwang Jiak could only smile wryly. So, she remembered everything that just happened. But we should drop this topic, he said. This place is dangerous. We should leave first and talk later. She smiled helplessly. I'm afraid I don't even have the strength to stand. If there's a way out of here, sir, you should go. Don't worry about me. Kwang Jiak then figured out a way to escape. Without waiting for Tan Chu's response, he hurriedly picked her up in his arms. I have a way. Forgive me, he began chanting. Spirits of the four directions heed my command. 5 ghosts clear the path. 5 gods protect us. Go! The handkerchief in Kwang Jiak's hand suddenly turned into a guiding light. Meanwhile, Hu Tuen sighed in his study. It's been a long time since I've contacted the noble from Nakhoa River. Could the flood from a few days ago really have been caused by that old black tortoise undergoing a tribulation? How dare it? Without the Emperor's decree, its actions would be disastrous. I'm afraid it has already perished, and its spirit dispersed. I told it that if it captured someone to refine pills for me, I would request the Emperor's decree for it. Why didn't it listen? Whether it lives or dies isn't important, but it must not ruin my grand plan. Who can I send to capture someone now? I wanted to use the pretext of building Bao Fong to recruit refugees and then capture them, but I was thwarted by Grand Tutor Lam Huan Fong and Prince Tan Chu. This time, I used the pretext of recruiting Taoist alchemists to deal with Tan Chu, but who would have thought she was a woman? But with that old beggar around, she must be enjoying herself immensely. Hu Tuen grinned wickedly, as if she was quite pleased. But her joy was short-lived as the light from the room where Jiang Ju and Tan Chu were guiding flashed past this place. Hu Tuen saw it, and was taken aback. This was a spell to summon a deity, and it was coming from the direction of the palace. Could it be that the old beggar is actually a master? By the time she realized, it was too late. She hurriedly shouted out, Someone, come here! Before long, the two of them had returned to An Wang's residence. Kwang Jiak had already carried Tam Chu deep into the residence, but he didn't seem to intend to put her down. He whispered softly in her ear, This is my place in the royal residence. It should be safe. He gently laid Tan Chu down on the bed. The black and white spirits that had appeared earlier gathered together in one place. Kwang Jiak respectfully bowed in gratitude. Thank you to the elders for your help. Please accept this small token of appreciation. He then offered some of his energy to the black and white spirits. Seeing this, Tan Chu thought, Mr. Kwang is truly like an immortal. Just thinking about it made her unable to suppress a smile. The art of summoning can call upon 5 gods and 5 ghosts, but even this magic has a price. Previously, when using the mysterious heavenly thunder law of the heavenly lord to subdue Old Boy Tuong, Kwang Jiak had already consumed much of his merit. Now, with the sleeping gods and 5 ghosts, it also requires the consumption of merit to be able to cast this spell. After finishing everything, Kwang Jiak turned to Tan Chu and said, If the young master is fine, then I shall take my leave. Unexpectedly, she reached out and pulled his robe. Wait, sir, could you stay with me a little longer? I still want to exchange some intelligence with you. Kwang Jiak nodded in agreement. All right, since I have nothing else to do. After properly dressing, Tan Chu sat upright at the table and said seriously, According to the intelligence you just provided, I must invite the current imperial tutor, Lam Huan Fong, to the manor for a discussion. So I'll have my trusted aide send a letter to the imperial tutor's manor. Kwang Jiak turned his head and suggested, My lord, let me go. But Tan Chu immediately declined. How could I trouble you with something like this, sir? Kwang Jiak smiled and said, It's fine. Then waved his hand. A gust of wind appeared in the room, taking the letter away to Tan Chu's surprise. She was stunned. That, Kwang Jiak calmly said. Don't worry, my lord. The letter is already in the tutor's hands. Tan Chu blushed slightly and said, Of course I trust you, sir. After that, they each focused on their own tasks in the room. However, Kwang Jiak occasionally noticed that Tan Chu kept sneaking glances at him. He then asked, My lord, is something the matter? Tan Chu quickly looked away. No, nothing. She pressed her lips together and thought, I can't let Mr. Kwang come over here. Just the two of us alone, what could happen? Unexpectedly, Kwang Jiak was already standing right behind her, softly asking, Are you really okay, sir? Your face is all red. As Tan Chu was awkwardly unsure of what to do, a subordinate knocked on the door from outside and reported, Your Highness, Advisor Lam has arrived. Tan Chu responded, Invite Advisor Lam in. Seeing this, Kwang Jiak clasped his hands and was about to take his leave. Sir, I will take my leave now. But Tan Chu said, You don't need to go anywhere, sir. Kwang Jiak smiled lightly. Please don't make things difficult for me, sir. He thought to himself. Tan Chu has long been at odds with Hu Twin. He probably already has some plans for Advisor Lam. If I don't leave now, it might be even harder to escape later. Having said that, Tan Chu could only sadly reply, All right then, you've worked hard today, sir. Please go and rest. As Kwang Jiak closed the door behind him, he noticed a figure walking by. It was Lam Huanfeng, the person Tan Chu had invited to discuss matters. Kwang Jiak clasped his hands and greeted him. Huanfeng also nodded in response. Not sure what he saw, but as he passed by, Kwang Jiak's eyes flashed. He sighed and murmured, So he's also someone with a short life. That night, at the Heart Chamber, where Hu Twin resides, she frowned and asked the maid, You said you found that old beggar in the prison. The maid knelt on the ground trembling and said, I dare not hide anything, Your Highness, that old beggar, I'm afraid he's the Taoist who was caught a few days ago. As long as the old beggar is still in the city, he definitely won't escape. I've already sent people to find him. Hu Twin said in a deep voice, Forget it. If he ran away, let him go, but Tan Chu can't escape. If he could escape right under my nose, how could he be easily found? After all, Tan Chu indeed has many talented people around him. The maid spoke again, Your Highness, if Prince Tanin tells the king about today's incident, Hu Twin replied fearlessly, Then let her talk. If I dare to do this to her, of course I have a way to deal with it. Have the people from Thian Mountain been invited yet? I reported that they will arrive tomorrow. Hu Twin asked again. Has there been any news about Kwang Jiak, the person the demon lord is searching for? I replied. I was about to report this to you, my lady. Since the incident on Nakhoa River, there has been another guest at Tanin Duke's residence. Very few people know the identity of this person, but everyone in the residence calls him Mr. Kwang. It's said that this Mr. Kwang is also skilled in fortune-telling. Hearing this, Hu Twin became slightly excited, thinking to herself, Could this be the person the demon lord is looking for, staying with Tan Chu? The next morning, at Duke's residence, the gatekeeper saw Kwang Jiak coming out and greeted him. Good day, sir. Kwang Jiak smiled and responded. I'm visiting a friend. I'll return after I'm done. The gatekeeper was very suspicious. Visiting a friend? He also noticed Kwang Jiak carrying several bags. He thought to himself. Guests usually return from the royal palace, often terrified, gathering their belongings and leaving immediately in the night. Could it be that he plans to leave too? But the Duke has ordered not to cause any trouble for Mr. Kwang, so he could only clasp his hands and bid farewell. Safe travels, sir. Kwang Jiak waved his hand. All right, goodbye, young man. The gatekeeper watched his figure gradually fade into the distance, feeling a silent regret. Mr. Kwang was favored by the prince. But even he is abandoning the prince? Alone, Kwang Jiak climbed the high mountain, gazing into the distance, thinking to himself, Ever since I came to this world, I have always acted very cautiously. Without that caution, I probably would have died long ago, but a virtuous person like young Master Chu, and fate. I can't just sit idly by anymore, he thought, then took out a knife and cut a lock of his hair, before beginning the ritual. For 3 days the knife is honored. Among all laws, the incense is the foremost. Today, I offer 3 sticks of merit incense, praying to the gods of the 4 directions, the spirits of the 6 realms, to convey the command to the immortals of the Nam Mountain, entering Yang's tomb in the Qin Kingdom. If you agree, please offer the incense. Place the incense, the ritual is complete. He smiles, sensing from behind, it's here. Whether it's a passing demon, deity, or ghost, please manifest. A wisp of smoke gathers in front of the altar. Seems like a little ghost has been summoned. Kwang Jiak speaks to the spirit. What now? Help me send this message to Mount Vietnam, and the incense offering will be yours. The little ghost is delighted, greedily absorbing the incense smoke. Kwang Jiak noticed the rapid speed and praised. This little rascal, although lacking any magic power, is indeed good at running errands. Good child, no need to thank me. Just don't forget what your brother entrusted to you. May the winds be favorable. The little rascal flew off as instructed by Kwang Jiak. The scene shifts back to Prince's residence. The gatekeeper clasped his hands and reported. Your Highness, Mr. Kwang left the residence early this morning, saying he was going out of the city to meet an old friend. Tan Chu, hands clasped behind his back, said. Mr. Kwang was someone I rescued from the Nak Hong River. It's his first time in the Tan Kingdom. Where could he possibly have any friends? The gatekeeper hesitantly added. I saw him carrying large bags. Tan Chu was silent for a moment, then turned and said. I understand, you may go. After the subordinate left, Tan Chu stood in silence, gazing into the distance, deep in thought. It's hard to blame him. That seductive concubine has always targeted me, implicating even the guests in my residence. Running away? Even Grand Tutor Lam Huin Fong is helpless, only advising me to be patient. Everyone can see that I have no way out. She looked at the place where Tan Chu stood, muttering. Mr. Kwang doesn't like being served by others. This place has always been cleaned by him. These fish aren't anything expensive, just ordinary carp. His tastes have always been peculiar. Sir, are you leaving me too? Without realizing it, her face was already covered in tears. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a familiar voice called out from behind her. Young master, are you looking for me? Kwang Jiak appeared behind her, smiling as he asked. Tan Tu was extremely excited and rushed over to ask him. Sir, why are you still here? Kwang Jiak, slightly surprised, asked. What is the young master talking about? Am I not here because you arranged it? Or, are you no longer allowing me to stay? Tan Chu hurriedly grabbed his hand and said. No, this courtyard is yours to stay in whenever you wish. Seeing her tightly holding onto his hand, Kwang Jiak awkwardly scratched his head. Young master, if someone sees this, they might think you're holding on to a thief. Tan Chu quickly let go of his hand. I'm sorry. In the blink of an eye, it was evening. In the study, Tan Shao was pouring tea for Jiang Ju while saying, I heard from the gatekeeper that you went out to meet a friend. I was wondering if you met that friend on this trip. Jiang Ju picked up the teacup and replied, No, but I did meet a messenger who helped me send a message to that friend, asking him to come to the manor for a chat. Tan Shao asked in surprise. Coming here? What kind of friend is it? Suddenly, a strong wind arose outside, and the ground inside the room began to shake. She asked in confusion. What's going on? The whole room is shaking. Jiang Ju calmly swirled the tea in his hand. Don't be afraid, it's just that person arriving. Tan Shao was utterly bewildered. Who? Who has arrived? Jiang Ju mysteriously replied. It's certainly an old friend. Outside the door, a giant shadow appeared. Tan Shao turned around and said, It seems like there's something outside. Let me go check. Then she quickly opened the door. Jiang Jiao chuckled and asked, So, did the young master see anything? Tan Shao hesitated. It seems to be a cat. Oh, it just walked in by itself. Seeing the cat come in, Jiang Jiao cheerfully waved his hand and teased, Ha, let me see who the wandering soul invited here. It seems this trip wasn't in vain. It's been a while, don't be so cold. My old friend, little mountain lord. He hugged the cat and cuddled it a bit. Tan Shao exclaimed, The little mountain lord is so cute. The little mountain lord arrogantly scratched Jiang Jiao, startling him. Who says it's not cute? Easy now. Tan Shao immediately suggested, Right, let me go get some food for the little mountain lord. Sorry to trouble you, young master. A few minutes later, Jiang Ju asked young Lord Shao, who was lying on the table. At that time, I was at Mount Tiannan for half a month. You kept avoiding me, so why did you suddenly come to Hamduong to help me personally? Young Lord Shao arrogantly pushed the teacup away and said, I can't drink this human-made stuff. Jiang Ju chuckled. There were some things I didn't understand back then, but now I've figured it out. Back then, you deliberately lured me to the Nak Hoa River to meet that tortoise Xiang. Were you trying to probe me? If you hadn't said anything, that tortoise wouldn't have dared to act recklessly. But you told everything, which led to you falling into the water, so you can't blame me for that. I was born with heterochromatic eyes. The left eye sees the goodness and evil in people's hearts, and the right eye peeks into fate and karma. But I still can't see through you. So even if I tried to probe a bit, it wouldn't be too much, right? You've read the fortunes of many beings at Mount Tiannan, so you've done a service to the mountain. Now you sent that little wandering soul to Mount Tiannan to seek help, so I will help you with all my might. At this moment, many other beings also revealed themselves outside the door. Jiangju stood up, slightly surprised, and said, I didn't expect so many friends to come. Jiang is sorry for troubling everyone. Please stay here for a while, they said in unison. Yes, Your Majesty. And then gradually dispersed in all directions. Cut to this side, Hu Tuan has just finished soaking in the bath. She asked her subordinate in a low voice. Have you found where Kwang Jiak is staying? The servant reported. Your Highness, it has been confirmed that there's a Mr. Kwang in Fu. However, despite several attempts, I couldn't enter his courtyard. Hu Tuan asked in surprise. Your cultivation is already at the 6th rank, and you still couldn't even catch a glimpse of him? The servant replied. There are many powerful demons guarding the place. Their strength far surpasses mine, and I truly couldn't do anything, Hu Tuan thought to herself. It seems that this Mr. Kwang is indeed the person the heavenly demon lord is looking for. However, his cultivation is unfathomably deep. No matter, the sword maiden won't arrive in Tan Kingdom for another 3 days. She will deal with this Mr. Kwang then, she then asked. How is Bak Nak Chan Nan? The servant replied. He has recovered and is awaiting your highness's orders. Hu Tuan sneered. That's good. It's about time to leave a great gift for Princeton. The next day, at the imperial palace, a minister bowed and reported to the king. Your Majesty, recently the scent of medicine has filled all of Hamyang City. Trees that had dried up have sprouted new buds, and flowers have bloomed out of season. It's very unusual, I fear that. Before he could finish, the eunuch behind him shouted. The queen has arrived! Hu Tuan solemnly stepped through the grand gate. Concubine Tian looked at her in confusion, wondering why she had come. At that moment, Hu Tuan clasped her hands and said to Tannen, A celestial pill has been offered to the great king. As soon as Tannen saw her arrive, he beamed with joy and called out, My beloved consort! Hurry, no need for formalities. Hu Tuan clasped her hands again and continued, I wish the great king longevity. Great king, please take the medicine, she said, opening the box in her hand to reveal a bright red pill. Tannen happily accepted and said, Even if it's poison, as long as it's given by my beloved concubine, I am willing to drink it. So, he didn't need anyone to test for poison and swallowed the pill. Then, his face changed, trembling and barely able to stand. This is... Tan Chu anxiously stepped forward and called out, Brother! At this moment, Tannen was shaking uncontrollably but still called for his beloved concubine. The palace scene became more chaotic than ever with screams. Great king! Great king! Someone, come quickly! Tan Chu immediately turned to Hu Tuan and accused. How dare you poison the king? Bring that wicked concubine here at once! Suddenly, Tannen raised his hand and spoke. Wait, my beloved concubine! Hu Tuan quickly stepped forward to support her hand, smiling sweetly and asked, Great king, how is the effect of the miracle medicine? Tannen replied, I feel refreshed and invigorated. My spirit is greatly revitalized. He quickly regained his vigor, stood up energetically, surprising everyone. The great king looked as if he had become 10 years younger. For the queen to have such abilities, she truly is a deity. The officials simultaneously bowed their heads, loudly proclaiming, A divine blessing for the nation, long live the emperor! Tenchu watched the scene and sighed. It seems the power of Tehu Hien is growing stronger and stronger, Tannen, overjoyed, said. This is all thanks to my beloved consort. What reward would you like, my dear? Hu Tuan, feigning modesty, replied. The great king praises me too much. I dare not accept such compliments, but I do have one suggestion. Every night recently, I have been praying for the prosperity of the Tan Kingdom. I have seen the northern constellation, which clearly indicates the guidance of the great emperor's fate. The prosperity of our Tan Kingdom has arrived. The great king is currently sending General Loi to march north and conquer the Wei Kingdom. Taking advantage of this auspicious sign, our Tan army must use overwhelming force to conquer the Wei Kingdom. And the great Tan will undoubtedly expand across the world. Tan Tu immediately objected. This is all nonsense. Your Majesty, the army preparing to march needs more resources, but in recent years, we've faced disaster after disaster. The people are impoverished, and the construction of the harem has consumed vast amounts of funds. The national treasury is already empty. Amid these current concerns, you're asking the soldiers to go to battle hungry. If they lose morale, even the foundation of the Qin kingdom could be shaken. The expedition at this time is utterly impossible. Hu Tuan merely chuckled at this and then, feigning regret, said, I am merely conveying the orders of the great Emperor Tu Vai. Lord and Wang, you are questioning everything. Esteemed ministers, feel free to speak up. Are you also questioning heaven's decree, or do you intend to falsely accuse me of deceiving the people? The officials all lowered their heads and said in unison, We wouldn't dare. Qin Shao gritted his teeth in frustration at their cowardice. You people. But Qin turned to flatter her, saying, As for the expedition, we shall follow my beloved consort's words, follow her words. Hu Tuan smirked. The king is wise. Qin Shao still tried to persuade him. This cannot be, your majesty. Qin, by now embracing the woman, shouted at his brother. And Wang, silence! My decision is final. Tomorrow, General Thoi will be ordered to attack the Wei kingdom immediately. Hu Tuan, pretending to be kind-hearted, said, Lord and Wang only worries for the country and the people. For his loyalty, I have prepared a great gift for him, a divine medicine. In fact, I have made 2 pills. She ordered her subordinate to bring up the remaining medicine box and handed it over to Tan Tu, saying, Oh, that's right. Princeton doesn't know, but he played a huge part in creating the divine medicine. Tan Tu stared at her blankly and asked, What? What does this mean? Hu Tuan held it in front of her and said, Lord and invites you to accept it. Tan Tu hesitantly took it, wondering what secret this pill held. Scene shifts to another place where Jiang Jiak is lying on the grass with Little Mountain Soldier, relaxing in the leisurely time of San Haikwang. Suddenly, a faint fragrance wafted by. Jiang Jiak wondered, What is that smell? It's so fragrant. Little Mountain Soldier raised his head and assessed. The smell of blood, heavy with murderous intent. Jiang Jiak was slightly surprised and sat up. Isn't this the scent of medicine? Why did Little Mountain Soldier say it's blood with murderous intent? Little Mountain Soldier replied, Just use your eyes and you'll know. That little lady is here. At that moment, Tan Tu indeed came rushing over and asked, Is the master here? Jiang Jiak asked in confusion. Young master? What's got you so flustered, young master? Tan Tu held up the pill box and replied, It's urgent. She opened the box and said, Today, that concubine handed this over to me, and I found it a bit odd, so I came to ask for your guidance. When Jiang Ju saw it, his expression changed, but Qin Shao continued, She also said that this pill has something to do with me. Can you tell why, sir? Jiang Ju waved his hand and said, Young master, you should take a look for yourself. At that moment, strange auras emanated from the pill. Qin Shao, bewildered, asked, What is this? The auras transformed into countless hands, calling out in a chilling voice, Lord and Wang, Lord and Wang. Save me, Lord and Wang, save me. Their cries were agonizing. It's too cramped in the furnace, too hot. By now, Qin Shao had lost his composure, covering his mouth and trembling uncontrollably, and accidentally stumbled over a tree root behind him. She fell backward, and at that moment, Kuang Jiak also raised his hand to collect the souls. He walked over to help her up, explaining that those were just wandering spirits not truly trapped in this elixir, and couldn't harm anyone, so she shouldn't be afraid. Normally, taking this elixir could promote blood circulation, increase longevity, and prevent illnesses and disasters in the future. However, the process of refining this elixir requires a live human sacrifice, using the 7 souls and 6 spirits of the person as the furnace, and their internal organs as the residue, which is indeed cruel. At this point, Tan Tu, trembling on the ground, said, I recognize them. Hearing this, Kuang Jiak was slightly surprised and listened to her continue. The faces of those wandering souls just now, many of them were once retainers of my household, all were loyal and patriotic cultivators, and even common people who lost their homes in disasters, whom I had helped before. I'm sorry, it's because I didn't have the ability to protect everyone, she said, her face now drenched in tears, overwhelmed with guilt. Kuang Jiak sighed and said, Silly girl, just shedding tears won't be enough to save your people. Tan Tu was stunned when hearing those words. My people? Jiang Jiak nodded. Yes, I thought about it. If Qin had no one like you to select talents, how would the people be saved by a princess who provides relief to others? Tan Tu pressed her hand to her chest. My people. She recalled discussing state affairs with her patriotic friends, thinking. Then perhaps the floods can be managed, How fortunate that the officials worked overnight to complete the construction plans. And the obedient, poor children calling her Ladian, Tenchi realized. They are the children from the refugee camp. Have you all had enough to eat? I still have. The children brought flowers, smiling as they offered them to Tenchi, surprising her greatly. For me? Then I must find a beautiful vase for them. If anyone has ill intentions towards this country, to protect them, I will fight to the death. Tenchi silently vowed to herself. Early the next morning, outside Jiang Jiak's courtyard, Tenchi anxiously murmured, "What should I do?" At that moment, Jiang Jiak appeared and noticed. Isn't that the young master? What is she doing wandering outside my courtyard? He approached and patted her on the shoulder, asking, "Young master, are you waiting for someone?" Tenchi was startled and replied, "Teacher, I." She handed a set of clothes to Kuang Jiak and said, "Please accept this." Kuang Jiak was a bit surprised and asked, "Are these new clothes?" Tenchi shyly explained, "It's from the last time we met. It seems your clothes were torn, so I asked the tailor to rush and make a new set." Kuang Jiak smiled and accepted them, saying, "Then I've troubled you, sir. Are you planning to enter the palace, sir?" Tenchi asked back, "Oh, do you know what I intend to do?" Kuang Jiak nodded yes, "But are you really confident about this trip?" Tenchi's expression became serious, and she solemnly said, "I'm not certain, but for the people of Tan, I'm willing to risk it." Hearing this, Kuang Jiak didn't stop her, only saying, "I understand, though it's not my place to advise you. I just want to give you one piece of advice before we part. If you face a difficult situation, you can silently recite Tu Chu Thien Tai Hu Chan Quan. Remember that, sir." Watching the figure gradually disappear, Kuang Jiak pursed his lips and thought to himself, "If that's her destiny, then, may she cherish it greatly." Scene transition. A fragment of a past memory suddenly appeared. Hong Mi, come closer." A child knelt before the king. "Your son greets the father," the king said. "I have a task I want to test you with." So that child is Tan Vu Quan Tannen in his youth. Hearing his father say that, he was a little scared. "Yes, homework, what homework?" The stern king said, "You are the crown prince of Tan Kingdom, of course. It is to assess the governance of the country. I ask you, a severe drought occurred in the south this year, causing the people to be displaced. How should it be resolved?" Tannen hesitantly replied, "The southern drought, displaced people, I think, should. The king impatiently rolled his eyes. "Should do what?" "Should reduce taxes, increase grain reserves, build warehouses to prepare for floods and droughts, send envoys to listen to the people's opinions." That coherent, unwavering answer came from the young Tanchu. Seeing her clear response, the king was very pleased and laughed heartily. "Haha, Tu Nhi is truly clever. It's just a pity you are a girl," he said. Then he lifted his little daughter. Then he said to Tannen kneeling below, "And as for you, you basically have no talent for ruling a country." Those words haunted Tannen for a long time, and at this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. His whole body drenched in sweat, he turned to the eunuch and asked, "Why did I fall asleep? Did I miss my beloved's dance performance?" The eunuch standing nearby replied, "Don't worry, my lord, the dance has just begun, but I have something to report. The front line is continuously retreating, and with the meager pay, many soldiers have deserted one after another. General Doi is almost unable to hold on." Hearing this, Tannen was shocked and asked again, Soldiers deserting, how can that be?" A hand swung through the air. Hu Twin, who had appeared out of nowhere, slapped the eunuch to the ground, shouting angrily, "Wretch, what nonsense are you spouting here? Someone, drag this wretched servant away and execute him." The eunuch knelt down in fear, pleading, "Your Highness, spare me, Your Highness, spare me." Seeing this, Tannen also approached her, "Beloved." Hu Twin turned and smiled sweetly, "My lord, why are you still standing there? The dance will start right away, and all the dancers this time are stunning beauties." Tannen, enchanted, took her hand. "All right then." At that moment, another eunuch came forward and reported, "Your Majesty, Lorden and Lordly Huan Fong have intruded into the inner palace. I was unable to stop them. They. The eunuch hesitantly pointed behind him. "Your Majesty, please look. They've arrived." At that moment, Tan Tu and 3 other ministers were passing through, all dressed in white garments. They bowed their heads in unison and said, "Your servants pay their respects to your Majesty." Tannen, upon seeing this, angrily asked, Well, you're wearing mourning clothes to curse my death, aren't you?" Tan Chu, with utmost righteousness, replied, "I wear mourning clothes for the innocent people of Tan Kingdom who died unjustly, mourning for a country on the brink of ruin." Tannen sneered and sarcastically asked, Oh, then I want to hear how the country is on the brink of ruin. Tan Chu immediately knelt down and accused Hu Twin. The wicked concubine Hu Twin used living people to refine elixirs, treating human lives like grass. Not only did she cause chaos in the inner palace, but she also spread malicious rumors, inciting unrest. She must be imprisoned in the heavenly prison immediately. Tannen, hearing this, suspiciously asked, "Do you have evidence?" "You cannot falsely accuse my beloved concubine." Tan Chu's face hardened as he responded. "Evidence? Does the Emperor brother really not know the situation at the front line? It's still not too late for you to wake up now. If you continue to defend her, I will," Tannen challenged. "What will you do?" At this moment, several high officials simultaneously knelt and said, "If the bewitching consort is not removed, we request to retire and return to our homeland, abandoning state affairs." Hearing this, Tannen frowned angrily. "How can this be? You are forcing the king to abdicate." The woman, Hu Twin, standing behind, finally spoke up. "All of you esteemed officials, who hold high positions and power, want to use your influence to coerce the king and bully a weak woman like me. However, retiring and returning home seems to be too late. Recently, I acquired a book containing the letters of rebellion from Prince and Grand Preceptor Lam Huinfong." Tan Chu angrily scolded her. "You're lying! Lam Huinfong and I are absolutely loyal to Great Qin." Lam Huinfong also gritted his teeth and cursed. "This wicked woman." Hu Twin leisurely sat down, clapping her hands to signal her subordinates. "Yes, I also have a witness. Bring Bai Nok, the true man, and Master Thoi up." Tan Chu looked back and saw Master Thoi being escorted up. He breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Master Thoi was still alive. Upon being brought in, Taoist Master Thoi bowed his head and spoke. "This humble servant confesses. Tan Chu has harbored ambitions for a long time. While at the fief, he accumulated and raised troops, plotting rebellion. Tan Chu has also hidden a dragon robe in the prince's residence. Your Majesty can send someone to search for it." Tan Chu couldn't believe his ears. She burst into tears and asked Taoist Master Thoi, "Even though you and I are master and servant, we've been like teacher and friend. I've always considered you a confidant." "Why?" Taoist Master Thoi lowered his face and said, "Your Highness, loyalty and righteousness cannot both be upheld." After hearing this, Tannen trembled with rage and pointed accusingly. "Tan Chu, how do you explain this?" Tan Chu didn't show any weakness and sternly said, "Brother, I am telling you that I was framed by the demon concubine. Do you believe me?" At this moment, Tannen's entire body was slightly trembling. "Then, imprison Princeton in the Grand Court and await judgment." At this, Huinfong couldn't hold back and exclaimed, "Tan Vu Quan, how could the late Emperor have entrusted the throne to someone like you?" Hu Twin immediately took the opportunity to shout, "Rebellion! Quickly escort these people away!" Tan Chu anxiously watched Huinfong being surrounded, while Lord Lam remained unfazed and said, "I am a veteran of 3 reigns in the Tan dynasty. How dare you treat me like this? You are losing the people's trust, and the kingdom of Tan will fall by your hands." Tan Chu stepped in front of Huinfong and said to Tannen, "Brother, you are fundamentally incapable of ruling the country." Tannen's eyes immediately flashed with resentment. He turned his head away and said, "Forget it, I'm tired. My beloved consort, handle all these matters." Tan Chu reached out to stop him. Brother, you can't just walk away like this." But Tannen seemed not to hear and continued walking. The soldiers held Tan Chu back with their spears. Hu Twin smugly pretended to be concerned. Oh dear, the king has entrusted such important matters to a woman like me. What should I do?" "Tomorrow, execute them." She smiled cruelly as she gave the order. Her time had come. Huinfong, angry, stepped forward to shield Tan Chu and shouted, "How dare you, witch? If you harm Princeton today, I will fight you to the death." A spear thrust forward, and Tan Chu cried out in horror, "Lord Lam!" He sacrificed himself, bravely taking the spear to his stomach. "A great minister has passed away forever." Hu Twin sneered as she commanded, "All right, seize them." She approached the subdued Tan Chu and mocked, "Lorden, are you pleased with the grand gift I have presented?" Tan Chu, now weary, covered his face and pondered. "What should I do, sir?" That night thousands of palace guards stormed into Prince N's residence. The sounds of shouting and cries for help echoed endlessly. 2 maidservants with veils came to knock on the door of the room where Kwang Jiak used to stay. Mr. Kwang, are you there? Our lady has sent for you." After waiting a few seconds, one of the maidservants suggested, "Let's open the door and go in." In the empty room, they frowned. Oh, he's already gone? Let's go back and report to the lady. The master who met with disaster has fled as well. What is Heaven's Lord searching for? This Kwong person turned out to be nothing after all. The next morning, the streets were abuzz with news. Have you heard? They're going to execute Princeton at the city gate today. How could that be? The king isn't that foolish. Isn't it because of that person? Hurry, let's go see. They approached some guards asking, What's really going on, sir? Are the rumors true? The guards waved their spears to drive them away. Move along, don't block the way. A while later, the people standing around noticed that the city gates were opening. A solitary figure appeared through the gap in the gate. That person's steps were unsteady, trembling continuously, and their legs were bleeding profusely. The tortured prisoner was... No, it's impossible. It was Lord Wang. She was in a very pitiful state at that time. Can mortals truly defy fate and change their destiny? At this moment, Jiangju had transformed into the shape of a large spirit beast, standing beside Jiangju by a lake. Jiangju looked up in contemplation, wondering what fate truly is. He remembered when he was still at the Anwang residence and had offered to Tan Chiu. Young master, may I cast a fortune for you? Tan Chiu was slightly surprised but extended his hand. Ah, then I shall trouble you, sir. Jiangju then received a notification from the system. Consume 1,000 points. He hesitated, thinking. So few points could it be? After agreeing, information about Tan Chiu appeared. In the 49th year of the Tan Yuan calendar, Princess Tan Wang gave birth to a daughter named Chiu. At the age of 8, Tan Chiu was proficient in classical texts, rites, and music, mastering the 6 noble arts. None of the princes or princesses could compare, and she was close to her older brother, the crown prince. At the age of 12, Tan Chiu entered the imperial library to review memorials for her father, handling matters with diligence. At 14, before her father passed away, he ordered Tan Chiu to assist the crown prince in governing the country. She was bestowed the title Anwang, becoming the first female noble of the Tan kingdom. When Tan Shao governed the country, he was fair and just, valued talented people, and was loved by the people. At 18, the new Emperor Tan Wu sent Tan Shao to Fong Nam Duong. Tan Shao left Hamduong. At 23, he fell in love with a femme fatale, and on his way back to Hamduong, he encountered floods and saved the common people. At 23, he was accused of treason by the femme fatale and sentenced to be cut in half. At this point, Jiangju could only sigh helplessly. He spoke frankly to her, not hiding anything. He said that even though the young master was exceptionally talented, he was about to be condemned for treason and could only die. Tan Shao was silent for a few seconds, then said, I understand. But if no one fights for justice, it will be buried forever. For the people of the Tan Kingdom, I'm willing to die. Even if this is fate. Jiangju was surprised to hear this. At that moment, the young general behind Jiangju asked in a deep voice. Knowing you'll die, you still want to go? Sir, are there really such foolish people in this world? Jiangju replied. Because in her heart, righteousness is more important than life itself. The young general questioned further. Are you also someone with such righteousness in your heart, sir? Kwang Jiak responded with a cold smile. I am just an ordinary man. Oh, then stay here. This is indeed a place with beautiful scenery. Let's prepare the offering to the heavens for you here, my king. At this moment, Tan Chiu, disheveled after a night of torment, sat on the platform awaiting execution, while Tannen lay unconscious on the bed, unaware of the situation. Hu Twin stood beside them, shedding tears out of worry, though it was unclear if they were genuine. The subordinates were astonished. Your Highness, are you crying? Hu Twin quickly composed herself and said, No, I'm fine. Hurry to the execution ground. Has there been any news from Lord Feng, the sword servant? A maid replied. No, but that man named Kwang hasn't shown up either. On the way to the execution ground, Hu Twin frowned and asked, Why is it so noisy? The maid responded, Your Highness, there are many commoners at the execution ground. The people below the platform are outraged. How could this be? Is Princeton really rebelling? How is that possible? He must have been framed. Even Minister Lin has fallen victim to such schemes. The Qin kingdom is on the brink of collapse. For years now, the court has imposed heavy taxes on grain. If it weren't for Princeton pleading on their behalf, the people would have all perished. The commoners of Xianyang have watched Princeton grow up since childhood. She's not just the late emperor's daughter, she's the daughter of the entire nation. A monk passing by the crowd murmured. Just the beheading, what's there to see? The young monk beside him curiously asked. But master, I heard the people's voices. They all say the one being beheaded is the daughter. Master, in this world, good people often meet bad ends. So why should we practice virtuous deeds? The monk replied to the child. You're still young. Let's hurry and leave. At this moment, the people continued to shout. Release Princeton! The soldiers angrily blocked them. What are you doing? What are you doing? If you interfere with official duties, we won't be so polite. Standing above, Hu Tuan frowned and asked. Is it not time yet? I'm getting impatient. The maid beside him suggested. Shall I give the order to proceed with the execution immediately? The people below kept pushing forward, trying to reach the execution ground. Release him! Seeing this, Hu Tuan clicked his tongue and thought. No, if we let them riot. Then she loudly ordered. Don't wait any longer, execute them. Suddenly, Qin Xiao remembered what Jiang Jiao had told her earlier. If you encounter a difficult situation, silently recite, Purple Star, Heavenly Void, Celestial Army. She clasped her hands together and thought of Jiang Jiao. Sir, the only God in my heart. Do you know that I am your most loyal devotee? He is also setting up a formation to change the heavens and alter fate for you. Qin Xiao looked up and silently recited. Purple Star, Heavenly Void, Celestial Army. Just as the executioner raised the blade, Jiang Jiao sensed it and thought. It seems the time has come. The system appears, asking if it should change Tan Tu's fate. It requires consuming 100,000 of his merits. His current merit is 74,535. Kuang Jiak thinks, the young master has devoted his entire life to the Qin kingdom, and accumulated quite a lot of merit. However, in the end, it comes to the point where his fate must be altered. The system informs Kuang Jiak that he can use his own merit to make up for Tan Tu's shortfall, leaving him utterly surprised. So, it turns out this is possible. Alright, the fate has been successfully altered. The little mountain soldier beside him is astonished and wonders, what's going on? The bond between those two is becoming stronger and stronger. The scholar is clearly a human cultivator, with no trace of divine energy, yet why does he possess a divine title? Is the scholar a man or a god? Below the law hall, the people are confused and terrified. Lord Anvang, could it be that Anvang cannot escape this misfortune? The Qin kingdom is on the brink of destruction. Who will save this country? Tan Tu's head is severed from his neck, but unexpectedly it turns into water. The people below are shocked to realize, what is this? Lord Anvang's body. How is this possible? Hu Tuan was bewildered. Could it be? Tan Tu's body floated into the air, dissolving into streams of water. Is this a miracle? It must be. The heavens have heard the cries for help from Princeton and the people. O divine beings, O divine beings. The young mountain lord appeared majestically, riding on Kuang Jiak's back, carrying the pleas of the suffering people, begging for you to stop and make this land glorious once more. One man and one beast descended onto the execution ground. Hu Tuan was horrified to recognize Kuang Jiak. It was him. At this moment, Kuang Jiak stood on the platform and shouted, People of Qin, General Thoi has withdrawn from the battle with Wei and is leading 100,000 troops towards Hamdyun. If you love this land, help me. Fight to overthrow the tyrant. Hu Tuan gritted his teeth in anger, cursing inwardly. That damned heretic! Why hasn't Feng Qi come to help me? Could this be the will of the demon lord? What's really going on? Meanwhile, the people, responding passionately to Kuang Jiak's call, shouted, Yes! Let's also rise up to overthrow the corrupt ruler, eradicate the wicked consort, avenge Princeton, and seek justice for the loyal heroes of Qin. The maid beside Hu Tuan fearfully said, This is bad, the people are rioting. Hu Tuan frowned and yelled, Guards, where are the guards? Quickly mobilize 50,000 guards. The brave citizens charged forward. Seeing this, Hu Tuan immediately ordered, Execute these rebels and that heretic for me. The guards obeyed the order and advanced toward the people with their spears. Kuang Jiak said to the young mountain warrior beside him, Please, mountain warrior. The young mountain warrior charged forward, easily tossing the guards aside. Hu Tuan shouted anxiously, Do not retreat, execute them for me. Kuang Jiak spoke in a deep voice. The great trend of the world, when long divided, must unite. When long united, must divide. To Hu Tuan, you conspired with Tan Vuquan, framing Princeton, perhaps intending to make Tan's kingdom your own. But you failed to see where the people's hearts lie. And the nation's fate. Months ago, the The Dragon of Fate was still trapped in dark chains, but now it has transformed into a fiercely powerful red dragon. With that, Kwang Jiak extended both hands forward. A force emanated from his hands, glowing powerfully. Kwang Jiak called out loudly, his expression resolute as he looked straight ahead, his hands clasped together. "The King of Qin, come out to meet me!" A bright light spread all around, accompanied by a resonating sound. The light of power continuously spread, permeating every corner around. Inside the house, Tannen, with a startled expression, heard the sound and leaned forward, shouting, Who is calling me?" He shoved aside the maidservant next to him, and dashed straight towards the door. Tannen rushed forward, grabbing tightly onto the black sword in front of him. Without a word, he charged towards the door, ignoring the surprised maidservants in the room. Outside, the vast blue sky and gently floating white clouds seemed to merge as one. The scene outside was beautiful. Tannen finally ran outside the city. He stood there, dazed, hearing the echoing sounds. In front, the cries of the people kept resounding. "Down with the tyrant king, destroy the demon consort!" Tannen, holding his sword, stared blankly at Hu Tuen and the sound. He asked, "Beloved consort, what's going on?" The maid beside him, startled upon seeing Tannen, stammered, My king!" Tannen stepped up onto the city wall and looked down, frowning. The maid next to him replied, There's a wicked priest spreading lies, inciting the people to rebel. My king, it's not safe along the city's streets." "A wicked priest?" Tannen muttered in surprise. Below, Kwang Jiak stood with a determined expression. Looking up at Tannen, realizing something, Kwang Jiak thought, "The Scarlet Dragon, the Protector." A dragon suddenly appeared behind Tannen. Seeing that figure, Kwang Jiak realized. "This must be Tan Vu Quan." Tannen frowned and said, An outsider, not content with meditating in the mountains, dares to meddle in court affairs. "What do you seek from me?" Kwang Jiak boldly replied. "I am a fortune-teller, wandering the lands, practicing my trade in the market. When I first passed through the land of Tan and arrived in Hamdeung, a scarlet dragon appeared in my dreams. The dragon entrusted me to come and see how the king of Tan was faring and what the future holds for Tan. I asked that your majesty lend me something you always carry with you." Upon hearing this, Tannen was utterly shocked and thought, how could this wicked priest know about the Scarlet Dragon? Could Chancellor Tan Chu Lam's prophecy have come true? This is truly impossible. Taking out the jade pendant in his hand, Tannen thought further. The Red Dragon has always been in hiding, and what is this about the fall of Great Qin? Do they really think I know nothing about the fate of the nation? I was initially willing to be lenient, but this thief deserves to die 1,000 times over. Thinking this, Tannen threw the jade pendant down and said to Jiang Ju, "Perhaps you're also a remnant of the Qin Shao faction, aren't you? I really want to hear your thoughts on the fate of the Qin state." A system notification appeared. "Should we let Tan Wu deduce the divine will? This deduction will consume 100 West Destiny points." Thinking of this, Jiang Ju smiled and looked at the jade pendant, thinking, "Exactly." Sun Quan gradually appeared behind Jiang Ju, and he said, "The father devours the son kills the father, the lord kills his subjects, the subjects rebel against the lord, the nation is no longer a nation, Great Qin should perish." Hearing this, Tannen was furious, pointing down at Jiang Ju and shouting, "You little brat dare deceive everyone! Seize this demon for me!" Immediately, the soldiers rushed at Jiang Ju from behind like hungry leeches, but Jiang Ju stood there with a completely calm demeanor. Suddenly, something emerged from the ground, knocking the soldiers down and leaving them utterly shocked. "Wow, what is this monstrous thing?" It turns out that it's a giant snake demon covered in green scales and possessing an incredibly terrifying power. The soldiers cried out in panic. "Ah, the snake is huge!" Tannen stood high above and shouted loudly, "How dare you!" He immediately grabbed the black sword and leaped down from above. Seeing this, Hu Tuen hurriedly reached out to stop him. "Great King, you mustn't!" Tannen arrogantly frowned and shouted, "I am the son of heaven of the Qin kingdom, protector of the nation's fate. How dare a little demon cause chaos before the son of heaven?" Then he slashed directly forward, cutting the giant snake in half, making it scream in immense pain. The giant snake, defeated, fell freely to the ground in front of Jiang Ju. Immediately, Tannen brandished his sword and charged straight at Jiang Ju, shouting, "Evil priest, face your punishment!" Seeing Tannen's demeanor, Jiang Ju thought, "Is this the power of the Red Dragon's protective aura? It's clear now." Kang Jiak effortlessly caught Qin and sword with just 2 fingers. This parry left Qin utterly shocked, His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at King Jiak, thinking in astonishment, how is this possible? Who on earth is this person? Despite the power of the Red Dragon, the situation had completely changed. King Jiak calmly said, "So, this is the Emperor's sword imbued with the breath of the dragon?" Then, with a confident smile, King Jiak looked at Qin and said, "It can't withstand a single strike." With a slight movement of his hand, Qin An's sword shattered into pieces. At that moment, the Red Dragon seemed to lose its power. Both Qin An and the Red Dragon cried out, "Ah!" Seeing the dangerous situation, Hu Tuan panicked and shouted, "My lord!" A moment later, the Red Dragon flew from Qin An toward King Jiak. King Jiak then said, "The merit of the Red Dragon, I've already received half of the nation's fate." Qin An, stunned, stammered, What?" King Jiak continued, "And you, Qin Vuquan, do you admit your guilt?" Qin An still tried to defend himself. What crime have I committed?" Immediately, Kwang Jiak held the talisman in his hand and shouted loudly, "You don't know? Then I'll let you know. Summon the Minister of Thunder, divine weapons spread across 8 directions. Thunder God help me." Instantly, a massive bolt of lightning struck down directly onto the walls of Tannin. He panicked and shouted, "My harem!" Kwang Jiak then yelled, "Look behind the harem garden! What's hidden there?" From behind the garden, a swarm of vengeful spirits emerged, filled with overwhelming resentment, screaming in pain and anger. "Great King! Great King!" The surrounding citizens, with faces full of shock, said, "So many spirits! Could it be that the secret of the palace truly involves using people to refine elixirs?" The vengeful spirits, without hesitation, rushed straight at Tannin, shouting, "Great King, return our lives! Give us back our lives!" At the same time, as Tannin was utterly terrified, Kwang Jiak approached and placed his hand on Tannin's back, saying, "Great King, do you know these people?" At that moment, Tannin stammered, I. Kwang Jiak replied, "Of course you know them. These people were once the citizens of the Tan Kingdom, but now their souls have become the elixir's essence, leaving behind only these remnants." Kwang Jiak furrowed his brows and continued, "The elixir in your belly, a mouth that can swallow thousands. Tan Vuquan, can you truly be at ease?" Instead of showing remorse, this Tannin arrogantly argued, "Since they are my people, how can using them be wrong? What crime have I committed?" "What crime? Humph, I can't listen to this any longer," Jiang Jiao said as he pushed Tannin forward. Jiang Jiao continued, "The Red Dragon in my dream gave me 2 items, one of them being the dragon tail guillotine, which beheads tyrants above and demons below. If you feel innocent, why not step onto this guillotine?" The guillotine then appeared and grew enormous before Jiang Jiao's eyes. Jiang Jiao approached the guillotine, raised his hand, and said, "Please step onto the guillotine." Tannin replied, "Are you kidding me? Why should I?" Suddenly his body lost control. Tannin thought in fear, "Wait, what's happening to my body?" He lost control again and moved closer to the guillotine. His body seemed to be controlled by some force as he took step after step towards the guillotine. Tannin shouted in fear, "What have you done, you wicked priest? Stop this at once!" Above the city wall, Yu Quan furrowed his brow in panic as he looked down, thinking, "This is bad. Let him go." Hu Tuan jumped down and shouted loudly. Seizing the opportunity, Kwang Jiak immediately paid attention to Hu Tuan's direction. Hu Tuan rushed straight towards Kwang Jiak, who was shocked to realize it. Sun Quan immediately charged forward and shouted, "You wicked woman, how dare you disturb the master!" Without hesitation, Sun Quan rushed forward, opened his mouth wide, and unleashed a fiery attack. At that moment, Hu Tuan's face was filled with confusion, unable to react in time. A blazing wave of fire shot directly towards Hu Tuan, engulfing and burning her. Tannin saw this and, with a horrified expression, cried out, "Beloved consort! Your Majesty!" Hu Tuan was engulfed by flames, his entire body weakening. With his last bit of strength, Hu Tuan called for Tannin. From his legs, Hu Tuan gradually turned jade green. At that moment, the surrounding people were all astonished, shouting that the demon consort's body had turned into something resembling jade. Could she truly be a demon? Finally, Hu Tuan fell to the ground, leaving Tannin in shock. "My love! As for Sun Quan," he said, "the hearts of the people and the fate of the nation are not in your hands. Yet you still dared to act insolently before me." Sun Quan stepped on Hu Tuan's head as she screamed in pain. "Hua!" Sun Quan looked towards Kwang Jiak and continued, Master, please proceed. Leave this demoness to me. Without hesitation, Kwang Jiak immediately said. Open the left gate, execute the soldiers. Suddenly, a force pulled Tannen toward the execution platform, causing him to cry out in fear. Ah! Meanwhile, Hu Twin cried out in panic and fear. Your Majesty! She hurriedly used all her strength to kick Sun Quan away. Then Hu Twin used all her strength to rush towards Tannen, who was lying in front of the guillotine. Hu Twin shouted, My lord! In a flash, the blade of the guillotine fell down. Tannen was extremely surprised and stared ahead. Now he had been pushed far away from the guillotine, and in front of him were a pair of hands reaching out. Consort, it turned out that Hu Twin had just managed to push Tannen away from the guillotine and took the blow herself. Her whole body was gradually smoking, and cracks appeared on her hands along with an extremely painful expression on her face. At this moment, Kwang Jiak was a bit surprised, furrowing his brows and thinking, could it really be the disturbance? So she used all her demon power to resist? Without further hesitation, Kwang Jiak shouted loudly. Slash! The executioner used all his strength to strike another blow, causing Hu Twin immense pain and making her eyes widen. Tannen was stunned and thought, why did she have to do that? A sharp cry of, behead, echoed once more, and finally, Hu Twin was completely drained of strength. Beloved! Tannen quickly rushed to where Hu Twin lay motionless before the guillotine. Tannen helped Hu Twin up and cried. Hu Twin's entire body had now turned jade green. She struggled to use her last bit of strength to speak her unfinished words. Great King, don't look at me anymore. In this form, I must be hideously ugly. The commoners below were all astonished and said, She really is a demon. No wonder the Great King was bewitched by her. Not letting the scene drag on, Kwang Jiak stepped forward and said, Tannen, you conspired to seize the fate of the entire Tan Kingdom to escape divine retribution, slaughtering the innocent people of the nation. You've already committed heinous crimes. What more do you have to say? Hearing this, Hu Twin used her last breath to continue. My divine retribution. If I didn't seize the fate of a nation, I wouldn't be able to resist it. Perhaps even in death, my sins aren't absolved, but I still want to know why. Why fate is like this. After saying her final words, Hu Twin lay on her back, staring at the sky. Her entire body began to glow. Hearing this, Kwang Jiak was suddenly very surprised and thought, Is it really fate? Then Kwang Jiak looked up at the clear blue sky and the white clouds, continuing to think. What exactly is fate? Kwang Jiak then signaled to Sun Quan. Let's go, Sun Quan. The difficulties of Zichlong have been overcome. The rest should be left for the people of the entire nation to decide. After that, he mounted Sun Quan and flew away from the Qin kingdom. Finally, they returned to a cave. The eyes of a girl slowly opened. She was now extremely surprised to find herself lying inside a cave. Tan Chu stared blankly at the cave ceiling and thought, Am I still alive? Tan Chu immediately sat up, a bit panicked, and said, I remember I was just at the execution ground begging for the master's help. Where is this? My hat. Under the shade of the trees with leaves gently falling in the cool breeze, Tan Chu raised her hand to tie and fasten her hair while saying, This will have to do for now. Suddenly Jiang Ju approached, causing Tan Xiao to be slightly startled and said, Sir, it really was you who saved me. That mantra of yours, I thought you were just comforting me. Sir, this is... Finally you're awake. Jiang Ju immediately approached, knelt in front of Tan Xiao, took her hand and said, My king. At that moment, Jiang Ju's face was filled with joy as he looked at Tan Xiao without blinking. Seeing this, Tan Xiao was also very surprised, raised her hand, and looked toward Jiang Ju. Then Tan Xiao quickly turned away, withdrew her hand, and denied it. Sir, don't joke. How could I become a king? I'm just a woman. Hearing this, Jiang Ju took her hand and helped her up, happily saying, But my lord, is this something to be ashamed of? Tan Xiao lowered her face and said, It's a pity that I'm a girl, a pity. Jiang Ju replied. The fate of the Qin state is near. What are your plans? Hearing this, Tan Xiao was extremely surprised and said, The fate of the Qin state is near? Jiang Ju replied. That's right. Tan Xiao then said. Then I must return to Xianyang City and help the people overcome this hardship. Kwang Jiak bowed his head slightly, smiling as he said, If that's the case, then let it be. It's time for me to leave the Qin kingdom. Hearing this, Tan Chu was extremely surprised. Sir, Kwang Jiak smiled and pointed toward the spirit beasts behind him, saying, This place is the residence of the boar spirit and his family. We've troubled them long enough. Hearing this, Tan Chu was even more surprised and replied, Oh, I see. My apologies, my apologies. We will leave immediately. A moment later, under the sky where sunlight filtered through the golden leaves, Tan Chu was sitting on the back of the large boar. Kwang Jiak, holding the little Sun Quan, said, Who would have thought that the boar spirit would actually agree to take Princeton back to Hamdying City? Tan Chu, still somewhat surprised, said, Then, we must trouble the boar spirit. Standing beside them, Kwang Jiak continued, The fate of Qin is nearing its end. In the future, when you act, you must carefully consider the heavens and the earth before using the title of Qin. Kwang Jiak then handed something to Tan Chu, saying, This is something a friend asked me to keep. Today, I give it to you. When Tan Chu opened it, she saw a jade pendant resembling a green seal. She was extremely surprised and said, Sir, is this the imperial seal? Kwang Jiak then bowed and spoke to the boar. Boar spirit, I must trouble you further. Please take Princeton to General Thoi's encampment outside Hamdying City. Go. And finally, the boar rushed off swiftly. On its back, Tan Chu, still somewhat surprised, said, Sir. Kwang Jiak called out, Meet with General Thoi outside Hamdying City. Hearing this, Tan Chu's tears began to fall uncontrollably. She thought, Outside Hamdying City. The soldiers are waiting, thinking. Tan Chu then took off the hairpin. The dragon god appeared above Tan Chu, and the boar charged forward. The queen returned. At that moment, Kwang Jiak, holding little Sun Quan, stood from a distance watching Tan Chu's fading figure, feeling deeply cherished. The moment of parting is indeed sad. But you won't leave me, right, Sun Quan? Kwang Jiak then released Sun Quan, approached his backpack, and continued. Then we should be on our way too. He put the backpack on his shoulder, and just as Sun Quan crawled in, Kwang Jiak said, Hey, by theory you should be my mount, but now I've become yours. This isn't right, sir. Sun Quan replied. Shut up, hurry up. Don't forget that crazy sword-wielding maniac is still chasing us. Got it, got it. Sit tight, human, said Kwang Jiak as he continued down the road. Human. Kwang Jiak hummed a tune. Can you stop walking? 3 days ago, little monk Kalak saw a wine jar in the Lama's hand and reminded him. Master, you're drinking again? Approaching the two of them was an uninvited guest, wearing a hat with a veil covering his face. The Lama accidentally spills wine on the other person. The Lama sighs, clasps his hands, and apologizes. Oh no, look at my clumsy hands, female benefactor, are you alright? Phoenix Sword Slave stands still, where the clothes were splashed. A few streams of black smoke emerge. Phoenix Sword Slave removes her hat and coldly says, A Lama of the Linghong Temple with such profound Buddhist teachings shouldn't have shaky hands, should he? I see that you are. Phoenix Sword Slave pauses for a moment, then continues, eagerly seeking death. Her entire face expresses immense anger, with red scales and pitch-black pupils clearly visible on one side of her face. The Lama calmly responds with clasped hands. Enough, enough, I cannot meddle in worldly affairs, but matters concerning demons must be dealt with. The Lama immediately performs a ritual, waves his staff, and instantly subdues the sword army. Standing nearby, Kalak gasps in awe. Master is still the best, the demon's sister has been sucked into his sleeve. The Lama denies and thinks further. No, the demon we've encountered this time is not easy to deal with. We should leave the city quickly before the common people get involved. In the forest, Kwang Jiak is riding on Sun Quan's back, moving along. Sun Quan suddenly asks, Sir, if you say Feng Qi No is chasing you, then why didn't she appear at the execution ground? Kwang Jiak responds, I don't know, you'll have to ask her. After pondering for a while, Sun Quan asks, Actually, there's something I've always wanted to ask. Why did you get involved with a great demon like Feng Qi No? Kwang Jiak is taken aback. What? Is she that strong? Sun Quan begins to explain. Let's put it this way, Feng Qi No also goes by the name Huin Kim Quan. When Huin Kim Quan's reputation spread far and wide, I was still nursing. Later on, that woman became the maidservant of the demon Lord Du Sun Lam. With such a powerful master backing her, this Huin Kim Quan is really not easy to deal with. Kwang Jiak scratched his head awkwardly and said, Actually, I have no personal grudge against her, but her master seems to have a bit of a conflict with me. Sun Quan was shocked, mouth agape, frozen for a few seconds. Sun Quan suddenly transforms back into a cat, and Sun Quan throws Kwang Jiak to the ground. Kwang Jiak complains immediately, Why did you suddenly stop like that while we were running so fast? It's dangerous. Sun Quan, even more enraged, burst out. I think we should just end ourselves. Of all the people to offend, why did you have to provoke someone so terrifying? Help. The crazy cat is killing its owner. We have to share the trouble. A cat should have some loyalty. Kwang Jiak screamed as Sun Quan continuously clawed at him. Meanwhile, a familiar figure dressed in black approached Kwang Jiak. This person is none other than Feng Kim No, aka Huan Kim Quan. She stepped forward arrogantly and said, Kwang Jiak, you made it really hard for me to find you. Kwang Jiak and Sun Quan were terrified, their hair standing on end. What the hell? Speak of the devil and the devil appears. Little Sun Quan suddenly jumped out of Jiang Jiao's hand. Jiang Jiao immediately called out, Sun Quan. Little Sun Quan stood in front of Jiang Jiao to protect him. At this moment Jiang Jiao was somewhat moved and thought to himself, Sun Quan usually likes to brag and show off like a proud cat, but unexpectedly in a critical moment, he stood alone in front. Sorry Sun Quan, I misunderstood you. At this moment Jiang Jiao was almost dying of regret, and wanted to send 1,000 apologies to Sun Quan. But reality is not like a dream. Little Sun Quan boldly shirked responsibility and said, When Sword Quan, in fact, Mr. Jiang and I are just strangers meeting by chance. Grievances have a source, debts have an owner. When Sword Quan don't harm innocent people. At this moment Jiang Jiao just wanted to retract his thoughts and put a leash on little Sun Quan. If it has nothing to do with you, then there's no need to particularly keep you alive, Sword Quan said coldly like a knife as he stepped past the trembling little Sun Quan. After all, even a cat has self-respect. Little Sun Quan immediately activated giant mode. Little Sun Quan transformed into Sun Quan, swung a swipe at Sword Quan, but Sword Quan wasn't easy to handle, quickly dodged and mocked, Are you too naive, little cat of the southern sky? And among the 36 strategies, fleeing is the best plan. Sun Quan was no exception. He immediately ran to Jiang Jiao and hurriedly said, Sir, let's run. Kwang Jiak jumped onto Sun Quan's back, and the two of them quickly fled, leaving Kim Quan behind. Sun Quan was running but still extremely cautious. Sir, please look and see if that woman is following us. Kwang Jiak looked back and said, No, she's not. We might have escaped. Ouch. Kwang Jiak exclaimed as Sun Quan suddenly stopped again. Kwang Jiak asked in confusion, Why did you stop suddenly? It's a good thing I didn't fall off. Look ahead, sir. Blocking their path was none other than Kim Quan, leaning against a tree, seemingly waiting for quite some time. Sun Quan inquired, Sir, if we surrender now, do you think she will treat us better? Kwang Jiak hesitantly replied, Whether she'll treat us well or not, I don't know, but with her personality, I am still useful. At least for now, there's no life-threatening danger. Sun Quan sarcastically doubted. Then does that mean I, being useless, will be killed by her sword? Kwang Jiak offered some comforting words but not much. How could you say you're useless? With Sun Quan's noble origins, this fur is certainly a treasure of immense value. Plucking your fur, stripping your bones, and even your thick skin, who wouldn't like that? Sun Quan was petrified by Kwang Jiak's words. Sword Lord finally had to interrupt and cut off the conversation, asking if they were done talking. If they were tired of running, they should just surrender. But if they still wanted to continue causing trouble, he could accompany them. Kang Jiao challenged without any fear, saying that the Demon Lord had once escaped right in front of him. Did the Sword Lord really think he could hold him back just because he felt confident? You can try. Sword Lord replied. I also want to see how far your skills go, Kang Jiao. Then I won't refuse. Kang Jiao said as he drew a talisman. Heavenly travel. Kang Jiao shouted, raising the talisman to cast a spell. Unfortunately for Kang Jiao, the fake talisman didn't activate, leaving him utterly embarrassed. He repeatedly chanted the spell and complained. Heavenly travel, this is a life-saving talisman I got from the old dragon at Sun Moon Lake. Why isn't it working? In contrast, the Sword Lord confidently pulled out a shining golden token, saying, My master knew you had a life-saving talisman, so do you think we wouldn't be prepared? This is the Imperial Talisman, obtained from the Dragon God. With this, the talisman in your hand is completely useless. What else do you have to rely on now? Kang Jiao could only cry, not because the talisman was fake, but because the opponent's defense was too strong. Kang Jiao switched to a serious mode, thinking to himself. Wait a minute, she said obtained, meaning she used force. Even the old dragon wasn't her match? Just how strong is this woman? Kwang Jiak calmly said. I still have a trump card. Of course, I have something to rely on while traveling the world. Kwang Jiak immediately formed a hand seal, raised 2 fingers to the sky, and invited the mystic heaven demon subduing general. Instantly the clouds parted, creating ripples in the sky. Kim Kwan quickly recognized a summoning technique. You're a disciple of the celestial sect, Kwang Jiak responded. I spent a few months there but was eventually expelled, so I'm not really a disciple. Kim Kwan looked up at the giant golden hand descending from the sky. Disciples of the celestial sect are skilled in summoning techniques, but they usually summon only the 36 minor deities. I've never heard of anyone who could summon a deity from the 9 heavens. Kwang Jiak, who are you really? Kwang Jiak, sitting on the back of Sun Quan with the VIP summoning technique behind him, exuded an overwhelming aura and said, I'm just a wandering fortune teller. Kwang Jiak, you truly have great skill. The old dragon in the Sun Moon Lake considers you a confidant. The Zichlong Nation and the Qin Kingdom see you as a savior. Sun Quan at the Annam Peak serves as your steed. The Lama at Linhong Temple also helped you block me. Kim Kwan's hand touched the box he always carried with him. He opened it up, revealing a black sword inside. Now you can even summon the gods of the 9 heavens, but unfortunately for you, your opponent is me. To be honest, Sword Lord didn't know if Jiang Ju had the aura of a protagonist. This woman, Jiang Ju, bit her lip, worried because she knew Sword Lord's power was immense. The Exorcist Lord helped me subdue demons, but that doesn't mean Jiang Ju would back down. Jiang Ju immediately controlled her arm to attack Sword Lord. Sword Lord, unflinching, said, A god of orthodoxy, huh? Jiang Ju, do you know what sword I wield? This sword is called Blade of Karma Severance. Sword Lord raised the sword high, ready to meet the approaching hand. With just one strike, the slash split the hand in 2. The god's hand instantly dissipated. Sword Lord stood still, taking the opportunity to flex the treasured sword. This sword kills without tainting karma, slays enemies without absorbing their sins. Even if my hands are stained with blood, they remain completely pure. What can a god do to me? Now, no matter how hard you try, you can't escape me. Do you have any way out? Sword Lord glared at Jiang Ju with a murderous look. Kwang Jiak was momentarily lost in thought, wondering how a mere maid could be so powerful. Though confused, Kwang Jiak still tried to appear calm, crossing his arms and saying, of course, there's a way out, which is, run. Sun Quan immediately caught on and turned to flee. Indeed, among the 36 strategies, escaping from a strong opponent is the best. Kim Quan was no stranger to this trick and quickly pursued them. Kwang Jiak clapped his hands together and chanted, I invoke the protection of the heavenly wind and the divine speed. Instantly, a surge of power enveloped Kwang Jiak and Sun Quan. With divine protection, Sun Quan's speed increased, quickly outrunning Kim Quan. Kim Quan stood there cursing. Damn it! That bastard Kwang Jiak can still run! While fleeing, Sun Quan asked, Sir, the world is vast, but which way leads to life? At this moment, Kwang Jiak is thinking and analyzing. It seems that Feng Kim Noa's injuries are not small, likely caused by that old lama. Our plan now is that if we can just stop her, we might still be able to save her. When they arrive at Linhong Temple, Kwang Jiak immediately tells Sun Quan to head there. At Linhong Temple, inside, Ka Lak is kneeling by the lama, crying, Master, hoo-hoo, Master. The lama pats the young monk's back to comfort him. My dear disciple, I was just sitting quietly to heal, I'm not dead. But Master, you're bleeding a lot. Ka Lak looks at the blood at the corner of the lama's mouth and on his robe, worried. The lama smiles reassuringly. Haha, it's okay. Killing an old hen to replenish my energy and blood will do the trick. This is no time for jokes. This is a sacred Buddhist place. Where would we find an old hen? Ka Lak is extremely puzzled by his master's words. But right after that, the lama continues to cough up blood, and Ka Lak anxiously calls out, Master! The lama, in a low voice, says, That day, Feng Kim No appeared in Hamding City looking for someone. I just happened to get in her way, allowing that person to escape. Whether it was intentional or just fate, she and I are now entangled in karma. Let me see who is at the end of this karmic thread. A golden thread appears from the lama's index finger. Ka Lak runs outside and sees the thread rising into the sky. Master! Master! The golden thread is going up to the heavens. In his heart, the lama kept thinking, In the heavens? Why do the beings of this world all have karmic ties with that person? Could it be that this person is an immortal in the heavens? The Lama looked up, following the thread of karma that led to Jiangju. Kalak frantically ran to the Lama's side. Master, your eyes! Unnoticed, blood had started to drip from the corners of the Lama's eyes. The Lama looked at his trembling hands and murmured, Why didn't you come 1,000 years earlier? Kalak supported the trembling Lama. Master, please sit down quickly. The Lama patted Kalak's head and instructed. Disciple, the fate between master and student is now at its end. Kalak cried and asked, Master, don't you need me anymore? The Lama comforted him. Don't cry, don't cry. You are destined to become a disciple of the Buddha King. This old monk is too old to protect you any longer. Now your true teacher is outside. The opportunity has come, and our master-disciple fate has ended. The Lama leaned close to Kalak's ear and whispered something, then finally said 2 words. Go now. Tears streamed down Kalak's face as he clasped his hands together. Namo Amipa Buddha. The Lama also clasped his hands together and said, Amipa Buddha. Kalak, carrying his luggage, ran toward the door that had already opened. His new journey had begun. Hello, little master. Kalak was startled for a moment upon recognizing the person in front. Kwang Jiak clasped his hands behind his back and gently said, I am Kwang Jiak, here to request an audience with the Lama of Linhong Temple. Kalak immediately knelt down and bowed. Disciple Kalak pays respect to my master. Kwang Jiak, confused, asked. Huh? What's this about? What's your name, little master? Kalak confidently stated. Kalak. I am a disciple of Ka Tu. My master hopes I can be happy every day, so he gave me this Dharma name. I really like it. Kwang Jiak stroked his chin and said. Kalak? I used to like that name too. But wait, why are you calling me master? Kalak, now a bit sad, replied. My master said. Master was injured. He said my true master has arrived, and his mission has ended. After hearing this, Kwang Jiak was speechless for a moment, and then said, Actually, I came to escape disaster. I think we should go into the temple. As soon as he said that, the door slammed shut. It was clear the person inside had no intention of welcoming them. Kwang Jiak, panicking, said, What does that old monk mean by this? I haven't even solved my current problem, and now he's giving me another one. With no other choice, Kwang Jiak took Kalak along. Sun Quan angrily asked, Why are you bringing this child with you? Kwang Jiak reluctantly replied, What else could I do? He's already called me master. Just take the child and keep running. Where are we going now, sir? To the southern border. I still have a few friends there. Maybe they can protect our lives. Sun Quan hesitated and said, But the southern border is thousands of miles away. I'm not sure your 2 talismans can hold up. After a while, Sun Quan suddenly stopped and descended. Kwang Jiak asked anxiously, Why did you stop, Sun Quan? Sun Quan replied, My divine talismans and wind-riding magic have been exhausted, but up ahead is the Jinsha River. In front of them was a shimmering golden river. Kwang Jiak pondered. The Jinsha River is the boundary between the human and demon lands, but this doesn't make sense. The southern border is to the southwest, and the kingdom of 10,000 demons is to the southeast. How did we end up here? Sun Quan glanced at him judgmentally and said, It's all your fault, sir. Even while fleeing, you're addicted to fortune-telling, insisting on detours to the human lands to cast a few hexagrams for people. And now you're blaming me for getting us lost? Sun Quan asked. What do we do now? Should we turn back? Kwang Jiak stroked his chin, calculating. That's not an option. The Xianjian army is hot on our heels. If we run into them, we might not even make it to the southern border before we end up in the yellow springs of the 9 hells. Why don't we just cross the river? Kalak's eyes lit up, drawn by the river. Wow, it's so golden! Fortunately, Sun Quan quickly used his tail to hold Kalak back. Kwang Jiak warned, Have you lost your mind? If you fall into the Jinsha River, even Tu Sun Quan would die. Sun Quan added, Even for me, crossing the Jinsha River alone would be a challenge. If I take you and the young monk along, it's definitely not possible. You two can't withstand the celestial winds over the Jinsha River. However, this river often has ferrymen from both the human and demon clans. But crossing this boundary means entering the kingdom of 10,000 demons. You've offended the heavenly demon lord, and you still dare to go to the demon kingdom? Kwang Jiak calmly replied, Don't you know the rule of surviving in the shadows? The most important thing is that there's a place for us to take refuge in the demon kingdom. From afar, Sun Quan spotted a boat and hurriedly exclaimed, "Sir, there's a boat!" Kwang Jiak raised his hands and waved to the boatman. Soon, the boat approached with Kwang Jiak and the others on board. Sun Quan, please, said, "Indeed, heaven hasn't abandoned us. Sir, let's board the boat quickly." From the boat, a hand pulled back the curtain, looking towards Kwang Jiak as they approached. Sun Lam gently pulled back the curtain and said, "It's been a long time." Kwang Jiak was momentarily stunned upon hearing that familiar voice. "My future husband," Sun Lam said as she pulled back the curtain and looked towards the man she called her husband. Luckily, they hadn't boarded the boat yet. Sun Quan, alarmed, said, "The demon lord, sir, let's go quickly and run." In a flash, Sun Lam swiftly passed by Kwang Jiak. She grabbed little Sun Quan, raising her voice. "In front of me, you dare call yourself the master?" Sun Lam, without much discussion, commanded. "It's no coincidence. I am here specifically waiting for you to get on the boat." Kwang Jiak hesitated. "Can I not go?" "This is my first time," Sun Lam replied only with a cold gaze and a chilling voice. "What do you think, my dear husband?" All three were on the boat, tied and sitting back to back. Tu Sun Quan urged. "Can you do it or not? Haven't you taken out the talisman yet?" Kwang Jiak retorted. "Come and see for yourself. Just drawing the talisman is hard enough, let alone putting it in my mouth. My neck is cramping." Kwang Jiak tried to open his mouth to retrieve the talisman from his robe. Ka Lak, worried, said, "Come on, master, be careful not to drop it." Tu Sun Quan urged. "Hurry up. That woman will be here soon." Outside the boat, Kim Quan knelt and reported. "Master, why did you call me back through telepathy from thousands of miles away? The person you wanted hasn't been found yet." Sun Lam replied. "No need to search anymore," leaving Kim Quan a bit shocked. Kim Quan reluctantly obeyed, but when he looked into the boat and saw the trio, he understood the situation. Through persistent effort, Kwang Jiak managed to bite off a corner of the talisman. It worked. Kwang Jiak was overjoyed to have successfully obtained the talisman. But the joy didn't last long. Kwang Jiak dropped the talisman and chuckled awkwardly. Sun Lam quietly picked up the talisman and examined it. Startled, Kwang Jiak hurriedly said, "My dear, why are you picking up that dirty thing? I can actually explain this." "My dear, Kwang Jiak wanted to explain but had to stop as Sun Lam placed her hand on his forehead. Could it be that? Boom! Kwang Jiak was lovingly flicked on the forehead by Sun Lam and thrown 5 meters away. Lying on the floor in pain, Kwang Jiak groaned. Ka Lak asked, "It was just a flick, so why is Master making such a fuss?" Tu Sun Quan didn't dare comment, finding it hard to judge. Ignoring them, Sun Lam went outside to assign a task to Kim Quan. "Kim, no, take this and return to the Demon Nation." "Understood." The clear sky shone down on the sparkling golden river, with a boat gliding across it. Inside the boat, Sun Lam sat composed, keeping a close watch on Kwang Jiak and his group. Kwang Jiak spoke telepathically to Ka Lak. "Tell me, why is Du Sun Lam so insistent on dragging me back to the Demon Nation? Could it be that she's figured something out and wants to take me there too?" In Kwang Jiak's mind, there was an image of Sun Lam and him sweetly flirting, calling each other husband and wife. Ka Lak immediately poured cold water on that thought. "Stop it, drop that beautiful delusion, she wants to gouge your eyes out." Causing Kwang Jiak to shiver, his hair standing on end, Kwang Jiak quickly judged. "I'm not having a beautiful delusion. What can a little monk think of day by day? As a monk, please keep your 6 senses clean," Ka Lak calmly replied. "I clearly heard the master's voice and that female benefactor too." At this moment, Sun Lam opened his eyes and glanced over, saying, "So you can read minds, huh? The people around you are indeed strange." "He's not wrong. If you look at me with that fake innocent gaze again, I will definitely gouge out your eyes." Although Kwang Jiak was scared, he still had to smile and say flattering words. "Everyone has a love for beauty. Am I beautiful?" Sun Lam asked. "Yes," Kwang Jiak immediately replied, thinking to himself. "What does he mean by this? Did I say something wrong again?" Sun Lam lightly closed his eyes and softly said, "Outsiders all boast about my skills or say I am the best, both past and present. You are the first man who dares to say that in front of me." Kwang Jiak was momentarily dazed. Then Kwang Jiak asked why Tun Thuong was determined to kill him. In truth, the two of them had no enmity, or grievances. Sun Lam glared reproachfully. You turned me into a nursing mother, and now you want me to spare your life? Kwang Jiak broke out in a cold sweat and explained. That divination indicated such a fate. I was just telling the truth. Although the method to change destiny is very costly, it's not impossible. As long as Tun Thuong helps me, the original destiny can be altered, Sun Lam coldly retorted. Killing you can also change destiny. Kwang Jiak pleaded tearfully. Must you kill me? If so, I will buy back this life myself, Sun Lam icily responded. Buy it? Everything in this world is within my grasp. Do you think you can do anything to move me? Knowing the fish had slipped through the net, Kwang Jiak smiled and said, I can cure Tun Thuong's hidden ailment. I wonder if that can buy this life. Sun Lam's eyes widened in astonishment as she looked at Kwang Jiak. A surge of malevolent energy spread everywhere, advancing toward Kwang Jiak. Sun Lam stood up arrogantly and interrogated. How do you know about Bantoa's hidden ailment? Very well, it seems there's yet another reason why I absolutely must kill you. Kwang Jiak panicked and said, wait a minute, is this the way to solve the problem? I can cure the Supreme Lord's illness, and yet the Supreme Lord doesn't care at all. Sun Lam asked indifferently, why? Kwang Jiak hurriedly said, in 36 days there is a kind of heavenly medicine that the lapis lazuli king can use to cure the Supreme Lord's illness. However, I have to go to the Dentiu Palace. Hearing this, the demonic aura around Sun Lam gradually dissipated. I've heard that you can command the 9 immortal gods from ancient times. Besides you, I haven't heard of a second person. Could it be that your reputation is also very prominent at the Dentiu Palace? Kwang Jiak bitterly laughed and said, a prominent reputation, haha, if my notoriety counts as fame, that would be great. What did you do? Did you forget it, or did you find another lady at the Dentiu Palace? Huh! Kwang Jiak was slightly surprised and said, if that's true, that would be wonderful. The goddesses at the Dentiu Palace are all incredibly beautiful. Although I can invite the 9 immortal gods, the lapis lazuli lord happens to have some grudges against me, so I can only go to the Dentiu Palace by myself. Sun Lam coldly asked, grudges? Is this lapis lazuli lord a woman? Kwang Jiak curiously asked, but does it matter whether this lapis lazuli lord is male or female? Is that so important? It's really not important. But I'm not foolish enough to let you go to the Dentiu Palace. Who knows if you can return or not? Kwang Jiak immediately said, fine, I'll entrust these 2 people to you. Sun Lam calmly said, a little monk you've only known for a day and a spirit beast. Kwang Jiak, with a stern and serious face, said, I, Kwang, would never abandon my disciples and friends to escape alone. Sun Lam asked cautiously, is the little monk lying? Monks don't lie. If you're deceiving me, you can already hear what I'm thinking. Kwang Jiak, teary-eyed, pleaded with Ka Lak, who stammered, unable to speak. He lied again. Don't eat me, I don't taste good. Ka Lak tearfully confessed, while Kwang Jiak only wished to crawl far away from this place. Sun Lam was right behind, questioning. Do you still want to explain? Kwang Jiak, switching to a cowardly mode, begged. I'm just a mere mortal, please be gentle. The entire boat was filled with the echoes of Kwang Jiak's screams. Ka Lak anxiously asked, Master, are you okay? Are you still alive? Kwang Jiak, with tears streaming down, leaned on Ka Lak and thanked him. Good disciple, your master went to seek reinforcements, but thank you for your filial piety. The boat continued drifting down the Kimsa River. Why is this half of the jade on Jiangju's body? Sun Lam holds the 2 broken pieces of jade and puts them together. Sun Lam wonders, who exactly is this guy? Suddenly, there's a voice behind him. Master! The sky looks unusual. Kim Kwan says, pointing to the strange phenomenon in the sky. Sun Lam immediately recognizes it. It's tribulation clouds. Kim Kwan, puzzled, says, how could this be? Is someone really trying to undergo a tribulation here at the Jinsha River? Are they not afraid that their own thunder tribulation isn't strong enough? Sun Lam also mocks. Humph, what a lunatic. Why are these tribulation clouds appearing right above us? At this moment, Jiangju pokes his head out and says, let me tell you the truth, these tribulation clouds are here for me. What? Sun Lam glares at Jiangju. Jiangju is dragged out by Kim Kwan and thrown in front of Sun Lam for questioning. They're here for you? Your cultivation is only at the 8th level, and you even have merits with you. How could you possibly attract a heavenly tribulation like this? Jiangju begins to explain. I once swore to divine the fate of 3 people every day. If I fail to do so, I will be struck by a heavenly tribulation. Sun Lam, you don't believe me? Are you trying to toy with me again? Kwang Jiak has seriously said, Lord, please look up and see the tribulation clouds pressing down. How could I dare lie to you? I still have 1 hour to complete today's task. Otherwise, in an hour, when the tribulation clouds condense, lightning will strike down on this small boat. In a space filled with mystical power, Sun Lam stood in front of Kwang Jiak and said, So, what do you want? Kwang Jiak replied without hesitation. Actually, there are 4 others on this ship besides me. Ka Lak and Sun Quan voluntarily helped me complete my mission. Also, may I invite Huin Kim Quan to do a divination for me? Sun Lam frowned and said, No, it's only because of the divination for Zich Hong Dan that you learned my secret. Kim No is my close attendant. Do you think I would agree? Hearing this, Kwang Jiak tilted his head back and frowned as he looked at Sun Lam, then continued. If you don't trust me, let me off the ship. Dying in the Jinsha River during heavenly tribulation is no different anyway. Sun Lam turned away and replied. You can only do divination for the living. Kwang Jiak said. As long as there's a hint of spiritual energy it's enough. Hearing that, Sun Lam raised a hand to tie up his hair and said. The Jinsha River has buried many people. Finding a few bodies that still have spiritual energy shouldn't be difficult, huh? Hearing this, Kwang Jiak seemed quite surprised. After tying his hair, Sun Lam turned to Kwang Jiak and said, Wait here for me. Damn. After finishing, Sun Lam jumped into the water. Kwang Jiak thought. Directly jumping into the Jinsha River? This Sun Lam is truly a fierce person. After a long while, Kwang Jiak, now sitting on the boat with Tan Tiu, sighed. Sigh, has the Lord not returned alive yet? Tan Tiu replied. Shut your mouth. Just as the words were spoken, the water surface began to ripple with small waves. In an instant, Sun Lam soared into the sky. Sun Lam has returned and landed on the boat. Then she immediately laid out 6 skeletons in front of Kwang Jiak. Sun Lam coldly said, There should be no problem now, right? These 6 corpses should be enough to sustain you until you reach the 10,000 demon nation. From here on, you won't need to bother us with your divination anymore. As soon as she finished speaking, the 2 of them turned and left. Kwang Jiak hastily shouted, Wait, Tun Thuong, at least untie me. After being untied, the next day, while sitting on the boat and looking at the skeletons, Kwang Jiak said, Thankfully, these corpses helped me complete my daily tasks. Truly, I must thank the senior masters. Finally, Kwang Jiak was sitting in front of a skeleton, holding one of its hands, and said, So your name was Thuong Noyet too? Suddenly, the system displayed a series of notifications, simulating an end. It asked if there was a fate-changing scene for this person. Reenacting from the beginning would consume 100 million merit points from Thuong Noyet too. He could choose to use 100 million of his own merit points to change fate. Currently, his merit points are 75,419. Kwang Jiak was surprised, thinking, This person has been dead for nearly 10,000 years, yet still can change fate. But 100 million merit points? Are you kidding? The system continued. You are peeking at fate. You can choose to conceal the heavenly secrets, and the reward is 10,000 merit points and the lesser 5 thunder tribulation. Or you can choose to reveal the heavenly secrets, which will result in a penalty of 10,000 merit points, along with one of the following punishments. Kwang Jiak was shocked. The system continued. First, the cultivation technique of Thuong Noyet 2. Second, the cultivation insights of Thuong Gi 2. Third, a secret of the Kim Sa River. Kwang Jiak thought to himself. These past 2 days, I've been reviewing images of 6 places. They all perished in the great war between humans and demons 10,000 years ago. The images of the battle gradually appeared. The system then announced that Thuong Noyet 2 was a 6th grade cultivator with immense power, and his sect was the main force behind the creation of the Kim Sa River. He lived for 800 years, suffering from the 3 deficiencies fatal curse. No parents, no wife, no children. His body sank to the bottom of the sea, filled with anger, in gratitude for the sect's nurturing. He sacrificed himself for the future of his people. Looking at the remains, Kwang Jiak continued to think. If not for the high price paid by these seniors, if not for the Kim Sa River dividing the 2 races, how could there be the human race of Vin Suong today? Gazing down at the water, Kwang Jiak said, Although the Kim-Sa River cannot completely block communication between the two races of demons and humans, it can prevent the tribes or demon races below the 4th grade from crossing. If the humans and demons were to break out in another war like 10,000 years ago, the main strategy would still be to focus on the armies below the 4th grade. The role of the Kim-Sa River in blocking access to the big picture of the race's destiny is quite clear. Kwang Jiak suddenly realized. That's right, the sect of Senior Thuong Noyet too was the main force behind creating the Kim-Sa River. I choose the third option. I must see what secret this Kim-Sa River holds. Suddenly, Kwang Jiak's face showed extreme surprise as if he realized something, then thought, what? Using a gold needle is extremely dangerous. But there is a hidden tunnel that no one knows about, allowing passage between the two realms of humans and demons. The Sword General was standing in front of the gate. Behind him were thousands of soldiers entering the city together. Kwang Jiak then understood the situation. I get it now. It must be a retreat left by the predecessors for the human race to use in times of need. However, while this is invaluable to some, it is practically useless to me. But who knows, maybe it could be used during a hasty escape one day. Senior Thuong Noyet too, truly thank you. As he spoke, Kwang Jiak lifted the skeleton and danced like a madman. Suddenly, Sun Lam and the Sword General were standing not far away. The Sword General said, Master, in half a day, we will reach the border of the Van Yu nation. Sun Lam calmly replied, Yes. The two of them standing there startled Kwang Jiak so much that he almost dropped the skeleton. Kwang Jiak panicked and shouted, Ah, Senior! Behind him, the Sword General bowed his head and asked, How does the Master intend to deal with this Kwang Jiak? Sun Lam gently responded, If he comes with the jade, of course, I will fulfill his request. Finally, under a sky full of flowers, they arrived at a very picturesque location, the Van Yu nation. Along the way, Kwang Jiak asked in a somewhat bewildered tone, Is this really the Van Yu nation? I thought it was a poor, ugly place overrun by demons. Tan Chu, hearing those words, angrily said, Watch your words. Although this place is under the management of the Van Yu nation, its real name is Du Sun. From afar, a giant turtle deity approached cheerfully, saying, Welcome back, Master. A little girl yokai also happily responded, The heavenly demon lord has returned. At that moment, Kwang Jiak's group was left in awe, their mouths agape as they looked around. They all moved further inside, and the people around them bowed their heads in respect, chanting, Welcome back, Master! Welcome back, Master! Welcome back, Master! On the way, they encountered incredibly beautiful fox women on both sides of the path. Kwang Jiak, holding little Du Sun in his arms, cheerfully said, Du Sun, don't you have any male foxes? Who's going to take care of these lovely fox sisters? Who will they have children with? Little Du Sun heard this and immediately scolded. Mind your own business first. They finally arrived at the chamber, where a servant approached Sun Lam, saying, Master. Sun Lam then said, Take them down and arrange things properly. Hearing this, the fox servant responded, Yes. As Kwang Jiak's group was following Sun Lam, they were stopped by Tihoa No. Tihoa No smiled warmly and said, Young master, please follow me. Seeing this, Kwang Jiak couldn't help but think, Big sister is so warm and adorable. Kwang Jiak cheerfully replied, Sorry for the trouble, sorry for the trouble. Finally, they arrived at a room. Suddenly, Sun Lam grabbed and picked up little Du Sun, leaving him a bit confused. Meow. Right after that, while stroking little Du Sun's fur, Sun Lam exclaimed, Is this the fur of a purebred Kai Lin without jade? The texture is really not bad. Little Du Sun cried out in fear, his voice echoing throughout the villa. Then Sun Lam looked at little Du Sun and asked, Has Kwang Jiak ever told your fortune? Little Du Sun then stammered, bowing his head. I don't dare ask the master to read my own fortune. Why? Sun Lam asked while sitting on a chair. Little Du Sun trembled as he replied, When others tell fortunes, they know 2 or 3 and say only 1. But when the master reads a fortune, if he knows 10, he tells all 10. Anyone who has experienced the master's abilities feels very frightened. The figure of Jiang Ju and the dragon god appeared under the moonlight. Little Du Sun continued, I think that the people whose lives the master has predicted, their fates have all been sealed. If not, then perhaps fate has not yet been decided. Hearing this, Sun Lam's face was filled with surprise and said, What? You mean that a person's fate changes according to the divination? Jiang Ju was surprised and asked, Does he really have such abilities? Little Du Sun replied, up until now, the master has made countless predictions. Perhaps the master truly is the incarnation of the Tao, a true immortal descended to the world. At that moment, Sun Lam thought, it seems my future husband is indeed no ordinary person. A sister. Suddenly, a beam of light flew in accompanied by a loud sound. A sister? Little Du Sun was slightly surprised and turned to look. How could it be? Is that the next heavenly demon lord? Du Sun Ning, a little fox, appeared and approached, standing beside Sun Lam. Du Sun Ning manifested and stood by Sun Lam's feet, happily asking, Sister, sister, weren't you supposed to bring brother-in-law back from the human tribe? Where is brother-in-law? Where is he? At this moment, Sun Lam suddenly froze, a bit confused. When the little fox heard the name, brother-in-law, her eyes lit up and she exclaimed, the person my sister cares about must be a modern handsome guy with 3 legs, 4 arms, and 8 eyes. Nin really wants to see him. Du Sun Nin also climbed up and said to Sun Lam, that's right, only someone like that is worthy of my sister. Where is he? Let me see, let me see. Sun Lam, a bit frustrated with her 2 younger sisters, ordered Qiu Tan, the servant, take Nin down. Seeing this, Du Sun Nin cried out, Hoo-hoo, sister, let me see brother-in-law. Everyone is so curious. In the end, unable to persuade Sun Lam, Du Sun Nin reluctantly left. On the way into the cave, suddenly in the dark alley, a voice with glowing eyes appeared asking, so, did you see him? Du Sun Nin replied sadly, my sister kicked me out, I didn't get to see him. Ha ha, Nin, you must be lying. The other foxes approached Du Sun Nin and said, you probably didn't dare to go in, just wandered around outside and came back. Ha ha, did the superior beat your butt again? Upon hearing this, Du Sun Nin immediately shouted, nonsense! Sister is very good to me, she would never spank me. Just wait, I'll definitely bring sister's husband here for you all to see. Du Sun Nin said as she dashed out of the cave. Back with Kwang Jiak, Ti Hoano led him to a place resembling a brothel and cheerfully said, we're here. Young master will stay here. 3 meals a day will be brought to you. If you have any other requests, you can inform the guards here. Ka Lak, standing right behind Kwang Jiak, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, wow, this is great. So it's not a demon prison. Ti Hoano continued while walking. However, there's a warning that I must clearly remind you of, sir. Ti Hoano frowned with a somewhat menacing smile as she turned back to look at Kwang Jiak and said, I still hope you won't leave this courtyard by even half a step, sir. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what might happen. Hearing this, Kwang Jiak's face turned pale with fear as he replied with a nervous smile. I understand. Standing beside him, Ka Lak curiously asked, Sir, why can someone smile and respond politely when they hate a person? Kwang Jiak then said, You will understand when you grow up. The 2 of them finally entered the house. Ti Hoano, standing by the dining table, cheerfully looked at Kwang Jiak and said, Sir, over here, please come and have a meal. On the table, there were some incredibly beautiful dishes. Kwang Jiak wondered and asked, although there's a great variety, why is it all fruits and vegetables, and not a single bit of meat? Hearing this, Ti Hoano immediately realized and said, Oh, so you want to eat meat? Everyone here in Du Sun is a spirit. Which clan's blood relative do you wish to consume? Hearing that voice and seeing those eyes, Kwang Jiak and Ka Lak couldn't help but be frightened and replied, No, that's not it. Kwang Jiak quickly shoved a tomato into his mouth and, after eating, stuffed one into Ka Lak's mouth, saying, We both love fruits and vegetables. Look how happy the child is. Seeing this, Ti Hoano was satisfied and responded, Well, that's good. I won't disturb you 2 any further. As Ti Hoano stepped out of the room, Kwang Jiak suddenly remembered something, ran up joyfully, and said, By the way, I may not be talented, but I do know a bit about fortune-telling. Would this young lady allow me to do a reading? As expected, it was just as the master said. Ti Hoano happily turned back and exclaimed, The master once told me, if the gentleman wants to read my fortune, I don't need to say anything. First, just hit him with a palm strike. As soon as the words left her mouth, a fist had already landed squarely on Kwang Jiak's face. Inside the room, Kwang Jiak walked in and closed the door. From outside, you could hear Ka Lak's voice saying, Oh, my poor master, why have you left this world? Boo-hoo! Stop! I'm still alive! Kwang Jiak said. Meanwhile, outside, Ti Hoano left, saying, I'll be on my way. Inside the room, Kwang Jiak, with his face disfigured from Tihoa Noah's punch, clenched his fist in anger and said, "Damn Du Sun Lam, sooner or later, I must leave this wretched place." From behind, Kalak said, "Master, I want to eat a chicken leg." Hearing that, Kwang Jiak was a bit surprised and said, "No way, you're the one who gave it up, yet now you want to eat chicken legs?" Kalak clasped his hands and said, "Amitabha, my master said, wine and meat pass through the intestines, but the Buddha is in the heart." Kwang Jiak, extremely surprised, responded, "Your master taught you this?" Kalak continued, "My master also said that to understand the suffering of the world, one must experience the world's affairs. Fall into the mortal realm first, then talk about transcendence. Don't overestimate yourself." Kwang Jiak couldn't help but agree. "Annoying as it is, it's very reasonable." Kalak put his arms around his neck and said, "In short, if you should eat meat, eat meat. If you should marry, marry. Do what common people do. When you get tired of it all, then it's not too late to turn to Buddha. That's not wrong." Kwang Jiak happily agreed. "While you're still alive, you should enjoy the pleasures in front of you." Kalak was a bit surprised and asked Kwang Jiak, "Where are you going, sir?" Kwang Jiak replied, "Just now, on the way, I saw a bamboo forest. I saw some rabbits there. I'm going to get some different flavors for you." Finally, they arrived at a primitive trap that had already been set up. Kalak said, "Master, are you sure this will work?" "Don't doubt me, I've used this to catch plenty of sparrows before." Kalak looked at the trap and added, "But we've been waiting for hours, and we haven't even seen a rabbit's fur." Kwang Jiak blamed. "It's all because you kept making noise." "Humph." Kalak leaned back and said, "I don't want to wait anymore, I'd rather go back and eat vegetables." Kwang Jiak replied, "Ah, you're so annoying. Stay still, the rabbits won't come out if you keep this up." Kalak glanced at Kwang Jiak and said, "Master, do you really understand or not? There's no such lowly rabbit as the one you're talking about." As soon as the words were out, an animal suddenly stumbled into the trap. Kwang Jiak jumped up with excitement and shouted, "Ha ha, I told you it would work this afternoon. We caught something!" Kalak exclaimed, "This is too ridiculous, everyone!" Kwang Jiak and Kalak rushed to the trap. Kwang Jiak said, "I just saw a white blur pass by here, it must be a rabbit. Get ready to eat some meat." Kalak replied, "I'm very curious about what this dim-witted rabbit looks like." Kwang Jiak opened the trap and was surprised. "Huh! What is this?" Inside was Du Sun Nin, halfway through eating a carrot, with a frightened expression, saying, How dare you? Who dares ambush me?" Kwang Jiak was astonished. "A fox that can speak human language? It seems I've gained some cultivation." Kalak responded, "Can this little fox be eaten?" Du Sun Nin immediately leaped away and shouted, "What nonsense is this? How dare you set up such a lowly trap to ambush this young lady? And you even want to, young lady, huh?" Kwang Jiak was surprised. "May I ask who you are?" Du Sun Nin arrogantly replied. "Yes, I am Du Sun Nin of the Serene clan." "Who are you two?" Kwang Jiak then pondered. "Du Sun clan? Could it be the Du Sun surname? Must be pure-blooded fox demons from Du Sun." Kwang Jiak immediately stood up politely and greeted. "I am Kwang Jiak, you can call me Mr. Kwang." Hearing this, Du Sun Nin was a bit surprised and said, "Sir, are you a teacher?" Kwang Jiak happily took out a token and said, "I am a fortune-teller." Du Sun Nin then responded, "Ah, I see, you're a con artist from the Jammu. My elder sister said that fortune-telling is all a scam." "Ha!" Kwang Jiak laughed loudly and said, "Your sister's understanding is quite peculiar. By the way, what's your sister's name?" Humph. Du Sun Nin said confidently, "Listen carefully, my sister is the head of Du Sun, the leader of the demon nation, and the king of the 10,000 demons kingdom. The demon lord, Du Sun Lam." Du Sun Nin proclaimed loudly with great authority. Hearing this, Kalak was shocked and said, "Wow, really? Really?" Kwang Jiak responded, "As expected." Du Sun Nin continued, "I won't hide anything from you. I passed through here because I was looking for my brother-in-law, my sister's husband. I didn't expect to be caught by you two using such despicable tricks. If you answer my questions honestly, I'll be merciful and let you go." Kalak then said, "Isn't it just because we're hungry?" Du Sun Nin then grabbed Kwang Jiak by the collar and said, "See that room at the end with that wooden door? I heard that my sister's husband is inside." Kwang Jiak said, "Uh-huh, and then?" Du Sun Nin replied. I just went over there to investigate, and there's no one inside. Did you see a man leave from there recently? Kwang Jiak cheerfully responded. Is that man capable and financially stable? Hearing this, Du Sun Nin was extremely surprised. What? Kwang Jiak continued. It seems that I am the person you're talking about, the husband of the heavenly demon lord. Du Sun Nin, upon hearing this, lifted both legs to pinch Kwang Jiak's cheeks, analyzing. 2 eyes, 1 nose? Kwang Jiak, confused, said. If not, then what? Du Sun Nin jumped to the ground, causing Kwang Jiak to be startled, saying. Be careful. Du Sun Nin said. Impossible! Du Sun Nin angrily shouted. The man my sister wants to marry, should at least have a green face, fangs, 3 heads, and 6 arms. Kwang Jiak scratched his head and said. Actually, I don't think we're a good match. You should advise your sister to cancel the engagement. Du Sun Nin turned away and said. You're definitely lying. I have to go back and ask my sister. Wait, Kwang Jiak said. Du Sun Nin ran off, saying. I should just go back. Kwang Jiak thought to himself. It seems the days ahead won't be peaceful. Oh, Kwang Jiak smiled and said. If you've come this far, you might as well stay. Kwang Jiak stood on the mountaintop and shouted. Heavenly eye open. He looked around and said. The fortune of this place is surprisingly peaceful. Looking into the distance, he saw a forest radiating and exclaimed. Ha! That valley, it's filled with fire and deadly energy. This place is extremely dangerous, but the harmony of the mountains and rivers here shouldn't allow for such a deadly zone. This must have been artificially created, Kwang Jiak speculated. Could it be the place where Du Sun Lam secluded herself during her illness? When she was sick, her demonic power scattered uncontrollably. But her power was so strong that even when it dissipated, it condensed instead of dispersing, gradually forming this deadly zone. After guessing, Kwang Jiak pondered and muttered. Although this is possible, it's not absolute. Whether it is or not, this is a rare deadly zone, perfect for setting up a feng shui array. This array will be my method of self-protection in the future. As he was speaking, a flying ship passed overhead. He thought, what is this? Staring intently, Kwang Jiak wondered. Such a heavy aura. Who could be on that ship? Elsewhere, at the Celestial Lake Palace. Your subordinate is reporting, my lord. The young master of the Golden Crow clan from the Great Wilderness seeks an audience. Upon hearing this, Sword Sovereign standing next to him says, the Great Wilderness clan has never been friendly with ordinary demon clans. This visit might not be a good thing. Should I? Sun Lam, who had been listening, suddenly spoke up. I sent the letter to the Great Wilderness clan, asking them to come. Hearing this, Sword Sovereign asked in confusion. The Great Wilderness clan is an ancient clan formed by gathering mythical beasts. Since you, my lord, have ruled the 10,000 demons nation, they have always been highly autonomous and have never followed your orders. What is the purpose of summoning them to Du Sun this time? Sun Lam replied. Ancient mythical beast clan, bring the Jade Kirin here. Sword Sovereign bowed his head and said, as you command. Then Sun Lam said, pass the order to allow the Great Wilderness clan to enter the Immortal Lake Hall. After that, the young master of the Golden Crow, Dahao, and Elder Snake entered. They all entered inside. Dahao raised his hand in salute and said, Great Lord of the Demon Realm I am. He was interrupted by Sun Lam. Insolent. Sun Lam released suppressive power and continued speaking. Who allowed you to meet me without kneeling? Dahao was forced to kneel and shouted, ah. Dahao looked up, gritting his teeth, and said, you. Sun Lam calmly asked, what, do you have an opinion? At this moment, Elder Snake also spoke up to ease the tension, cough cough. Bowing before the heavenly demon lord isn't a big deal. By the way, does anyone know where the Qilin saint that the demon lord mentioned is? Unfortunately, our saint clan is in urgent training and can't come in person, so we can only send me and the Golden Crow young lord to greet you. Sun Lam turned to his subordinates, bring it here and hand it over to them. Hearing this, Sword Lord carried Little Mountain Lord who protested while being carried. Where are you taking me? I really don't need this. I'm living just fine at Dosan. Also, please inform Mr. Kwang. I hope he doesn't contact me to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Sister, keep feeding me grapes over there. Elder Snake rushed in, hugging Little Mountain Lord. Meow, this white one, this spiritual power, such pure bloodline. Little Mountain Lord, caught off guard by the sudden embrace, asked, what kind of monster is this? Then Elder Snake raised Little Mountain Lord high, and shouted loudly, "Heaven bless our clan! Heaven bless our clan!" Then, Sun Lam stood up and said, "I have already given the Qilin Jade to you. When you return, inform Man Tuesday don't forget what you promised me." Elder Snake, while holding the cat, said, "Your Highness, please wait." Afterward, Elder Snake lowered his head and said, "I will certainly convey your Highness's words to our tribe's sage. However, aside from welcoming the Qilin Jade Saint, there is one more matter." Sun Lam glanced back and asked, "What is it?" Elder Snake conjured several treasure chests and said, "Your Highness, please take a look." Seeing the 6 treasure chests, Sun Lam asked, "What is the meaning of this?" Elder Snake explained, "These treasures are rare and valuable, a token of our tribe's sincerity. It is just that, we have heard that your Highness is still unmarried. Among the 100 clans of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom, only the young master of our house, Dahao, is worthy of your Highness. Today, we have come boldly to ask for your hand in marriage." Hearing this, Sword Warrior shouted, "How dare you speak such insolence before my master?" Elder Snake bowed and said, "A man unmarried and a woman unwed, how can this be considered insolence?" Sun Lam approached, releasing his dark energy as he walked, and asked, "Your age is about the same as mine. Right now, no one among the great saints of the demon tribe can match me. How is your cultivation level?" Dahao began to speak. A few minutes later, Sun Lam came up to him and said, "I am the master of the Dome Mountains, the king of the myriad demons nation, and the demons obey me. What is your status?" Then she walked past him and continued, "I have predetermined the calamity of the sea demons, slaughtered thousands of evil spirits outside, and resisted the chaotic world. What merit do you have?" "Don't mention that I already have a husband." "Even if I didn't, would you be worthy?" Elsewhere, under the clear sky, someone asked, "Sir, are you sick?" Kang Jiak looked up at the sky and said, "Someone must be cursing me." Kalak looked at him and asked, "Really, master? If someone curses you, we shouldn't mind it. Have you completed today's task of divining 3 fortunes?" Kang Jiak replied, "Ah, yes, it's done, thanks to the 3 little demons Hua Nu brought." Kalak, happy to hear this, hugged the chicken and said, "That's great, brother chicken. Let's go to the kitchen, the water's already boiling, we'll have an extra dish today." Kang Jiak saw this and shouted, "Stop, stop!" He hit Kalak on the head and said, "Please, this brother chicken has gained intelligence, he's not food. Eating him could bring bad karma." Kalak, after being hit, held his head and cried, "I got it," he said. "All right, sit down, today I will bestow upon you a gift of creation." Kwang Jiak summoned, saying, "Tu tu thien thien hu chan quan." The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. Nameless is the origin of heaven and earth, named is the mother of all things. It guides heaven and earth, controls yin and yang, absorbs essence, stands alone in divine mystery, yet remains as simple as a newborn. The cosmos is the door of change, the parents of all trigrams, the axle of all revolutions. The scrolls summoned floated in front of him, and he said, "How about that? Isn't it concise and easy to understand? With the wisdom of you 3, surely you've grasped something from it by now, right?" The 3 creatures stared blankly, to which Kwang Jiak asked, "Didn't understand a single word, did you?" Seeing this, he continued, "I think it's best to put them into the pot." At Du Sun Q Na's guest hall, a voice was heard. "Du Sun Lam, you have gone too far." Dahao slammed the teapot on the floor, declaring, "I am the young master of Dai Hong. How dare she look down on me? How can this be tolerated?" Elder Snake calmly said, "Young master, please remain calm. Although the marriage alliance may be difficult to achieve, taking the original essence of the heavenly demon lord is not necessarily impossible." Emperor Hao glanced over and asked, "What do you mean?" Elder Snake replied, "Young master, you may not know this, but although the heavenly demon lord is an unparalleled woman who has cultivated to the point that even the saints of our tribe dare not underestimate her, every full moon, her cultivation causes her to lose her senses. At that time, it will be the best opportunity for you to seize the original essence of the heavenly demon lord." After hearing this, Emperor Hao asked, "Is this true? How certain are you about Lam Tan Wai?" Elder Snake smiled and continued, "In this world, nothing is ever guaranteed. This time, the Kirin Holy Sun is being supported by the saints of our tribe, so upon returning, he will likely shake your position as young master. If this plan fails, will you be able to maintain your position as young master when you return to the great wilderness?" Emperor Hao gritted his teeth and said, "Fortune favors the bold." Finally, Elder Snake said, "In that case, let's wait until the full moon 10 days from now." The next day, Shirhoa Nu stood in front of Sun Lam. Sun Lam, seeing everything silent, asked, "Where did everyone go? I need an explanation." Shirhoa Nu clasped his hands and said, "If I am not mistaken, they have likely gone to the 3 peaks, sir." Sun Lam wondered. "Tam Na Fong?" Tihoa No explained. "Tam Na Fong is the place where that human fortune-teller is imprisoned." Sun Lam asked further, "What are they doing at Tam Na Fong?" Tihoa No replied, "I heard they are listening to Kwang Jiak's teachings." Sun Lam questioned, "A bunch of great demons, even demon kings, going to listen to an 8th-rank Taoist?" "At Tam Na Fong," someone said. "Line up neatly, take a number and enter." The surrounding creatures gossiped. "I tell you, Kwang Tianxin's lecture is magical. I was next to Old Lady Frog, and after listening, she immediately flew up and titled herself Divine Frog Fairy." "Oh really? That amazing? I really want to listen to Kwang Tianxin's lecture." While taking a number, Kalak came out and said a few words to the person handing out numbers, then left. The person immediately put up a sign on the table saying, "Kwang Tianxin's afternoon class is full. Please come early tomorrow, and go back for now." The people in line immediately got angry, saying, "We've been lining up for 2 days, and just got to the foot of the mountain, now you tell us to go back? Kwang Tianxin should teach one more class, we're almost there." "Yes, we agree." At this moment, Dahao appeared and shouted loudly, "In my opinion, this Kwang Jiak is nothing more than a fraud, taking advantage of the situation. Most people come here just to flatter the future prince consort, just a bunch of sycophants." An animal next to him said, "This is wrong. Do you know that Mr. Kwang made 3 9th-level little demons speak in just 1 day?" Dahao still didn't believe and immediately said, "Impossible." Other animals also chimed in. "Mr. Kwang is certainly not an ordinary human, otherwise how could he catch the attention of the Supreme? It's also logical, the person chosen by the Supreme is definitely not a commoner." Suddenly, a sound approached, causing the animal in front of Dahao to stop, making him turn around. He saw Sun Lam and Hoa No approaching. 2 pigs were still packing things into a chest without looking up and said, "Today's list is full. If you want to listen to Mr. Kwang's lecture, come early tomorrow." Sun Lam said, "Oh really?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, the 2 pigs quickly knelt down and stuttered, "Supreme, Supreme, 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 Supreme." Sun Lam turned and said, "Take the Supreme to meet that Kwang Jiak, then I will judge you later." Over there, while the lecture was ongoing, the system announced, "You can choose to conceal the secrets of heaven for a reward of 30,000 merits and the crimson fire punishment. Or you can choose to reveal the secrets, with a punishment of 3,000 demerits and one of the following options: a cultivation inside of the underworld general, a top-grade spiritual treasure guide to refining the Crimson River treasure mirror, or a detailed explanation map of the Forbidden Mountain." Suddenly, the door in front was smashed open. Sun Lam crossed her arms and walked in. She slowly walked towards him and said, "Get out, all of you," making all the animals scatter. Sun Lam sat down and said, "I heard you're good at preaching, why don't you preach to me too?" Kwang Jiak scratched his head and smiled. "You're too kind." Sun Lam interrupted. "If you don't want to preach, then you don't need to preach anymore," he suddenly said. "Since when have you been this easy to talk to?" But right after that, she pointed at him and said, "Servant, cut out his tongue." He fearfully backed away. "What?" Then Kwang Jiak quickly climbed onto the rock and sat upright. "I'll preach." Kwang Jiak began to raise his hand to his forehead. Then summoned. He began to explain, "The revered one is a great sage of the demon clan who opened his own path of cultivation. The usual techniques of enlightenment are useless, so I will talk about unconventional methods. Heaven and earth are all creations of the furnace. The name of the mysterious one is unknown, but this character is the Tao." Sun Lam widened her eyes in surprise and exclaimed, "Oh." She propped her hand and asked, "Aren't you afraid that I'll steal the precious innate creation scripture of the Shinshao sect since you have no reservations about holding it out like this?" Kwang Jiak waved his hand and said, "The essence of this scripture has already fused with the divine Tao, becoming something intangible. I merely used the summoning technique to project an image. How could it be stolen? Torture, harsh interrogation, or soul-searching would be useless against me. Although I can look at the innate creation scripture any time, I can't remember everything written on it." Sun Lam asked, "Why?" He replied, It records 3,000 great paths, but none are the paths of self-cultivation and life-building that are relevant to me, Kwang Jiak. What's the use of studying it? It would be pointless. He thought to himself, if I can get what I need by using my cultivation techniques and divination skills, why waste time on arduous training? If I have a golden opportunity, wouldn't it be foolish not to take advantage of it? At this moment, Sun Lam stood up and stared at him, saying, if I kill you, would the Shishao sect, which has never emerged into the world, go all out to mobilize against me? I was talking, but you interrupted. However, it doesn't matter. The Divine Wanderer's Palace won't chase you to Dosan. In this world, no one can make me yield. After today, no one will disturb you anymore. From now on, the sword servant will guard Tam Na Peak. If you have any issues, you can find her. Hearing this, Jiang Jiao angrily thought, this rotten woman is definitely mocking me. Seeing those two leave, he spat. After a while, Jiang Jiao went into the room and took out a treasure chest. Looking into the chest, he thought, it took a lot of effort to get these treasures from that demon. They are essential for setting up the feng shui array. I was almost ready, but I didn't expect that wretched woman to be so vigilant. Now, with the sword servant guarding the demons who promised to help me, there's no chance anymore. Damn it, the map of Dosan was almost within reach, but now I've lost. While he was deep in thought, there was a knock on the door. He opened it to see Sun Nin, who greeted him. Hi, you swindler. Seeing Sun Nin, he immediately closed the door. Sun Nin shouted angrily. You scoundrel! How dare you leave me outside? Jiangju replied. You should leave. Your sister doesn't allow me to talk to other women. Suddenly, Sun Nin realized and said, so sister is jealous, huh? Wait, does other women include me too? After he let her in, Sun Nin sat in front of him and asked, future brother-in-law, can I ask you for a favor? He replied, what is it? Sun Nin said, I've heard everything about you staying at the Down Mountain these past few days. My clansmen really want to meet you. The place where we live is very difficult to leave. I told them I met you, but they didn't believe me. They even said that I'm a liar, Jiangju asked after hearing this. So you want me to preach to them? Sun Nin reached out and said, yes, rest assured, if you help me, I won't treat you poorly. With me backing you up, no one on Down Mountain will dare touch you. Jiangju clasped his hands together and said, but even if I agree now, it won't work. Your sister just got here. Sun Nin replied, I know. I've been hiding in the shadows, observing. Then he said, you should leave quickly. Once the sword servant arrives, it'll be hard for you to leave the mountain. Sun Nin boldly patted her chest and said, the sword servant won't be able to detect me. If I want to hide, even my sister won't be able to find me. After saying that, she suddenly disappeared. He was shocked and wondered. She disappeared. Was wondering when suddenly he was hit from behind. Kwang Jiak raised his hand to his forehead and shouted, third eye open! Then Kwang Jiak looked around the room and asked, gone? Suddenly Sun Nin appeared with a proud face and asked, not gone, how about that? Kwang Jiak asked. How did you do that? Sun Nin replied, my sister was afraid something might happen to me, so she gave me an ancestral protection treasure. Kwang Jiak continued, what kind of powerful treasure is it? Sun Nin answered, of course it's... But while answering, he suddenly stopped and shouted, how could I tell you that? Do you think a nin is a foolish fox? He looked away and said, you're boasting. If your sister is so powerful, how could she not find you? Sun Nin immediately retorted, a nin is not boasting. I've snuck into my sister's chambers many times, and she hasn't noticed me. Kwang Jiak sat down on the floor, furrowed his brows, and said, it's not impossible for me to preach to you, but your sister has a hot temper. If she finds out I left this place without permission, my fate will be terrible. However, if you help me with this little matter, I don't mind risking your sister's punishment to go with you. He leaned in and whispered. That night, Sun Nin carried a small bag of items. Then he jumped and disappeared into the night. Meanwhile, he finished drawing the magic circle. He drew the 8-hung kill array and smiled, saying, this makes me feel more at ease. Under the full moon, the cicadas were chirping loudly. But in the next moment, they were frozen. Beneath the moonlight, the fox spirit temple breathed out a green mist. Both the tail and ears of Du Sun Lam were exposed. She was trying to suppress herself, but faint moans still escaped. Hoa No anxiously called out to her mistress. Huin Qin Quan also understood what was happening and asked if it was that time again. Du Sun Lam walked barefoot on the ground, and with each step, the ground froze beneath her. She told the two of them to go there, and they both replied, yes, before leaving together. Under the moonlight, the three of them walked on the stone-paved road. Suddenly, Sun Lam noticed something. She glanced slightly, and Huin Kim Kwan asked, "What's wrong, master?" In the distance, a figure disappeared without leaving a trace. Observing for a moment, Sun Lam thought something seemed off, but finding nothing, she said it was nothing. She assumed she was being overly suspicious and then used her magic to open the gate in front of her. After the gate opened, Sun Lam went inside. Before leaving, he instructed the two of them to guard the path for him. The two of them responded, "Yes," and respectfully bowed. From a distance, Kwang Jiak watched as Hoa No and Huin Kim Kwan sat on the ground, guarding Sun Lam. He let out a sigh of relief, thankful that when Sun Lam glanced in this direction earlier, he almost thought he had been discovered. It seems the treasure on Du Sun Nin is indeed miraculous. As a Nin leaned in his arms, she tilted her head and asked, "Why are you here, and why is Ni Note here too?" Then the little girl shot him a side glance and asked, "You liar, what bad intention do you have this time?" Startled, Kwang Jiak quickly covered a Nin's mouth and hurriedly whispered, "Sure, keep your voice down. Feng Kim No is here. If she hears us, we'll be in trouble." A Nin pushed his hand away and reassured him. "Don't worry, I have a treasure that conceals our voices. She won't notice us." Kwang Jiak, still uneasy, pointed over there and said, "Are you sure? Look, she's glancing this way." A Nin proudly replied, "Of course, this is the one-of-a-kind supreme fire treasure." Huin Kim Kwan stood up at this moment, holding a sword in his hand, cautiously observing the surroundings. A Nin saw Huin Kim Kwan, full of murderous intent, flying towards them with his sword and screamed in fear. "What? Have we been discovered? How is that possible?" A powerful wave of sword energy slashed towards Kwang Jiak and a Nin. The two of them hugged each other in terror, screaming non-stop. But the sword energy didn't hit them, stopping just behind their backs. Kwang Jiak was puzzled, not understanding what had happened. "Huh? He missed?" Kwang Jiak quickly looked behind and realized what was going on. The sound just now came from over there. A group of people appeared from that direction. Among them was a man wearing a hood, leaning on a cane with one hand and holding a small mirror in the other. He spoke. "In my life, I have escaped death from the hands of the great sage several times, thanks to this hidden ability. I never thought that today I would be seen through. Huin Kim Kwan's reputation is indeed not false." A Nin, hiding with Kwang Jiak, couldn't help but curse when she saw this group of people. "TCH, these guys are really like ghosts that won't go away." Kwang Jiak heard this and turned to ask, "Kid, you know these people?" A Nin replied with disgust. "They are envoys from Daihong City. That guy leading them is said to be some young lord who had the nerve to propose to my sister. Humph, he's not even as good as you swindler." Hearing this, Kwang Jiak quietly thought to himself that it seemed he wasn't the only one with plans when Du Sun Lam's mysterious illness flared up. But how could these people know about such a secret? On this side, the leader of the newly appeared group was talking to Huin Kim Kwan. "If Huin Kim Kwan is guarding here, it seems the information is true. Is it because the Lord's illness flared up, and he's secluded here?" Seeing the newcomers, De Hao frowned and said, "De Hao, you are quite bold. How did you find out about the Lord's illness?" De Hao was also tired upon hearing this since he had no idea what this human tribe fortune-teller was. The fortune-teller, hiding to the side, was equally surprised by the sudden mention of his name. When a Nin heard what Hoa No said, she narrowed her eyes and questioned, "Kwang Jiak, did you collude with outsiders to harm my sister?" Kwang Jiak hurriedly explained and defended himself. "How could I? I'm your brother-in-law. Think about it, if not for true love, would your sister have forcibly dragged me back to Du Sun and married me?" On this side, De Hao also clarified his intentions. "At this point, does asking that still matter? Once I seize the primordial essence of the Demon Lord, take control of Du Sun, then I'll slowly have a talk with the two beauties." Hoa No sneered at him and said, "You think too highly of yourself. But I suggest, dear young master, that you survive tonight under Ni Noa's hand first. Live through tonight first." Then she snapped her fingers and called out for the dragon vine. The dragon vine sprouted from the ground and tightly bound the people in front of her. Emperor Hao cursed inwardly. "What the hell is this?" The Xian sword troops rushed in to assist Huan No. Emperor Hao mocked them. "Naive fools, do you think a mere demon vine can trap a golden crow like me? After all, they're just two handmaidens. Then he channeled his spiritual power. Suddenly, he noticed a figure flash by him. It was a member of the Xian sword troops, swiftly slashing at him. She casually remarked, "I hope the young master won't mind that the handmaidens of Tu Shan were a bit rough." Just a bit. Then, countless sword auras were unleashed toward them. Emperor Hao used his spiritual power to cut the dragon vine, and quickly dodged. Kuang Jiak stood by observing, silently marveling at how strong it was. With Nino here, nothing should go wrong. Anin was extremely excited, cheering. "Awesome! The best swordsman in the world!" De Hao was struggling to dodge Huin Kim Quan. Xe Lao descended from the sky, saying, "Master Huin Kim Quan, let this old man take your place." He transformed into his true form, a giant green snake, opening its massive mouth intending to swallow Huin Kim Quan whole. Then there was a loud explosion, and the snake crashed to the ground, dirt and stones flying everywhere. Seeing this, De Hao smugly smiled and praised Xe Lao. "Well done." Hoa No stood by, only sneering coldly. Huin Kim Quan smiled and praised. "Elder, you're quite powerful, aren't you?" Xe Lao widened his red eyes, staring at Huin Kim Quan, silently thinking to himself when, as the dust settled, everyone could clearly see the scene of Huin Kim Quan standing on the massive head of Xe Lao. She casually said to him, "If you want to be my opponent, you'll have to hold out a little longer." After saying that, she leapt up with her sword. A sword slash shot through the air, striking the head of the giant green snake, causing it to bleed and scream in pain. As she finished speaking, countless sword strikes cut into the snake, leaving its entire body covered in wounds and blood. After a while of writhing in pain, the snake finally collapsed to the ground. However, it was still alive, still had the strength to ask, "Huin Kim Quan, how can you be so strong?" "I understand now. Have you reached that threshold?" Huin Kim Quan didn't reply, just gave it a glance. Then it stuck out its tongue, took out a mirror, and laughed. "Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. If you possess such cultivation, this old man is no match for you, but missing one step is like missing today's step. You won't be able to protect your master." Hoa No looked up at the mirror, secretly astonished. That mirror astonished not just her, but also Kuang Jiak and Anin, who were hiding nearby, observing everything. Anin commented on the mirror. "What's with that mirror? It seems very sinister." On the other side, the giant serpent had begun to activate the mirror, summoning its master. In Kuang Jiak's heart, a sense of foreboding arose. Xian Jianjun was in danger. Xian Jianjun looked at her hand, which was slowly fading away, thinking, "My body!" Anin, hiding nearby, exclaimed in shock. "Why is Xian Jianjun not moving in front of the mirror?" Kuang Jiak shared the same expression, saying, "The evil eye in the mirror has taken over her consciousness. It's searching for her soul." Then he saw Hoa No and Long Dang rushing towards the mirror from behind. She and Long Dang rushed with all their might towards the mirror, gritting her teeth, thinking, "Huin Kim Quan, hang in there!" De Hao stood aside and sneered. "Want to save her? How naive!" As he began to channel spiritual power. Then a large flame attacked Hoa No and Long Dang. The flame seemed like it wanted to swallow her whole. But Hoa No's face remained calm, without a trace of fear. Anin, standing aside, shouted in worry, "Hoa No!" The flame struck the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise. On this side, Huin Kim Quan opened his eyes once more. She appears in a strange place. She looks around and wonders, where is this? Is this an illusion created by that old snake? I must quickly return to Hua No's side. Suddenly, some flames appear, and a voice echoes from behind. "The mighty Xin Yuan Sword Master, reduced to a mere servant, do you accept this?" The flames gradually take the form of a person. Xin Yuan Sword Master swings her sword toward it, and the voice laughs mockingly. "Ha ha ha, Xin Yuan Sword Master, why the anger? If you truly accepted being a slave, how could you see me here? Do you know how many people in this world want to meet me but can't? Only those with profound inner strength have the chance to see me." Xian Yuan Sword Master doesn't refute or argue, only asks, "Who are you?" The flames form into a tall young man who introduces himself. "You may call me Master Jing." Outside, as the dust and smoke clear, a group of dragons is revealed. Kuang Jiak hid on one side and exclaimed that those were the vines of Hoa No, blocking the fireball. He frowned, thinking it was too early to be relieved. He then assessed the situation, realizing that in the previous battle, Hoa No wasn't the one leading. De Hao and the others had an advantage in controlling Feng Sword No, possibly because they had planned in advance. They might not be able to defeat Feng Sword No, but they certainly weren't ordinary people. Although they managed to fend off the last attack, Hoa No was already injured. Kim O represents fire, Hoa No represents wood. He himself is already a celestial master, and once Feng Sword No was controlled, the outcome of this battle was predetermined. The house sneered from one side. How much longer do you all plan on lying there? Finish this quickly. Everyone revealed their true forms. Several subordinates immediately transformed back into wolves, and Kwang Jiak was surprised that they weren't dead yet. He pointed towards Hoa No and ordered, "Tear that woman apart." The wolf pack instantly charged at her, but she calmly said, "So, that's how it is. It seems you had already added Ni No to the mix." Hoa No glanced at him disdainfully, and cursed him as a despicable scoundrel. She just said they couldn't let them carry out their plan and swung the vine towards the pack of werewolves. The vine struck them, producing sounds of pain. The snake hissed, "Everyone move aside," then quickly lunged at Hoa No, its mouth spewing purple venom. It arrogantly said to her, "Lady Hoa No, how does the jade snake feel? If I'm not mistaken, the vine is connected to your spiritual power. Even if the vine blocks it, the snake's venom will still invade your body." Hoa No glanced at her now poisoned hand. Suddenly, a flame rushed towards her. Hoa No was struck, and she painfully fell to the ground. Seeing this, a nin, hiding at the door, couldn't hold back and shouted out. She wanted to rush over, but Kwang Jiak held her back, quickly reassuring her. "Hurry back to me. Don't you understand? If you run out there, it's certain death." Hoa No's entire body was covered in wounds, her clothes were tattered, and she looked miserable. Blood welled up in her mouth, and she couldn't help but groan in pain. Kwang Jiak frowned, thinking, "Continuing like this isn't a good idea. I have no choice but to use that." Xe Lao, standing next to De Hao, smugly said, "Young master, deliver the final blow and send her off. Acquiring the source of the heavenly demon lord is the goal of this journey." Even though Hoa No was severely injured, she still protected her master, telling them, "You all do not insult the lord." De Hao scoffed at her loyalty. "Ridiculous. You still want to struggle? You're just a servant girl. If you don't value your life, I'll make sure you die without a whole body." He gathered his spiritual energy, intending to deliver a fatal blow. Meanwhile, Kwang Jiak placed the extremely worried nin down on the ground. He thought to himself that he could only activate that formation. His hands clasped 4 fingers together and began to set the formation. "Soldiers in line, prepare for battle. The 8 Fiends formation has opened." As soon as the words were spoken, the formation was completed. Suddenly, a mist gathered in the sky, making Emperor Hao, who was about to strike, stop and observe. He frowned and looked around, puzzled by the white mist that was swirling in from nowhere, surrounding him. Weak and sitting on the ground, Hoa No looked at the mist and wondered if someone was setting up a formation. Surrounded by the white mist, Elder Xa cursed in frustration. "Damn it, the mist is so thick I can barely see the road ahead," he thought to himself. "Who on earth could have done this?" Seeing this, a nin didn't hold back and praised Kwang Jiak. "You're a real outlaw. I didn't expect you to act like this. With this skill, Hoa No will surely be saved, right?" Kwang Jiak, a bit smug, said to the little girl. "Don't worry, Hoa No is in no danger at the moment. In this formation, no one can see clearly except me." A nin turned to him, joyfully saying, "That's great, let's quickly find Hoa No and the others." Kwang Jiak replied to the little girl, "I'm afraid I can't go with you to find Hoa No right now because I have something important to take care of." After apologizing, he tossed the little girl aside and slipped away. Kwang Jiak ran into the secret chamber, ignoring a nin who angrily cursed. "Kwang Jiak, you're a fraud!" Without stopping, he rushed deeper inside, thinking to himself, "Sorry everyone, but I have to seize this chance to find the demon lord." Soon, he had to hug himself, lamenting, "Ugh, it's so cold. What's going on in this cave? It's freezing. What the heck is she doing in there?" Seeing the door not far away continuously emitting cold air, Kwang Jiak muttered, "Damn, she's not going insane in there, is she? If I leave now, I'll still die on my wedding day. I have to go in. Everything depends on this." Kwang Jiak walked through the gate, thinking to himself, what exactly is the secret of the demon lord? Suddenly, he was stunned by the scene before him. The maiden's delicate legs were swinging back and forth non-stop. The demon lord was lying happily on the bed, playfully examining a puppet that resembled Kwang Jiak. She pointed at the puppet cheerfully and said, "You're so good, lying here without saying a word. If you keep this up, I'll use magic to turn you into ice cream. It took Kwang Jiak a moment to realize that the puppet was a replica of himself. He was even more bewildered when he saw how much fun the demon Lord Du Sun was having with it. Seeing the childlike Du Sun in front of him made Kwang Jiak blush, feeling that she was incredibly strange now. Could she have lost her mind? After regaining his composure, Kwang Jiak immediately spoke to Sun Lam. Baby? Who's your baby? And where did you get that broken toy in your hand? Suddenly, Kwang Jiak froze as he saw a long foxtail wrapped tightly around his body. He was forcefully pulled towards Sun Lam, who was waiting with open arms to embrace him. A moment later, to Kwang Jiak's astonishment, he found himself tightly held in Sun Lam's arms. Good little baby. Sun Lam cooed, holding him amidst the mountains. He felt embarrassed, thinking this situation was anything but normal. He noticed that her body was very cold, perhaps due to illness, which caused Du Sun Lam to lose her mind for a while, behaving just like a 3 or 4-year-old child. It seems that Sich Hong Dan's theory wasn't false. Du Sun Lam has a dual soul. The primary soul is the female demon lord Du Sun Lam, while the other soul is the innocent child she now resembles. On the night of the full moon each month, the secondary soul takes control. Suddenly, Sun Lam exhaled a cold breath. As a master fortune-teller, his instincts told him that the primary soul of Du Sun Lam hadn't completely left yet and was about to awaken. The soul merges with the body. Sun Lam sighs in relief. She feels herself holding Kwang Jiak, which makes her both angry and embarrassed. Seeing Sun Lam raising her hand to strike, Kwang Jiak shrinks back, timidly explaining. Wait, let me explain. Explain, my foot. And with that, he is slapped and sent flying away. He trembles as he tries to get up, realizing that this woman intends to kill him. Meanwhile, Sun Lam slowly approaches, her entire body radiating murderous intent. Who gave you permission to enter here? Kwang Jiak lowers his head without responding, thinking about escaping, but his body is too weak. Is this where it ends? Heaven's will is no match for the author's will. Suddenly, Sun Lam's body starts spinning. The cold air emanating from the desperate situation kept drifting out, more and more. After a while, Sun Lam seemed to lose all strength and collapsed to the ground. He realized that the spirit from earlier had returned. Sun Lam returned to his childlike state, and when he saw Kwang Jiak lying on the ground, he wondered. Baby, why are you lying on the ground? It's very cold down here. Sun Lam reached out his pale hands toward him. Let's get on the bed. This mix of threats and reassurances left Kwang Jiak mentally and physically distorted. Oh heavens, if I've sinned, please punish me by law. At that moment, Kwang Jiak was drifting in an endless void. What is happening? My body feels both cold and hot. He closed his eyes to feel it more clearly, sensing as if two opposing forces of cold and heat were trying to enter his body. They seemed to be restraining and resisting each other within him. It seems like someone is helping me heal. But who could this master be? Kwang Jiak didn't think too much about it. Just now, he was seriously injured by his wife. And now he needed to heal quickly. He didn't care what these two streams of energy were, as long as he could absorb them. Some time later, he slowly opened his eyes. Thankfully, those two streams of energy had protected his life, and even fully restored the circulation of his lungs, allowing him to truly advance to the 7th stage of Kam Lai. But something feels strange. Kwang Jiak woke up from his daze, and to his surprise he was lying next to Sun Lam, both of them without a stitch of clothing. Kwang Jiak sat up in distress, his voice trembling with sadness. Why aren't you wearing any clothes? What did you do? I'm still. Seeing Kwang Jiak acting all dramatic, Sun Lam was full of question marks in her mind. She leaned toward him, saying that last night, because he kept complaining about being hot, she took off her clothes, as her naturally cool body was perfect for helping him cool down. Cool down? Kwang Jiak hesitated. Sun Lam turned to him with a very cheerful tone. That's right. If you don't believe me, baby, feel it for yourself. Only then did he realize that the cold energy he had absorbed was actually the primordial spirit of the demon saint from Du Sun Lam. Even though Kwang Jiak, the straight fortune-teller, is an incredibly upright person, he immediately took a coat from the bed and draped it over Sun Lam, reminding her not to expose her body. He thought about the heat from last night. The sparkling red crystals glowed brilliantly. He realized this was a bed made of warm jade. While dressing Sun Lam, Kwang Jiak thought to himself, this warm jade bed must have been deliberately arranged by Du Sun Lam to suppress the cold energy in her body, yet he accidentally absorbed the sacred demon essence she had exposed, along with the fiery energy of the warm jade bed. As soon as she finished getting dressed, Sun Lam rushed to embrace him, asking him to tell her a story. Ahem, men and women should maintain proper distance, behave yourself. Sun Lam pulled out the ultra-VIP book that Kwang Jiak had written, and he blushed in embarrassment, saying, "This story isn't for children, and how did you even get your hands on it?" Not being allowed to read the story made Sun Lam sad, showing a pitiful expression as she leaned closer and pleaded in a whiny voice, "I don't care. I want to hear it. Tell me the story, please." The male lead couldn't resist this temptation. He held his head in frustration and said, "No wonder Sun Lam locked you in here. Alright, I really can't win against you." And so, Kwang Jiak unwillingly became the storyteller for this little fox spirit. During the Song dynasty, there was a charming young man with the surname Taeman and the given name Khan. After reading for a long time, Kwang Jiak put the book down. The story is still long, but we don't have much time left. At some point, Sun Lam had fallen asleep on Kwang Jiak's lap. He gently stroked her head. "There really isn't much time left, is there, Demon Lord? When she wakes up, everything will be different." Kwang Jiak held her hand, feeling a bit of regret. Before that, he had to cast the spell. The system reminds, "Do you want to use the blood pact of fate?" Without hesitation, Kwang Jiak answered yes. The system reminds again, "The target's soul is too strong. Do you want to spend destiny points to forcibly execute the blood pact of fate?" Kwang Jiak answered yes with even more certainty. Consuming 1 destiny point, consuming 100 destiny points, 1,000, 10,000. Sun Lam's and Kwang Jiak's bodies were surrounded by golden streams of power. Kwang Jiak gritted his teeth. This time, it must succeed. A moment later, the system notified that it had successfully bound the host through the destiny point. Only then did Jiang Jiao breathe a sigh of relief. "You've worked hard, my wife." The system congratulated. "Your blood pact of shared fate has been connected with the Demon Lord." While the two were still holding hands, the moon was still shining outside. Di Hao looked around, and finally, the mist had cleared. The old snake slithered up. "Young master, take this opportunity to enter the stone gate quickly. If we wait until dawn, once the Demon Lord awakens, we won't be able to win." Di Hao replied. "No need for your advice." At the stone gate, vines started growing wildly again. Hua No slowly approached. "What? Did you think I, the mountain spirit, had lost my life?" "Di Hao, listen to me clearly. Before Hua No's body is shattered, don't even think about taking a step into the stone gate." Di Hao, furious, gathered his energy again. "I thought you had escaped in the mist, but you still haven't given up? You've really tested my patience." Tu Hao is exhausted. Hua No also realizes what Emperor Hao intends to do. She immediately releases her vines, thinking, "This isn't good, I must stop him." But she's still a step too late. Emperor Hao has already reached the final stage. He quickly shoots up into the sky. After Emperor Hao transforms, he is immediately caught by Hua No's vines. He shouts, "Just a small flower demon, yet you dare act recklessly in front of a golden crow." Hua No still tries her best not to let go. Emperor Hao roars, "Overestimating yourself, still not letting go? The true fire on my body alone is enough for you." As he spoke, the true fire burned Hua No's hand. Her vines were severed by the true fire, releasing De Hao from her grip. He sneered, "Humph, you should know by now that you're no match for me. What's this? Are you trying to stall until the Demon Lord awakens? Foolish delusion." He unleashed a fiery blast and shouted, "Prepare to die." Kwang Jiak slowly emerged from the stone gate. "Who dares bully the women of my family?" Kwang Jiak deployed the 8 Fiends formation, raising the earth to block De Hao's attack. Both De Hao and Hua No looked toward the gate, thinking, It's actually Kwang Jiak. When did he enter the stone gate? Kwang Jiak helps Hua No up, saying, "Sorry to trouble you, you've had to endure a lot." Hua No, bewildered, thinks to herself, "Could that white mist formation earlier have been his doing?" From above, De Hao shouts loudly, "Who are you? You're just a human cultivator, and you dare meddle in the affairs of us demons? Do you have a death wish?" Hua No lightly chuckles and responds, "Oh, does the young master want to know who this person is? Then listen carefully. This person is my master, the future husband of the Demon Lord." Hua No says, raising Kwang Jiak's hand. De Hao, furious, is left speechless, stammering, So it's you. I'll see what you think you have to fight me with." he says before charging down. Kwang Jiak leaps forward, saying, "Leave this to me." Kwang Jiak activates the technique. 8 ferocities and 8 symbols, grant me divine power. Heavenly thunder, turn Dahao from a roast chicken to a microwaved one. But this chicken is a fire chicken, a fighting type, so it used the move, Heaven Fire. Kwang Jiak immediately countered with a combo, Heaven Water, Heaven Wood. The old serpent and his gang, diving in the mangrove forest, thought to themselves, what kind of trick is this? Could it be, he's an immortal? Kwang Jiak asked. Are you the young master of the Golden Crow, Dahao? This chaos ends here. Suddenly being called out by name, the fire chicken hesitated a bit. Kwang Jiak summoned Dragon Tail Judgment, startling Dahao. He struggled and shouted, What's happening? I can't control my body! Get out, get out! Kwang Jiak shouted. Slash! The blade swiftly descended, showcasing a flawless display of chicken chopping, quick, precise, clean, without tearing. Xie Lao, in confusion, thought, what? The young master's cultivation has weakened significantly. Could it be the celestial fate energy? I must leave immediately and report this to that lord. Meanwhile, Kwang Jiak prepared to end the battle. But then, a notification rang out. Warning, the host wishes to dissolve the blood pact. Which shocked Kwang Jiak's people. The dragon tail severing technique faltered due to this, causing a mild backlash. Hoa No shouted in panic. What's happening? Then a voice was heard. Master, you finally emerged from seclusion. Kwang Jiak also turned to the person stepping out from the stone gate, and emotionally called his name. Kwang Jiak. Sun Lam also seems to be affected by breaking the bloodline. She says, look at what you've done. Kwang Jiak remains silent. Hoa No runs up and shouts. Master, you've finally emerged from seclusion. Dahao is stunned. What? The demon lord has emerged from seclusion? We must leave quickly. He thinks and immediately turns to fly away. Sun Lam is angry. Trying to escape. In an instant, Sun Lam appears before him. Sun Lam touches his head, questioning. Dahao of the Great Wilderness Clan, what gives you the courage to challenge me? Do you know I am the sovereign of the myriad demon nation? The master of the heavenly demons. Lin performed a move and successfully took down the fire chicken, causing chaos. Kwang Jiak looked at the scene with mild confusion. Sun Lam slowly descended with the newly hunted chicken head and asked, did you see clearly? Did you really think your childish tricks would work? Did you really think you could survive and escape my grasp in this lifetime? Did you think you could leave Du Sun alive in this lifetime? But then she sensed another presence. A hand from the sky grabbed Dahao and the cat. Sun Lam realized it was the sage of the Dai Hong tribe. What, planning to take someone from my hands? Little Sun Quan caught Dahao and said, Kwang Jiak, don't worry too much. Kwang Jiak saw a familiar person defending the wrong side and shouted out, even more worried, Little Mountain Lord. Sun Lam angrily said, you ignorant fool! This place belongs to me, you can't just come and go as you please. I'll show you what happens when you mess with Du Sun. Her voice echoed as she chased after the prey. A few hours later, Kwang Jiak was sitting idly in the Du Sun underworld, wondering how Little Mountain Lord was doing. Suddenly, he was slapped across the face, jolting him awake. With a bruise on his face, Kwang Jiak smiled faintly. Little fox, since you're here, why not show yourself? Sun Nin appeared, furious. You lying scoundrel! Kwang Jiak feigned ignorance and asked. Nin, why are you saying that? Sun Nin angrily replied. You still dare to talk? That day, you said you wanted to lecture with me, but you deliberately led me to the mountain valley, didn't you? From the very beginning, you deceived me, intentionally making me help you set up the formation to harm my sister. Kwang Jiak scratched his head and protested. Who said I wanted to harm your sister? I'm your brother-in-law. Sun Nin moved away in disgust. Humph. Hoa No already told me everything. You can't fool me. Nin isn't that stupid. Kwang Jiak tried to defend himself. I saved her life, yet she treats me like this. But I can't blame her. She already has a bias against me, thinking I'm not worthy of your sister. Kwang Jiak changed his tone. Little Nin, that day, your sister, Feng Kim No, and Hoa No were all saved by me, right? If I hadn't been there that day, your sister, Sun Nin pondered and said, that's true. But then she quickly stood up. No! Why did my sister lock you up then? Kwang Jiak sighed helplessly and gently explained to the young girl. Your sister is deeply in love with me, but unfortunately, I have great ambitions and don't care for romantic affairs. She was afraid I'd leave, so she locked me up. That's not right, is it? As her younger sister, shouldn't you help her avoid love and focus on the greater cause? Sun Nin's mind conjured up the image of her elder sister, the tyrant, playing the game of a golden house to hide a beauty. With Kwang Jiak, frightened by her own thoughts, she hurriedly asked, "So how should I help you?" Kwang Jiak cheerfully replied, "Ah Nin, thank you for being so understanding. However, this matter requires careful planning. Now lean in close." Before she could tempt the young girl, Kwang Jiak suddenly noticed something and quickly shut her mouth. Hua No had been here for who knows how long. She smiled and said, "Take off the chains from him." Kwang Jiak gave a polite smile. "So it's Sister Hua No. Sister, is your wound better now?" She thought to herself. "This woman really knows how to pick the right time to visit, doesn't she?" Hua No smiled. "If I hadn't witnessed your abilities that day, I would have thought you were just an ordinary person." Kwang Jiak rubbed her wrist and said, "Now that you've seen my skills, aren't you afraid I'll escape if you unlock me?" Hua No approached and asked, "Sir, you are the foremost fortune-teller. Can you foresee whether the master will return to the mountain today?" Kwang Jiak was surprised. Hua No extended his hand and invited. "By the master's order, I invite you to meet with the master." As the two walked outside, Kwang Jiak noticed something. It was the chicken heads and pig trotters that Sun Lam hung up to dry. Kwang Jiak thought, "It seems this Dai Hong clan has paid a much higher price than expected to appease the Demon Lord's wrath. The Demon Lord, as expected, doesn't spare lives easily." Hua No looked at Kwang Jiak and smiled. "Sir, you need not be afraid. The master will not take a life without reason unless that person no longer wishes to live." Kwang Jiak clasped his hands and coughed. "Cough, cough, the Demon Lord is truly formidable. I am utterly convinced." In the Ho Tien Hall, Sun Lam asked, "Feng Kim's slave, when you were defeated by me initially, I had no intention of prolonging this conflict. You willingly pledged yourself to serve me as your master, swearing lifelong loyalty to me, correct?" Sword servant kneels below and responds, "Yes, master." Sun Lam asks, "Now that you wield the sword on my behalf, do you harbor any dissatisfaction?" Sword servant replies, "I wouldn't dare." Sun Lam angrily says, "Humph, I can see you're quite bold. Weren't you fully committed to becoming a saint?" "Who exactly is that Mr. Qin?" Sword servant says, "Master, I know I've made a mistake. That Mr. Qin seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. I was momentarily bewitched by him, trapped inside, endangering you. I am not worthy to live. I don't know Mr. Qin's true identity, only that old serpent called him master and used a fake identity to give orders. However what?" Sun Lam asks. "He once said, 'Kang Jiak, you've ruined my plans again,' and harbored a lot of hatred toward Kang Jiak." Sun Lam muses. "Kang Jiak again. It seems that my future consort is not so simple after all." Hua's servant appears and reports, "Master, Kang Jiak has been brought here." Sun Lam allows him to enter. Kwang Jiak respectfully clasped his hands and said, "Greetings to the Exalted One." Sun Lam said, 3 months from now is the wedding. Do you have any close friends you wish to invite?" Kwang Jiak pursed his lips but forced himself to speak normally. "The wedding will proceed as planned. I don't know who the Exalted One made an agreement with, but you kept your word. It really wasn't necessary." Sun Lam frowned. "Du Sun does not take in idlers. Since you are knowledgeable in preaching, you can enlighten the Du Sun clan and be responsible for educating the yet-to-be-enlightened demon tribes." Kwang Jiak smiled helplessly and said, "Though I am a teacher, I am not a book instructor." Sun Lam lightly asked if he had any objections. Kwang Jiak stiffly replied, "I wouldn't dare." Then she asked again, "Do you know Mr. Qin?" Seeing the surprised expression on Kwang Jiak's face, she was certain he did. In the void illusion, Elder Snake was also prostrating on the ground and reported, "Master, Emperor Hao met a tragic end at the hands of Du Sun Lam. The old man of the great wilderness couldn't stop her. Although Emperor Hao is dead, I have absorbed all the essence he refined over the years. One day, I will become a second-grade demon king." Mr. Qin found it laughable. "Ha, you sacrificed your body to escape, and your primordial spirit is gravely injured. How will you become a second-grade being like this?" He reached out and said, "You should let me use it." Old Snake hurriedly begged, "Please, Master, have mercy, I beg you." Then Old Snake was absorbed into a pill. Mr. Jing said, "Something like this shouldn't be wasted. All my efforts placing this on you, Emperor Hao, were for nothing." Mr. Jing held the pill, overflowing with energy, in his hand. He angrily said, Damn it, Jiangju, just wait. We'll see who's better between a transcendent like you and me, the king. After being freed, Jiangju rushed back. Kaluo, Master is back. Kaluo came out of the room with tears in his eyes. Master, you're finally back. These past days, when you were missing, I was so worried. I didn't eat meat or fish, just chanted prayers, hoping you'd return soon. Seeing such a filial disciple made Jiangju less joyful as he ran over to hug him. This child is truly considerate. Tell me, what sutras have you been chanting for me these days? Kaluo calmly replied. The Sutra of the Past Vows. All right, stop crying, didn't I return safely? He said as he patted Kaluo's bald head. This child has faced so much bad luck following me. Normally unbeatable, yet trapped in this demonic place. Kaluo, meanwhile, thought about escaping Dushan. The novice monk felt joyful about his master's status. These past few days, the little demons have been bringing meat and fish every day to serve them, so the novice didn't see anything wrong with it. Kalak turned to ask him. Master, if you could go outside, where would you go? Kwang Jiak replied slowly. If I could go outside, then of course I. His expression suddenly turned somber. If I could escape, I would certainly find a place to focus on cultivating first. Not to mention that Du Sun Lam would set traps everywhere to find me, angering those powerful beings. Staying at Du Sun is the safest. Well, it doesn't really matter where. Kwang Jiak said. I'll just endure here at Du Sun. When I have the power to tease Du Sun Nam in bed and reclaim my position, then he. Seeing his lecherous look, Kalak could only clasp his hands together and lament. Evil, evil, Master is thinking of indecent things again. Don't be tempted by lust, this young monk is still too young. Master, I must remind you, it's not good to covet others, especially when that nine-tailed female benefactor is so formidable. Do you really have the strength, Master? Kwang Jiak was deeply displeased upon hearing this. Don't casually read other people's thoughts like that. Hearing these words, Kwang Jiak's eyes suddenly darkened. Perhaps the day of being on top is truly too distant. At this moment, in the Qin kingdom, many people were kneeling before a woman. This woman was Tan Chu, the Grand Empress of Qin. Long live the Empress, long live, long live. Tan Chu held 3 incense sticks and said, I, the king, overthrew the government and established the great dynasty because a divine being guided me, allowing me to protect the people's livelihood. Truly, it was a blessing from the heavens. Today, the divine being has departed on a journey, and I have no way to repay them. So, perhaps this afternoon, I can build a small shrine. The girl, with a dignified appearance and exquisite beauty, Kim Nan Fuang Q. I hope the people of the great dynasty remember the kindness of the divine being. Tan Chu said as he bowed deeply, hoping the divine being would be venerated by the world. The statue bearing Kwang Jiak's likeness suddenly glowed. At that moment, Kwang Jiak sensed something. He felt a surge of power returning, and when he awoke, Kalak said, Finally, Master, you're awake. Didn't you want to take a nap? He paid no attention to the words. When he raised his hand, he saw a glowing spot in his palm and realized that his merit was continuously increasing. Thinking, Kwang Jiak stood up straight. Could it be the incense offerings? Damn it, who is worshipping me now? After hearing your story, Kalak lay down on the grass. Kalak thought this was a good thing, but Kwang Jiak didn't think so. What do you know? Oh, by the way, where are my 2 card-playing friends? Speak of the devil, and the devil appears. The pig and goat happily brought the wood. Kwang Jiak needed the wood in hand and was happy about it. Thanks, you 2 aren't just here to play cards, are you? Seeing Kwang Jiak so focused on the wood, the pig curiously asked him. I wonder what Mr. Kwang needs this wood for? Kwang Jiak remained focused on the wood, ignoring the pig's question. Instead, he asked, These branches are at least 100 years old, right? Aren't there any older ones? Hearing that, the goat replied, Sir, if it were 1,000 or 10,000 years old, it would have become a spirit by now. How could we cut it down for you? By the way, the demon general in Daongwin Cave, a celestial being struck by lightning, became a spirit. It's not easy for plants to become spirits. It would take at least 3,000 years. So Kwang Jiak suggested that his good friends retrieve that item. Hearing this, the pig and goat hurriedly declined, saying it would be very difficult since they didn't know that demon general and couldn't defeat him. But Kwang Jiak didn't intend to send them to their deaths. Just deliver this to the peach tree demon general, and he'll understand. The pig and goat looked at each other, and sighed in relief. On this side, Kwang Jiak bit his fingertip, causing blood to gush out. He chanted a spell, invoking the gods, asking the spirits of the 8 directions to come and bow. Under Kwang Jiak's magic, a wooden log slowly floated up. Boom, the log was torn apart, and inside was a wooden statue created in an instant. He looked at the wooden statue with a sigh, thinking that even after 100 years, it couldn't withstand too much incense smoke. He hoped the two would hand this over to the Wood Spirit General, apologizing for the trouble. At this moment, inside Down Gwyn Cave at Dusun, someone spoke in an angry voice. "That's right, the general at Tam Na Peak has gone too far," another person interjected. "To dare to come here asking for the general's 3,000-year-old wood, this cannot be tolerated. We must report this to the Demon Lord." The Wood Spirit General, hearing this, got angry. "Shut up!" He picked up the wooden figure of Jiangju and said, "Such a great opportunity. Who in this world would offer their own incense to someone else? No wonder he was chosen as the royal consort. What kind of power is this? Don't say he only asked me to choose a small wooden heart. Even if he wanted my entire heart and liver, I would give it to him." At this moment, Jiangju suddenly sneezed. "Who's thinking of me?" Below, the pig was very happy holding the statue that Jiangju gave. "Is it really meant for me?" "Of course," Jiangju replied firmly. "The two of you contributed to obtaining the wooden heart, so take this item. This is offered by the incense pavilion. Whoever possesses it can receive merit from it." Upon hearing this, pig and goat knelt down in unison. Tears of gratitude flowed. "We have cultivated for 1,000 years, yet we are not as bright as half of what the gentleman has bestowed today. The gentleman's great favor is like a rebirth from our parents, for the two of us brothers. No need for such formality." Jiangju extended his hand to the two of them. "Besides, I still have one more thing to trouble the two of you with." Jiangju's voice became unusually cheerful. "My grand wedding with the heavenly demon lord is approaching. To express sincerity, I want to create incense merit for the beings of Duoshan as a meeting gift. Please spread this word. If anyone wishes, they can come to Sanya Feng to take this divine statue." These words left both of them so shocked that their jaws dropped. How could there be such a good thing in this world? "Lord Dai Nia, you are truly a divine person. O great kindness, you distribute the Jielin guns so equally." The painful wails were ear-piercing. The screams seemed to penetrate deep into one's soul. Sun Nin was held tightly by 2 people, one on each side. No matter how much she struggled, she couldn't break free. Min absolutely refused to admit guilt. Sun Nin was thrown in front of Sun Lam. "Ha, stubborn little one, do you know what I want to ask about?" Seeing it was Sun Lam, Sun Nin burst into tears. "I never went there. I never secluded myself with my brother-in-law. I never revealed the terrain of Dusun. I never secretly infiltrated the prison to visit my brother-in-law. And all of this is slander, slander." Oh ho! Only now did Sun Lam realize that this fox had really hidden many things from her. She asked Sun Nin if Kwang Jiak had said anything to her. And Sun Nin quickly replied, "Brother-in-law said that you love him deeply, but unripe melons are not sweet. Please let him go." These words made Sun Lam feel a bit shocked. She asked again to be sure. "Did brother-in-law really tell you this?" "Yes," Sun Nin replied firmly. "Brother-in-law said you are blindly in love, unrequited, foolishly obsessed with good looks, and that it won't end well." Hearing these words, Sun Lam's face darkened. "It seems you've learned quite a bit from being around him lately. Servant, hang her up, and bring me the whip." So Sun Nin was hung up. Despite struggling, she couldn't escape. Nearby, Sun Lam asked her attendant, "Has anything happened today?" "Because I haven't seen anyone," the servant cautiously replied. "Master, they've gone to Tam Na Fong again." "What?" Sun Lam said sternly. "Well done, Kwang Jiak. I need to see what other tricks you have up your sleeve." The servant beside her heard this and thought that things didn't look good for Kwang Jiak with his future wife. A moment later, Sun Lam and her maid arrived at Tam Na Fong. From outside, they could clearly hear the lively buzz of gossiping voices. This made Sun Lam's temper flare up. Without saying a word, she pushed the door open. Hearing such a loud noise, Kwang Jiak turned around and angrily scolded. "Who's being so unruly? The heavenly demon lord's husband?" Before he could finish his sentence, Kwang Jiak felt a chilling coldness envelop his body. Seeing Sun Lam's dark expression made Kwang Jiak shrink back. "Wife, why are you here?" Sun Lam glared at him with burning eyes. "Using my title to oppress others, how skilled you've become." "No, no." Kwang Jiak stepped forward and scratched his head. "Please, Demon Lord, don't take it to heart. My cultivation is too low, it was just for self-defense." Hearing that, Sun Lam immediately dismissed her servants. She slowly walked towards the stone table, casually picking up a statue with Kwang Jiak's face. If you don't like me calling you wife, then let's just drop it altogether. We'll go back to. Before she could finish, a gaze that could kill bore into Kwang Jiak. Ha ha, Kwang Jiak was so frightened by that gaze, his voice grew weaker. Actually, you came at the right time, I have a gift for you. Hearing that, Sun Lam put on an indifferent face. Giving me a gift? Abracadabra, a huge statue of Kwang Jiak appeared in front of her. Kwang Jiak on this side was very happy with his gift. He cheerfully said, if I wasn't here, the Supreme Master could look at this and think of me. Twice before it was interrupted. But this time was different. Preparing to be kicked out made Kwang Jiak scared to death. On this side, Sun Lam looked at him and said in a stern voice, the path of cultivation has seen countless people building obscene temples to gather incense, even turning into demons to fight for human incense. Yet you hand it over to others. Then Sun Lam put away her sword. Feeling safe, Kwang Jiak responded to her, how can you say I handed it over to others? It's all listed prices. The primordial fire is the collective thoughts of all people. Receiving incense means receiving countless thoughts. My cultivation is too low to control myself when receiving incense. Simply put, he is too deep in the water, unable to grasp it. But there's one thing Sun Lam doesn't understand. If that's the case, where did this incense energy come from? I don't know. Sun Lam looked into the distance with pained eyes. It's rumored that in the land of the people, the Qin kingdom is in chaos. The new prince has raised an army in rebellion, changing the nation's name to Qin. Now Kwang Jiak realizes that this incense merit was brought to him by the young lord. But if she does good deeds, he gains merit. If she does bad deeds, it naturally increases his karma. He has to see later if he can arbitrarily change others' fates again. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's get back to the main matter. Sun Lam looked at the carved statue in front of him. His heart stirred. She looked directly at the wall in front of her and said, giving me this, are you trying to win my favor? Kwang Jiak simply wanted her to know that they were not enemies. Seeing her fierce gaze directed at him, Kwang Jiak stammered. Why do you guard against me as if I'm a thief? Where did Kwang Jiak get such fierce courage? He stepped closer to Sun Lam, their eyes met, and he firmly said, don't you find me more trustworthy than Shirhua the servant, or Feng Jian the sword attendant? This look made Sun Lam's heart flutter. She blushed and shyly said, nonsense! Kwang Jiak continued. We've been connected for so long, we're about to become husband and wife. Who in this world cares more about the life and death of the master than I do? He looked straight into Sun Lam's eyes without fear. This made the usually cold and aloof Sun Lam's heart tremble. Her face now as red as a tomato, she softly asked. What exactly do you want with all these words today? Kwang Jiak hesitated a bit. Don't be so guarded. Could you help me lift the restriction, allowing me to move freely within Dusun? My wife, what are you doing? The mood was just fine earlier. My wife, have mercy, I can't take it. Ah, master, please spare me, spare me. After being thoroughly tortured both physically and mentally, Kwang Jiak now sat in silence on the bed. Seeing him in such a pitiful state made Sun Nin, who was nearby, a bit doubtful. Didn't you say you were well versed in both astronomy and geography? Yet you couldn't anticipate this? It's humiliating, but there's nothing I can do. Kwang Jiak helplessly justified. Sun Nin, women are not to be hit, they are to be cherished. Even if one has great martial skills, one should never hit a woman. I've told you 1,000 times, I see my wife as my first love. Wow! Sun Nin thought. This man truly is a good husband. Although I can't leave Dusun, my sister has lifted the restriction for you, so you can stay here in Dusun. I'll be here to keep you company as well. Suddenly, Kwang Jiak's voice deepened. Nin, I need your help with something. He couldn't finish his sentence before Sun Nin scolded him harshly. You said the same thing last time. And what happened? I ended up being hung on the fox spirit's lantern for days. I already promised my sister I wouldn't help you with anything anymore. No help? Really? Said Kwang Jiak as he pulled out a bag of spirit stones in front of Sun Nin. Is this enough? Material wealth truly does influence one's decisions. Sun Nin happily agreed. Brother-in-law, just tell me what you need. Kwang Jiak then took out a letter from his bag and asked Sun Nin to deliver it to Ho Bak Noyet. Also, help me check on how Tu Suan Quan, who was captured and taken to Dusun with me, is doing now. Looking at the letter in front of him, Sun Nin felt a bit wronged. But how could a rich man, like Kwang Jiak, let someone suffer a loss while doing a job for him? You'll be well compensated after this, he said as he handed over a jade pendant. Keep this safe. Use it to notify me once everything is settled. At this moment, in a floating castle in the sky, Sun Lam is playing Go with an old man. This man is called Yin Sun Gong, and he has very long eyebrows. Suddenly, he wakes up from an unusual sleepiness. He immediately looks up at Sun Lam and sincerely apologizes. Please forgive me, my lord, I am old now. Where were we? Being a person of power and strength, Sun Lam does not mind. Yin Sun Gong, we were just talking about Jiang Jiao, the husband I kidnapped. Sun Lam holds out a jade pendant. At that time, he needed this jade pendant. Looking at the jade pendant in front of him, Yin Sun Gong says, You took this jade pendant as she asked. Back then, you shouldn't have taken it, but giving money to that old woman would have been better. But who would have thought that the one holding this jade pendant looking for you would turn out to be just an ordinary man, yet still grown up? Suddenly, Sun Lam gripped the jade pendant tightly and firmly said, Kwang Jiak is not ordinary. Lord Dan Sun recognized that his lord had developed human desires. If his lord makes a decision, I can only support it, but there is one thing. There is one thing I must say. All right, Lord Dan's son, please speak. As for the successor to his lord, let the little girl Ain take the position. After all, the future child of his lord will only have half demon blood. Hearing this, Sun Lam's face turned slightly red. She turned away and said sternly, Tomorrow, Kwang Jiak will go to Lin Street to teach. Make the arrangements. In the dark forest at night, a familiar figure was running quickly. Kwang Jiak, still half asleep, muttered, Wasn't the beginners class supposed to start tomorrow? Why are you in such a hurry? No way, they'll just think it's because a Tai, older sister, told you to come. Sun Nin beside him firmly said, A Nin would never break a promise. Sun Nin pointed ahead. The entrance to the blessed realm of the barrier can only be accessed by the true demon tribe of Du Sun. But my treasure can help your brother-in-law. Carry me. Hearing that, Kwang Jiak picked Sun Nin up onto his hip. And then? We fly there. As soon as he heard the word fly, Kwang Jiak felt weak, completely powerless. He turned away to hide his fear. I think I'd rather go back to sleep and head out tomorrow. But after coming all this way, how could he just leave like that? Sun Nin transformed his body into a gigantic nine-tailed creature and carried Kwang Jiak on his back. On Sun Nin's back, Kwang Jiak felt extremely excited, realizing the transformation scene hadn't happened yet, and he had already learned divine skills, truly an extraordinary genius. Being praised made Sun Nin feel proud. Of course, Nin is very impressive. Kwang Jiak sat on a Nin's back. When he saw the scene before him, he couldn't help but be surprised. In front of them was a high cliff with countless small caves. And Nin loudly shouted at those caves. You all, come out here quickly! Suddenly, numerous pairs of eyes appeared inside, and they kept discussing. A Nin has captured a human. Hey, finally a Nin ate human flesh. A Nin must have deceived us again. Where did a Nin pick up this human? Jiang Jiao heard them talking and couldn't help but sweat. Hearing this, a Nin angrily shouted nonsense. A Nin doesn't eat human flesh. This is my sister's husband. The next moment countless figures rushed out from the caves. A group of foxes appeared surrounding and constantly observing Jiang Jiao. A Nin told them, This is my brother-in-law. I already said I would bring brother-in-law to meet you. A Nin doesn't lie. The foxes didn't believe it, and said how could it be? He doesn't even have a tail. The Supreme One's husband should have 3 heads and 6 arms, breathe fire, spit water, and be a 1,000-year-old demon with ultimate power. Jiang Jiao was stunned hearing this. Then he hurriedly explained, I am indeed your Supreme One's fiancé, definitely the real deal. He sat down in front of the foxes and said to them, Do you want to know why the Supreme One wants to marry me? Then I have to start from a long time ago, very long ago. A fox unintentionally crossed the boundary between humans and demons to the land of the humans. Hearing this, the fox's eyes lit up. A few days later, Duke Dan's son praised little immortal Kwang Jiak as truly remarkable. In just a few days he had already helped more than 10 little foxes from our clan learn to speak. Some of the foxes even managed to break through to the transformation stage, and are now facing heavenly tribulations. Kwang Jiak politely replied while holding a teacup. Duke Dan's son, you flatter me. Even if my teachings are good, without the cultivation methods you instructed, it would all just be theory. Duke Dan's son, his face wrinkled with age, smiled at him and said, When the Supreme One first announced that he would marry the little immortal, the elders in the clan had some quiet criticisms. But now it seems if we were truly blind, then we old fools would indeed be wretched. Speaking of which, What I'm talking about today has some connection with the little scholar. Hearing this, Kwang Jiak said, Duke Dan's son, please go ahead. Duke Dan's son lowered his head, picked up a teacup, and said, The human race is rebelling, and the Hu clan is involved. We have already sent a great power to the Tan nation. Hearing this, Kwang Jiak asked in confusion, Hu Tuen? Is the Hu clan so bold as to disturb the human world at will, causing internal chaos among the people? Do they think there's no one left among the human race? Duke Dan's son replied, Your words are mistaken, little immortal. The Hu clan is a major clan in our Vanyu nation, with strength comparable to our Du Sun clan, just without someone like the Supreme One. Moreover, this time they were invited by the ruler of the Tan nation, and have received blessings and protection. If a great power from the human race gets involved to assist, it might be hard to say who will prevail. Suddenly, a nin appeared out of nowhere, calling, Brother-in-law! Brother-in-law! Which startled Kwang Jiak. Kwang Jiak looked at the little girl and said, A nin, in the lecture hall, you must call me teacher. Brother-in-law, follow me, I'll show you something interesting. A nin didn't care, biting Kwang Jiak's sleeve and dragging him along. Kwang Jiak had to speak up. Hey, slow down a bit, my clothes are about to be torn. Excuse me, Duke Dan's son, I'll return your brother-in-law this afternoon. Duke Dan's son sighed behind them. When will this girl Nin ever be a little more like her sister? In the future the fate of the Vanyu kingdom will be in her hands, it's really. Inside the wooden cage was a person. It was a human, and a girl at that. Kwang Jiak, hiding on one side, asked Nin, who had brought him here. Why are there so many humans in Vanyu kingdom? Nin replied. I heard from the elders that many great demons in Vanyu kingdom used to keep humans. Our Du Sun clan did too, but after my sister became the demon lord, she drove these humans out of Du Sun. Kwang Jiak asked the little girl. Why did they keep humans? Brother-in-law, don't look at me like that. Our Du Sun clan is quite kind to humans. My sister has never allowed us to eat human flesh. She honestly told him. Kwang Jiak pondered this, thinking that if these humans were treated like beasts in Vanyu kingdom, their situation couldn't be good. But the woman at the head of the group seemed to have an unusual status. The guard saluted the Mystic Sword General. Master Mystic Sword, the prisoner has been brought. The Mystic Sword General glanced at the girl inside the wooden cage and asked, Who is this woman? The person replied, This woman is Lin Tan Wai, the only daughter of the leader of the Immortal Sect, and a fourth-grade cultivator. Master Mystic Sword, we suffered significant losses when the Immortal Sect ambushed our heavenly demon territory. I failed in my duties, but it wasn't entirely my fault. After speaking, the person respectfully presented a sword. Besides capturing this woman, we also found some other items. I hope you can present them to the sovereign. The Mystic Sword General looked down at the sword and simply responded. Oh. Jiang Ju was happily returning to his quarters, when he suddenly noticed someone coming to find him. Startled, he stammered, As sovereign? Du Shanlan saw his expression and asked, Are you that surprised to see me? Jiang Ju explained, You're usually so busy, sovereign. How do you have time to visit my humble abode today? Du Sun Lam scratched her face a little awkwardly, and said that tonight is the full moon night. Upon hearing that, Kwang Jiak immediately said, Don't worry, I absolutely won't cause any trouble today. Du Sun Lam blushed slightly and told him, Later come with me to the retreat place. Kwang Jiak stared at her in surprise, thinking to himself how the great demon king seems a bit cute at the moment, but outwardly he said, If there's still time, does the Lord want to stay here for a meal? The sky was blue, the clouds were white, it was an extremely beautiful day, when suddenly a voice rang out. Chicken soup is ready! Kwang Jiak brought up a plate of food and then spoke to the people already seated at the dining table. Seeing Ka Lak eating a pork leg, Du Sun Lam couldn't help but ask, Does a monk also eat meat? Kwang Jiak heard this and laughed, pointing to the boy and saying, He's a fake monk. Ka Lak, hearing this, held the pork leg in one hand and pretended to chant, Amit Ba Buddha, saying, This little monk is a real monk. Kwang Jiak pointed to the meat in the boy's hand and said, A real monk doesn't eat meat, so put down the chicken leg. Hearing this, Ka Lak bit into the drumstick and responded, In that case, this humble monk won't be a monk anymore. Du Sun Lam, sitting beside him, also took a sip of the soup. Immediately after, when Kwang Jiak asked her, What does your highness think of my cooking skills? She spat it all out. Then she wiped her mouth and replied, Nothing special. Kwang Jiak enthusiastically introduced more dishes to her. Your Highness, try this seasonal vegetable dish, it's extremely fresh. Du Sun Lam coldly threw cold water on him. I don't like this dish. After finishing their meal, the two got down to the main topic. Du Sun Lam looked at the sword placed on the table and said to Kwang Jiak, This is what was taken from a member of the rebellious immortal sect. You should be able to see something unusual about it. Before the Jinsha River was formed, the great demons used to keep tribes as servants. Since I've been in this position, I intended to find a place for them to recover their vitality. But they formed the rebellious immortal sect to expand their influence by rescuing slave tribes, and they frequently attacked the territories of the major clans. Hearing that, Kwang Jiak picked up the sword, examined it, and said, This celestial sword doesn't seem to have been forged for over 100 years. But where did the members of the rebellious immortal sect get it from? Du Sun Lam told him. I don't know. I only know that each member of the rebellious immortal sect contributed a bit. There's a seal engraved on the hilt of the sword. Du Sun Lam's gaze became serious as she told Kwang Jiak that the Denchu Palace had gone around the Kim Sa River. Kwang Jiak asked if she went directly through Van Yu Kwok. Then he hurriedly explained. I was expelled from Denchu Palace after only a few months. I'm not even considered a disciple, so I'm really not close to them. You're from the tribe and know how to divine. Tomorrow, Du Sun Lam looked at him and said, You should go to the dungeon and see if you can divine where this magical artifact came from by meeting those rebel prisoners. Kwang Jiak said. Respected superior, I teach your clan every day, and I still have to gather intelligence for you. Is there any payment? Du Sun Lam just stared at him. The next day, Kwang Jiak went to the dungeon to investigate. The warden, a pig demon, led the way for him. The prisoner was the green-haired girl from before, Lam Tan Wai. Her gaze was cold as she looked at the newcomer. Kwang Jiak stood outside with his arms crossed and asked, Can the person inside understand what I'm saying? Lam Tan Wai scoffed disdainfully and called him a lapdog. Kwang Jiak waved his hand and said, It's enough that we can communicate. General, you can wait outside. Right, help her take off her shackles, the jailer responded. Only Mr. Kwang is here. I really don't dare to untie her, she's incredibly powerful. She's already at the realm of Kankan. Before the jailer could finish, Kwang Jiak interrupted. Wait, did you say she's at the realm of Kankan? Then, forget what I said. Keep her tied up. The jailer clasped his hands and responded. Understood. After the jailer left, Kwang Jiak turned to the green-haired girl and said, First, from this position, you can't spit on me, so don't waste your breath. Second, I'm just a wandering mage captured in the Du Sun land, not much better off than you. Third, I'm here to help you. Besides, Lam Tan Wai suddenly realized something and said, This is the mystic divine general. You should listen to me now. As he spoke, two heavenly generals in armor appeared behind him. Lam Tan Wai, surprised, asked, You also know the art of commanding mystic soldiers? Which disciple of the 36 heavens of Denchu are you? Why are you in Du Sun? Hearing that, Kwang Jiak stroked his chin and thought, This woman can actually recognize my body adjustment technique, and she even knows about it. Out loud, he said, The 36 heavens of the immortal sect, none of the 36 heavens is right. Lam Tan Wai was surprised and said, You don't know the 36 heavens technique, but you understand the mystical art of weapon command? Kwang Jiak, you're actually the little master in front of me. Little master, my father was a disciple of the Zich Min heaven of the 36 heavens, Fong Qingzi Lam Nak Sun. Please, little master, save us. Kwang Jiak stroked his chin and asked, Are you saying that the master of Zich Min heaven, the pure young true man, is what to you? Lam Tan Wai quickly replied, He's my father's mentor. Inwardly, he thought, So they really are from the immortal sect. But outwardly he asked, How long has your father been in the 10,000 demons nation? Lam Tan Wai honestly replied, He's been here since I was born. As for how long exactly, only my father knows. Upon hearing this, Kwang Jiak immediately and confidently said, Then that's impossible. I've only been at the immortal sect for less than 5 years. How could your father know about my existence? Lam Tan Wai added, A few days ago, a fellow disciple of my father came to the Immortal Alliance. The news about you, little master, was brought by him. I didn't expect to see you at Du Sun today. Kwang Jiak enthusiastically smiled and said, This is a long story. Meeting you is fate. Do you need the little master to check your fortune? Then he unlocked the handcuffs for her. She was a bit surprised and asked, Huh? You, little master, even know fortune-telling? But you still need a pen and paper? While holding the paper, Jiangju replied. I know a little, but in fact, at that time, the system reminded me, should I read Lin Qingyi's fate? This time it will consume 10 million destiny points. In his heart, he silently cried. Oh my God, that's expensive. Normally, a fourth-rank cultivator wouldn't need that much. It seems Lin Qingyi's fate is extraordinary, so I can only read it in segments. Out loud, he asked. You said your fellow disciple gave you information. When did you start interacting with the Foreign Immortal Alliance? Lin Qingyi rubbed her wrist and replied. About a month ago. At this moment, the system reminded him again. You have chosen to view Lin Qingyi's destiny from a month ago until now. This time it will only consume 1 million destiny points. A month ago, a mysterious person brought countless divine weapons, magical artifacts, and miraculous pills to the Foreign Immortal Alliance. My father, Lin Yushan, met that person alone. My father summoned me and my subordinates, instructing us to go to the kingdom of 10,000 demons to find a senior named Jiangju. My father respectfully referred to him as the Little Master, and I've heard that he is the junior disciple of the celestial sect's leader of the Purple Heaven. Ever since my father came into contact with that sect leader, he started becoming anxious, constantly encountering strange people. I vaguely felt that they had a demonic aura. My father summoned the generals under his command to discuss the attack on the territory of the Demon Lord in the Demon Realm. I was forced to obey, and after going through a brutal and intense war, I was ultimately captured and brought here. After hearing this, Jiangju said, Understood, your headquarters is at the Sun and Moon Lake, right? Lin Qingyi was surprised and asked, What kind of divine power is this, senior master? Jiangju lowered his head and asked her, with some curiosity. With your cultivation and that of your father, you could have crossed the Jinsha River on your own. Why are you still staying in the kingdom of 10,000 demons? She slightly lowered her head and replied. If I leave, what will happen to the compatriots still in the kingdom of 10,000 demons? Jiangju waved his hand dismissively and said, Noble, but if you take the others with you, you won't be able to reach your people's territory. Do you intend to stay here forever? Lin Qingyi then eagerly asked. Is it possible to return, Jiangju? We just need a large boat. He simply told her the truth. What kind of large boat do you need to fit several million people? Besides, with the cultivation level of most of them, it's impossible to cross the river. Lam Tanwai hasn't given up yet. He continued, saying it's not necessary to cross the Jinsha River. By going through the far north, across the ice plains, following the ocean currents, they could avoid the Jinsha River and enter the human territory. However, Kuang Jiak replied that first of all, even if they could build a boat under the watchful eyes of the 10,000 demons nation, the sea route is still treacherous, filled with sea tribes and deadly cold, claiming countless lives. Lam Tanwai remained steadfast, saying it's still better than staying in the 10,000 demons nation forever and being humiliated. After asking, Kuang Jiak returned to report to Du Sun Lam. Upon hearing everything, Du Sun Lam asked, Are you saying the demon tribe is colluding with the Heavenly Alliance? Kuang Jiak responded, Although it's not certain yet, the mysterious person might not be from the Celestial Court. They handed over the magical artifact with the Celestial Court seal to the Immortal Alliance, provoking them to attack the 10,000 demons nation. They could be plotting something sinister to frame the Celestial Court. Du Sun Lam asked. Didn't you say the mysterious person was searching for you everywhere? If he can bring so many items into the 10,000 demons nation, he surely knows a way to bypass the Jinsha River and still enter the nation. You could use this opportunity to escape. Kuang Jiak's eyes sparkled, thinking to himself. I did consider that, but whether the mysterious person is friend or foe is still uncertain. For now, it's safer to stay close to the lady. Besides, the master still doesn't fully trust me. After wandering half my life, all I seek is a place to rest. Right now, there's no safer place in the world than by the master's side. Why should I leave? Du Sun Lam, hearing this, snorted lightly and said, Smooth talker. What do you think? Kuang Jiak bowed respectfully and said to her, Leave Lam Tanwai to me. Let me be the one to approach her. Let's see who's behind this. As he spoke, his expression became serious. Du Sun Lam noticed this and teasingly said, That Lam Tanwai is quite a beauty. Which startled Kuang Jiak. Lam Tanwai was quickly released. She followed behind him and asked, Little master, why are those demon generals so respectful to you? And why did you come to Du Sun? Did you surrender to the enemy? Kuang Jiak replied, I was captured and brought to Dusun, just like you. He sighed and added. But it's also because of a marriage arrangement. My future wife is the demon lord of the 10,000 demons kingdom, Dusun Lam. Lam Tanhui asked. But little master, even you aren't a match for Dusun Lam? Kwang Jiak said. Although I've fought with her before, unfortunately, I'm still not her match. She lowered her head, pondering. Even someone as powerful as little master can't defeat Dusun Lam. It seems the demon lord is far more terrifying than I imagined. Then she said. If that's the case, little master, why don't you just escape with us? Kwang Jiak replied. I'd like to, but my strength doesn't allow it. I still have a few matters to handle at Dusun, however. Then he smiled and said. I can still get you out of here. Hearing that, Lin Tani excitedly ran over, grabbed Jiangju's arm, and asked. Do you have a way, senior master? Making Jiangju startled and blush. He blushed and secretly thought. This little disciple's figure is really something. Suddenly, they both heard a cough and looked down to see it was Ka Lak. The young boy said to Jiangju. Master, women are nothing but trouble. Jiangju saw him and said. I heard you were called to see Dusun Lam this afternoon. Did that demoness scare you silly? You can't just speak nonsense like that. Ka Lak gave him a mocking smile and replied. Master, there are some things better left unsaid, and some thoughts better left unthought, or there will be consequences. Angered, Jiangju tossed the boy away, saying, I don't believe in karma or fate. Either Buddha nor the ancestors can control me. Lin Tani turned and asked him. Hey, what were you just thinking about? Why did that little monk tell you not to think? Jiangju dared not speak the truth and could only casually reply. Oh, it was just some melancholy thoughts, nothing serious. In another corner, Ka Lak sorrowfully said. Master, I didn't want to betray you, but the supermodel really gave me too many chicken legs. Sitting under the peach blossoms, Kwang Jiak called out. Tu Lam. Lam Tanhui looked up, puzzled by the call. He said. If you had to choose between this Tiu Su Tu of yours and the mysterious person helping your DTN Min, who would you choose? Lam Tanhui asked back. Why would Tiu Su Tu say that? Although by rank, it's not wrong for you to call me Tiu Su Tu. I have long had no connection with Tiu Kung. Many in the Tiu Kung want to kill me, and the one secretly helping you probably has no good intentions toward me either. After hearing this, Lam Tanhui hesitantly replied. This might disappoint Tiu Su Tu, but my father. As he spoke, Kwang Jiak interrupted and said. Don't rush to answer. I truly can't provide as many resources for your DTN Min as that person, but the condition I'm offering isn't something they can give you either. Under the Kim Sa River, there's a secret passage connecting the human and demon realms. My condition is to take you home. Upon hearing this, Lam Tanhui immediately stood up and asked. Little master, is this true? Kwang Jiak folded his arms and said. Whether it's true or not, you just need to pass the message to your father. Lam Tanhui continued. So does that mean we don't need to build ships to navigate around the freezing northern regions? He replied. Don't celebrate too soon. That passage is in the western demon abyss. If you want to take that route, you'll have to pass through the entire demon abyss. The countless demonic soldiers in the demon abyss, how could the 100,000 human-demon hybrids of the Immortal Alliance possibly get through? The demon abyss is under the control of the Jia the and Dusun Lam clans. As long as there's enough benefit, this might not be impossible. Lam Tanhui, still doubtful, said. But little master, weren't you captured and brought here? Kwang Jiak approached Lam Tanhui with a sly smile and said. I know words alone are unconvincing. Come to my room at the second watch tonight. Upon hearing this, Lam Tanhui blushed, thinking. Benefit? Going to his room? What could little master mean by this? That night, in his room, Sun Nin came and called. Brother-in-law, are you home? No response. Sun Nin looked around and said. Where's brother-in-law? Then he walked inside. Suddenly, in the dark, Sun Nin shouted. Brother-in-law, why is your chest so big? Along with that, Lam Tanhui also yelled. Little master, why are you so hairy? Then Kwang Jiak lit the candle. He looked over and saw the two of them touching each other. The two looked over, saw him standing there, then looked at each other and screamed. Ah, Kwang Jiak confusedly asked. I just went to get some tea. What are you two doing on my bed? Sun Nin jumped onto the table and said. Gotcha, brother-in-law. You're done for. Hiding a big-breasted woman in my room. I have to tell my sister. Kwang Jiak grabbed him and said. Wait. Your sister already knows. Sun Nin waved her hand toward his face and said. Brother, you're hiding beauty in your golden house but not upholding marital virtues. How could sister-in-law know and not care? She's the most petty person. Kwang Jiak leaned down close to her ear and whispered. Nin, don't forget the reason I called you here. Don't you want to make money anymore? Then he introduced. This is Du Sun Nin, younger sister of Du Sun Lam. Today, I will take you to a place. She is the one I called to help. Lam Tanwai blushed, looked at him, and asked. Grandmaster, where are we going? Sun Nin, hearing that, shouted. Humph, big-breasted woman, let me tell you, my brother-in-law is already taken, so don't get any ideas. Lam Tanwai shouted back. You vixen! Sun Nin lowered her head and asked. A Nin is indeed a fox spirit, so what of it? That night, under the starry sky, the three of them rode on a crane. When they arrived, the bird landed, and he said, We're here. Lam Tanwai saw him walking ahead, reaching out and calling. Little master. Kwang Jiak was walking and turned back, saying, It's okay, you came too? Lam Tanwai also stepped in and said, Little master, can you really lead someone into the Jinsha River without any harm? He replied, It has nothing to do with me. This place is just like that. After speaking, he looked at Sun Nin and said, Nin, don't come here. Stay on the shore and guard my crane. Otherwise, next time there's something good, I won't take you with me. Sun Nin saw this and asked, Why? If a big-breasted woman can go, why can't I? Kwang Jiak frowned and said, She's human, you're a demon. How could it be the same? If you go in, the things below might not let you out. Hearing this, Sun Nin sighed and said, All right, a Nin knows. He looked at Lam Tanwai and asked, Are you ready? Lam Tanwai didn't understand and was about to ask, Ready for what? But before she could finish the question, it was as if something pulled them downwards. Both of them fell into the river below. As they fell, Lam Tanwai held Kwang Jiak in her arms. When they landed, he laughed and said, Ah, thank you. You can let me down now. This position makes someone of my seniority a bit embarrassed. Kwang Jiak looked around the cave. After observing, he said, The feng shui here uses the convergence of yin and yang to set the layout. No wonder it can last for thousands of years without losing its effect. Suddenly, a light shone. Lam Tanwai stood behind him and said, Little master. That statue just opened its eyes, spoke, and pointed at another statue. But he raised his hand to stop it, and said, Don't point at these seniors. They are the heroes of the human race who sacrificed themselves. Besides, these people are still alive and can be seen. Looking at those statues, he wondered, still alive? Then he grabbed his arm and shouted loudly, Ah! He looked over and said, Don't be afraid, this is the life-sustaining technique, borrowing the power of heaven and earth to sustain themselves. These people rely on the Tao script on the ground to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. But because they couldn't endure it, they were assimilated by heaven and earth and turned into stone statues. Even now, their consciousness may only retain some basic instincts. Not just these 5, others also perished in their righteous path and probably won't survive much longer. Lam Tanwai asked, Why are these seniors here? He replied, Why? Of course, it's to guard this place and deter the demon race. If the great calamity between humans and demons repeats, it will be time for them to come out and slay demons. Then, Kwang Jiak summoned 3 incense sticks. Then he bowed and said, Seniors who guard this place for humanity, I deeply respect you. Lighting these 3 incense sticks as an offering, may they help you maintain your divine consciousness for 100 years. I humbly offer this incense. After saying that, Kwang Jiak placed the incense down, and the 5 statues inhaled the fragrant scent. The 5 stone statues gradually absorbed it. Then the 2 of them entered. He asked, How long does your technique take to cover 100,000 miles? Lam Tanwai replied, About a day, I suppose. He continued, Relying on the 2 divine talismans, it should take about the same time. All right, take me there. Hearing this, Lam Tanwai, puzzled, asked, Ha! Then Lam Tanwai lifted Kwang Jiak, making him think. This posture is really humiliating, isn't it? Whatever, if she doesn't care, then so be it. Kwang Jiak took out 2 talismans and chanted loudly. I respectfully summon the swift wind and the heavenly chariots of the true Lord. May the true Lord come forth. As soon as he finished speaking, both of them were pulled inside. In the temple of the honored immortals, Sun Lam sat on the throne and said, This paper is the written paper, the inner thoughts of the Master, the path between humans and demons, and the Jinsha River. Should I speak of the treasure of the demon wind and this old hag from the Doshan? After reading it, she angrily clenched the paper and gritted her teeth. Old hag? Ha ha ha. Kala quickly waved his hands and said, Master's wife, actually, sometimes the master doesn't call you that. Hearing this, she got so angry that her eyes reddened and she asked, Oh? What else is there? Kala honestly replied, A domineering witch. Shanlan was so furious that she burst into flames. Jiangju has some real nerve. Kala clasped his hands and said, Ba, Master's wife, please go easy on him. Master is not used to taking a beating. Shanlan thought to herself. Jiangju is plotting to sway the Immortal Alliance toward him. Has he already come up with a way to deal with that mysterious person? The Immortal Alliance returning to the human race isn't a big deal for Dosan. The key is that I can secretly assist the Immortal Alliance in eliminating the odd ones among the clans. Trade between humans and demons. Jiangju, is it just to make money? His real goal is to help the human slaves of the 10,000 demons nation return to the human race. Or is he taking this opportunity to help that person from the Qi nation? Well, Jiangju, you are about to become my consort, and yet you still can't forget about human feelings? Then he went to the Immortal Hall, and Shi Huan Nu invited him inside. He clasped his hands and bowed, saying, Master, I intend to release Lin Qi from Dosan. He thought to himself. This old hag is so arrogant and narcissistic, completely unreasonable. Convincing her won't be easy. Her eyes narrowed as she stared at him. The cold air began to settle in. It made him shiver with fear. Sun Lam lowered his head and said, Agreed. Hearing that, he asked in surprise, Huh? Does that mean you've agreed? Or should I tell the master the reason I did that? She responded loudly. Shut up. He replied. All right then. Then Sun Lam stood by, rubbing his hands, and said, In less than 2 months, it will be our wedding day. I remember well that if you are my husband, but your cultivation is too low, wouldn't people laugh at us? Today, since I'm free, I'll personally guide your training. Frightened, Kwang Jiak hurriedly waved his hand and said, How could I trouble my lady to personally guide me? I'll find. Before he could finish his sentence, Sun Lam had already started moving. After a long while, 2 creatures carried the heavily bandaged Jiang Jiao out. Lan Qingyi saw this and called out, Little master! Jiang Jiao looked up and said, Don't worry. I've convinced Du Shanlan, and she agreed to let you go. Hearing this, Lan Qingyi tearfully thought, The little master fought fiercely with the demon lord for my sake, and now has to suffer this pain. I will definitely remain loyal to him until death. Seeing Lan Qingyi's determination, he thought to himself, Don't disappoint me. I've committed a great sin this time. Then Lan Qingyi said, Rest assured, little master, I will definitely convince my adoptive father. A month later, the peach blossoms were in full bloom. Shi Huan Nu stood beside and reported, Master, most clans have returned the invitation cards, saying they will send envoys to attend the wedding. Only Donghai Abyss, Wuxian Valley, Red Tiger Clan, and Ting Snake Clan have yet to respond. Shanlan read the note and said, Send the Underworld Demon King, Hingshan Peach Blossom Cave, Tranquil Light Cave, and Crimson Blood Peak to take my command and visit these clans as envoys. Tihoano bowed and asked, Has the envoy to the East Sea already chosen someone? Sun Lam replied, Send Node to fetch the horn of the sacred beast of the sea tribe to decorate my bridal chamber. Afterward, Sun Lam turned and asked, By the way, is Kwang Jiak off today? Tihoano answered, Yes, Sir Kwang is resting today. Tihoano asked, Why have you been mentioning Kwang Jiak so often lately? Sun Lam gritted her teeth and said, There's nothing important today, just guide his cultivation and call him here. Tihoano said, Master, there are still many official matters to attend to today. But seeing her gaze, quickly added, Yes. After a while, he arrived and asked, Master, could you use a different excuse next time? She replied, No. Kwang Jiak said, Well, I've been wanting to see you for the past 2 days. I want to. But before he could finish, Sun Lam interrupted. No. He said, But I haven't even said anything. She responded, There's nothing else other than asking me to replace your guards with female ones. Kwang Jiak said, In your eyes, is that how you see me? This time, I only came because I wanted to visit the Sun and Moon Lake. Sun Lam approached and asked, Why are you going to the Sun and Moon Lake? He replied, In the 10,000 demons kingdom, the only one I could call a good friend is the old dragon god. I want to go out and visit a friend. It's fine if the Lord wants to send demon guards with me. She lowered her head and said, No need to send demon guards. He was surprised and wondered. Is Sun Lam this understanding today? She continued. Kwang Jiak quickly dismissed it, saying, I will personally accompany you. The Lord said, Actually, I don't really want to go. Suddenly, I remembered this month the Academy has to organize the monthly exam. But she ignored it and said, Let's decide like this. We'll depart in 3 days. At the Sun and Moon Lake, East Sea Mountain. At a house, 2 people are standing guard. Someone is inside. Looking closely, it's Lam Ton Wai, who is tied up. Suddenly, someone walked in, causing a few objects to clash, making noise. At this moment, Lam Ton Wai groggily woke up. She woke up and looked up, asking, Father, what exactly do you want to do? Fong Tan Tu smirked sinisterly. Lam Ton Wai continued to ask, Father, didn't you always say your lifelong wish was to lead our fellow clan members back to our homeland? So why don't we choose to stand by the side of the little master? As she spoke, she suddenly paused. Father, you... At this moment, Fong Tan Tu's smile became even more twisted. Several ghosts behind Fong Tan Tu laughed and said, Hee, she called you father? How come I don't remember having a little sister? Oh dear, third sister, why rush? We should wait until her consciousness is exhausted, then directly seize this body. Why go outside? The third sister has her eyes on this body and is afraid we might take it. Her original essence is nearly depleted. It's time to act. If she gets the body, we sisters won't have anything left. Lam Ton Wai irritably asks. What exactly are you all? Fong Tan Tu snaps. Shut up! Who told you to come out? We haven't even learned about Jiangju yet. If you delay the master's plan, we'll all die. Lam Ton Wai yells even louder. Who are you people? What did you do to my father? She screams as blood starts pouring from the wound on her forehead. Fong Tan Tu continues. Oh, don't get so angry. You might damage the body we're about to take. We gave you so many resources in vain. If that stubborn old man Fong Tan Tu had just submitted to our master, I wouldn't have had to risk possessing his body. The matron looks at her and says, We won't get anything from this. I should just take her body instead. Or better yet, let me possess her and bring Jiangju here. They say Jiangju is quite handsome. Feng Tianzi shouted loudly. What is it? That Kwang Jiak is protected by divine fate, free from karma, impervious to evil. You ghosts without bodies dare to touch Kwang Jiak? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. The great woman is here. This woman's body belongs to you. The shadowy figure appeared and said, As you command. Then, the shadow dove into the middle of Lam Ton Wai's forehead. She screamed in pain, then collapsed. After a moment, as if possessed, Lam Ton Wai looked up and said, Mother, won't you release me? The convoy was ready to depart. Kwang Jiak sat with arms crossed, indifferent to the excited little fox. He said, Calm down, don't strain my eyes. It's just a trip out. Do you really need to be this excited? Du Sun Nin, full of excitement, looked around and said, This is my first time going out, of course I'm excited. Du Sun Nin continued, Brother-in-law is so kind, telling my sister that he'd take me out to play. Kwang Jiak, still sitting with arms crossed, confidently said, Of course, why wouldn't I think of you when there's something good? Kwang Jiak immediately picked up Du Sun Nin and said happily, This time not only are we going out to have fun, but we're also going to make a lot of money. Du Sun Nin frowned and said, Brother-in-law, did you do something behind my sister's back and now you're making me take the fall? Kwang Jiak started to play the crying card, wailing. Slander, this is slander, oh Nin, I never thought you'd be such a fox. Du Sun Nin got furious and charged at Kwang Jiak, shouting, Brother-in-law, do you really think I'm that easy to fool? Kwang Jiak flicked Du Sun Nin's forehead and said, This person can't even take human form. How can she be considered a woman? Come here, brother-in-law has some heartfelt words to share with you. From another carriage, Sun Lam's voice echoed. During this time, keep an eye on your master. If he has any unusual thoughts, you must report immediately, understand? Kalak then asked. Master's wife, what are unusual thoughts? Kalak asked while eating a chicken drumstick. Does it count when master often thinks about pinning you down on the bed and hitting? Sun Lam angrily replied. It's exactly those kinds of things he doesn't dare say in front of me, but still dares to do. Kalak immediately responded. Ahmedba, I understand now. It's like the last full moon night when master cut the fur from mistress's tail to make a scarf. Hearing this, Sun Lam realized. No wonder my tail has been feeling chilly these past few days. Finally, they arrived at their destination. Gao Huin, in front of them was a group of people waiting. It seemed that group had been waiting for Sun Lam's carriage for a long time. Sun Lam gradually lifted the curtain and stepped out. The sound of fireworks echoed in the sky as the group in front bowed respectfully and said, "Welcome, Lord Tianma. We warmly welcome Lord Tianma for your guidance." At that moment, Sun Lam's expression was extremely serious. Sun Lam looked around and said, "It's been a long time since I've been to Sun Moon Lake, but it's still this lively." At that moment, Kwang Jiak cheerfully opened the door and stepped out. However, what greeted Kwang Jiak were extremely resentful gazes. Sun Lam immediately approached the Dragon King and said, "I've heard before that the old dragon god mentioned that my husband is an old friend of yours. Considering your close relationship, he should be an honored guest at Sun Moon Lake. So why do the demons today seem to hold such hatred toward my husband?" Upon hearing this, the Dragon King thought, calling him husband so naturally. They're close now? Just recently, at the Iron Gate, she always used my golden imperial token to deal with Kwang Jiak. It seems this old brother Kwang is quite formidable. The Dragon King then approached Sun Lam and said, "There's something the Heavenly Demon Lord might not know. Previously, young friend Kwang was very enthusiastic here, casting divinations for many of the demons at my place. There were no more demons left who didn't want to know things like how tragically they'd die, whether their concubines were unfaithful, or about conflicts with their brothers. But young friend Kwang possesses extraordinary abilities. If he says something will happen, it certainly will. I blame myself for not paying attention, and by the time I realized it, all the demon kings were pooling money to hire an assassin to kill him." Young friend Kwang, upon hearing this, immediately packed his bags and left Sun Moon Lake that very night. Kwang Jiak, standing behind, overheard and said, "Hey, I can hear you, you know. At this age, is there really no need to talk behind my back anymore?" Finally, the banquet inside the main hall of the Dragon King also began. Kwang Jiak stood beside and poured wine for Sun Lam, saying, "Your Excellency, actually, these things could be done by someone else." Seeing Tihoano standing there bored, he continued. Tihoano, standing nearby, felt irritated and puffed up her cheeks, thinking, "You little rascal, you're definitely going to get into trouble." Sun Lam replied, "Today, you are representing me as my husband. If I don't let you handle such close matters, who else should I let do it?" Holding the wine bottle, Kwang Jiak responded, "Between husband and wife, there should be equality." Sun Lam replied, "The day you can take one of my moves without dying, then we'll talk about equality." Suddenly, Kwang Jiak served food to Sun Lam, and Sun Lam looked in another direction, surprised, and said, "This?" Looking at the dancers on the stage, Kwang Jiak's eyes were clearly showing two heart shapes. Cough cough asterisk, Sun Lam signaled to Kwang Jiak. But Kwang Jiak paid no attention, forcing her to slam her hand down on the wine cup. The wine inside splashed directly into Kwang Jiak's eyes, causing him to cry out in pain. "Spicy! Spicy! Spicy!" The Dragon King looked down from above and joyfully said, "The relationship between the Heavenly Demon Lord and her husband is truly harmonious, making others envious." Sun Lam shot a sharp glance at the Dragon King and said, "If the Dragon God's clothes are not suitable, I can send a few divine physicians to the Sun Moon Lake." The Dragon King then said, "I see that young Master Kwang seems to like these dancers very much. If the Heavenly Demon Lord doesn't mind, I will gift him a few." Sun Lam replied, "Do you think I wouldn't mind?" Kwang Jiak heard this and thought joyfully, "Is there really such a good thing?" Kwang Jiak approached the Dragon King's seat and asked, "Brother Gale, do you have any cattered girls?" The Dragon King was puzzled. "What's a cattered girl?" Kwang Jiak replied, "It's a cat demon, preferably black." On the other side, Sun Lam shouted, "Pour the wine." Immediately, Kwang Jiak cheerfully jumped down to pour wine for Sun Lam. The sky was incredibly beautiful today, with leaves swaying in the wind. Sun Lam stood outside, and Kwang Jiak followed. Kwang Jiak said, "My lord, you don't need to worry about me. The Dragon God is an old friend of mine. We haven't seen each other in a long time, so we're catching up on old times." Sun Lam quickly turned away and said, "Old story, probably just asking for the dancer." Sun Lam left, and slammed the door shut. Then Kwang Jiak entered the room with magic ready in his hands. He lightly touched the Dragon King's forehead. Kwang Jiak immediately accessed the system matrix in the Dragon King's brain. The Dragon King, surprised, said, "Little Kwang, what is this?" Kwang Jiak angrily said, "Your family is treacherous, abandoning friends for personal gain. The feng shui arrangement here was set up by me, and today I'll destroy it. Hearing this, the Dragon King suddenly awakened. He threw a cup of wine forward with one hand. The wine splashed straight onto Kwang Jiak's arm. The Dragon King hurriedly rushed in front of Kwang Jiak, saying happily, No, 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 Brother Kwang, let's discuss this. I've used so many talismans to exchange for this feng shui formation with you. How can you just say you'll destroy it, and then destroy it? Kwang Jiak immediately shouted. How dare you talk like that after hiding things and then handing over the Imperial Talisman to Sun Lam? Why am I in this situation today? The Dragon King, puzzled, replied. What situation? Isn't everything fine now? You're the husband of the Demon Lord. That's something many would dream of, yet never attain. You've found yourself an incredibly strong backer. Kwang Jiak shouted again. But my little life was almost played to death. Kwang Jiak then crossed his arms and said, Forget it, there's no point in talking to you. Anyway, I've been terribly harmed by you this time. The Dragon King replied. I've reached the pinnacle of the 9th stage of transformation, just one step away. Kwang Jiak then realized and said, You're even more formidable than Sun Lam. The Dragon King laughed and said, Don't overthink it. I've lived this long by relying on cultivation to extend my lifespan, while that wife of yours reached the 9th stage of transformation at such a young age. If you really get into a fight, if you lose, you can just go back to heal and then come find me again. But if someone else captures you, the only path left is death. Kwang Jiak continued questioning. Why hasn't your son and Moon Lake accepted the Immortal Alliance yet? The Dragon King then took out an item and said, Because of this item. Kwang Jiak held the item in his hand and said, The Beast Hide Scroll of the Ntu Palace. You want to go to the Ntu Palace? Fong Tan Tu actually entrusted you with this task? Isn't he afraid of being held accountable by his sect? The Dragon King calmly replied. Indeed. Since the moment my heart opened to knowledge, after countless years and experiences, encountering numerous extraordinary beings, whether demon or human, those who can surpass the true landscapes, bypass the heavenly gate, and transform into immortals are exceedingly rare. But even those who step onto the immortal bridge eventually return to the mortal world, and most quickly become disheartened and die. Now, there's only one person who ever crossed the heavenly gate and the immortal bridge without dying, and that's the master of the Ntu Palace. The Dragon King continued. Old Dragon wants to ask one thing. In the past, when forging weapons with the 3 flowers on the crown, surpassing the highest realm, guided by the heavenly gate, and led by the immortal bridge, why did those who stepped onto the immortal bridge return? Why did they pass through the heavenly gate but not enter? What lies on the other side of the immortal bridge? What's behind the heavenly gate? Why did those who once glimpsed it say nothing to their successors, only to return and die one by one? At that moment, Kwang Jiak thought. All beings deceive and fight each other, all because of a little greed in this world. Even beings as powerful and ancient as the old Dragon King can't escape the day when they must surrender their lives, still seeking a way to survive. Humanity, if they fight, they live. If they don't, they truly die. The Dragon King continued. The usual beloved 3 visits to the thatched cottage. I sought someone to forge weapons. Kwang Jiak repeatedly refused. With sincere heart, Liu Bei personally visited Zhuge Liang's thatched cottage to invite him for assistance, only succeeding on the 3rd visit. Even if it's to teach someone how to forge a top-tier artifact, they would still hesitate for 1 or 2 ingredients. I didn't expect them all to be here. The Dragon King glanced over at Brother Ngao and said, All these things have been given to him? Yes, it's truly a waste. Kwang Jiak then approached Brother Ngao and said, We'll talk about those things later. This time, I need your help with something important. Brother Ngao bowed to Kwang Jiak and said, You saved my life. I'm willing to go through fire and water for you without hesitation. It's not as dangerous as that, said Kwang Jiak as he handed an object to Ngao Huin. Take a look at this. Ngao Huin examined it and exclaimed in surprise. Where did you get this? This is a national treasure of fortune, Kwang Jiak responded. This is the Van Zich Long of the Tan Kingdom, given as a gift. It was originally a spear, but unfortunately, most of it was destroyed, leaving only this blade, the Dragon King remarked. So this is something formed by the will of the people, like a deity. Only someone with great merit can wield it. Kwang, what did you do in Tan Kingdom to earn something like this? Kwang Jiak replied. It's just a minor matter, not worth mentioning. Kwang Jiak continued. Is it possible for this to become a divine weapon? Ngao Huin, surprised, said. Benefactor, I'm afraid I can't help with that. Hearing this, Kwang Jiak looked a bit sad and said, Is there really no way? The Dragon King replied. This treasure is connected to the fortune of a nation. To restore it, it must be worshipped by the people and offered incense in their prayers. Only then can its past divine power be recovered. Incense from the people. Kwang Jiak immediately thought of himself being worshipped by the masses. Kwang Jiak then said, Still, I must trouble Brother Ngao to teach me. That afternoon, the sun was shining beautifully, casting a lovely light. The scenery here looked incredibly peaceful. Inside the room, Tan Wai was sitting at the table, looking into a mirror. Tan Wai angrily said while looking in the mirror, How hateful! Even after devouring her 3 souls, this wretched spirit is still so stubborn. The full moon of the 1st month, the 7th month, the 10th month. Holding a long needle in both hands, Tan Wai's expression was now utterly perplexed. Suddenly she raised the needle high, then stabbed it directly into her body. The ketchup splattered everywhere, looking utterly terrifying. After that, Tan Wai collapsed onto the table. With eyes and brows full of resentment, Tan Wai finally smiled and said, You little wretch, do you think you're worthy of snatching from me? Tan Yi raised his hand to rub his chin and laughed. Jiangju, do you really think he can save someone? He isn't even worthy of carrying my master's books, I said. Jiangju, why are you so agitated? Could it be that you like him? Ha ha, even if you like him, he might not even care about you. Relax, relax. If he were mine, I would make sure you taste his essence through this body of yours. Suddenly someone reported, Young master, who not know yet has sent a letter. Tani immediately turned towards the door and said, Bring it in. It was a night of a starry full moon, with the moon and stars illuminating the entire forest. The leaves swayed gently with the forest breeze. Feng Qingzi, after reading Jiangju's letter, said, Jiangju wants to personally come to the Yixian alliance. Tani immediately said, Mother, this is a great opportunity. Without the protection of Shanlan, Jiangju is just an 8th grade foundation building cultivator. We could blow him to dust with a single breath. Feng Qingzi then seriously replied, An evil cultivator of Jiangju's caliber can't be measured by cultivation alone. Moreover, the master isn't here. This is absolutely not a good time to deal with Jiangju. The ghosts appeared and said, Mother, elder sister is right. Jiangju is just a small cultivator. With elder sister's strength alone, dealing with him would be as easy as turning a hand. Mother, this is merit coming to our doorstep. Don't miss out. Mother, are you afraid that the master will be so pleased that he'll give us sisters your body? Are you no longer in control of us? Shut up. A shout accompanied by a slap terrified the 3 spirits. You brainless wenches. That Kwang Jiak is someone even the master has to fear. You evil spirits, do you not fear his summoning technique, or his meritorious golden light? As Feng Tantu spoke, he continuously whipped the evil spirits, causing them to cry out in pain. Madam, spare us. Madam, spare us. We know we were wrong. Please show mercy, great sister, save us. Tan Wai moved closer to Feng Tantu and said, Mother, if Ni Nu Kwang Jiak of Langha could summon the supreme god, but the summoning technique requires choosing an auspicious day, bathing, changing clothes, burning incense for 3 days, preparing in many ways, and unless prepared for 10 days to half a month, it cannot be executed. Both you and I possess bodies that do not fear his meritorious golden light. Besides, now that the entire immortal sect is in our hands, we can easily crush him. Feng Tantu propped her chin and said, The messenger who brought the letter today is an emissary of the old dragon god. This shows that the relationship between him and Kwang Jiak is extraordinary. The old dragon of Not Noyet Lake is someone even the master doesn't want to mess with. Suddenly, Tan Wai leaned in and whispered something into Feng Tantu's ear. Mother, how about this? Tan Wai continued. Mother, if we can kill Kwang Jiak, it would be a great achievement. By then, the master will reward us accordingly. Feng Tantu, excited upon hearing this, said, All right, let's try it your way. Meanwhile, in a cellar, Kwang Jiak was practicing his magic. His face is now extremely focused. Suddenly, Kwang Jiak shouted loudly, and with that, a burst of energy surged to a new level. In an instant, a circle of talismans appeared surrounding Kwang Jiak. Each talisman is now burning, Kwang Jiak said. Respectfully invoking the dragon's transformation, the way of heaven is in the true Lord. Suddenly, an image of the Divine Lord appeared behind Kwang Jiak. At that moment, they seemed to merge as one, with one hand wielding yang energy, and the othering energy, becoming increasingly clear. Seizing the opportunity, Kwang Jiak shouted loudly, "True Lord of the Purple Subtlety and Celestial Void, the great heaven of the right, the true Lord of the Purple Subtlety and Celestial Void, Savior of suffering and calamity, Patriarch of the mysterious way, protect the people of the great heaven, grant peace and prosperity." Suddenly, all the power and divine energy simultaneously attacked the furnace in front of Jiangju. The water inside the furnace splashed up, revealing the liquefied jade. Jiangju then raised his hand to his forehead. After that, he pulled out a golden thread from his forehead. Jiangju unhesitatingly shot it forward. Jiangju's power fused with the liquefied dragon jade from earlier. Soon, a sword emerged. The remaining power suddenly shot into the sky with immense force. "The heavens are vast." Under the bright moonlight, the voice echoed, "Boundless purple star, true Lord, Savior of the suffering true Lord." The Dragon King on this side was extremely surprised and said, "Is this how you invite a god? This is not the proper way to invite a god. Where is the ritual platform? Where are the offerings? This is clearly just an announcement." Brother Ao on this side became very interested in the result Jiangju created. All right. Jiangju said nothing more and extended his hand forward. Immediately, the sword flew over, perfectly landing in Jiangju's grasp. Jiangju then stroked the blade, releasing a powerful blue energy. The Dragon King on this side lowered his head in congratulations. "Congratulations, young friend, on obtaining such a supreme treasure." Jiangju looked down at the sword hilt and said, "This sword should be renamed. In the future, you will be the Great Qian Blade." Kwang Jiak thought to himself with great satisfaction as he looked at his sword. In the darkness of the night, a beam of light shot up into the sky. Sun Lam, who was meditating in seclusion, also sensed something unusual. Hoa No beside her said, "A divine weapon has emerged. It seems the old dragon god's power has increased yet again. This divine weapon might not belong to the old dragon god." Sun Lam coldly replied, "Why do you say that, master?" Hoa No asked curiously, "Didn't you hear the prayers of the people of Great Qian?" Sun Lam smirked. Then she suddenly remembered and asked, "What about Kwang Jiak?" Hoa No immediately replied, "He's in the Yimyang cave, I heard that he is." At this moment, Hoa No suddenly realized. Tu Thian Chan Quan, the new emperor of Daikan, could it be that Kwang Jiak has an inappropriate relationship with the empress of the human race? Sun Lam lightly tapped her finger, ordering someone to send an additional wedding invitation to the empress of Daikan. "Yes." Hoa No bowed and obeyed. As Hoa No walked, she pondered. "Sending a wedding invitation, is the master jealous? No, the master must be planning to take advantage of the human race's internal conflict to intervene in their affairs. This time, the Lord must have a grand plan." On the other hand, Sun Lam, with a cold expression, pouted and complained. "Why hasn't Kwang Jiak arrived at the Dtian Min yet? How foolish, not wanting me to know, but also not finding an excuse to lure me elsewhere." On Kwang Jiak's side, he had been standing still for a long time. The Dragon King anxiously asked, "Is there something wrong with the letter?" "There's nothing wrong, it's just that. I didn't expect that some people, when you meet them, seem so straightforward, but when they write a letter they seem like a completely different person," so Tsundara. Kwang Jiak's emotions were really unsettled while reading the letter. "What's Tsundara?" The Dragon King didn't understand Kwang Jiak's strange language. "Never mind, just forget I said anything." Kwang Jiak didn't want to explain further, and hid the letter. Kwang Jiak's face turned dark as he clenched the letter in his hand, his mind racing. Unable to contain his emotions, he tossed and turned all night, wondering what on earth he was waiting for. It only lacked being spelled out clearly. Could it be that this disciple of mine has feelings for me? "I plan to go to Dongnai Mountain in the next 2 days," Kwang Jiak said. "The Demon Lord is still here. Do you have any way to keep him from finding out?" The Dragon King asked anxiously on behalf of Kwang Jiak. Brother Ngao hurried over and said breathlessly, "This trip is dangerous. Why should you go in person? Let your subordinates handle it." Kwang Jiak raised his hand to stop him. "This is no small matter, I should go personally." Brother Ngao bowed respectfully and said, "If that's the case, please wait a moment." With that, Brother Ngao clasped his hands and began to chant something. Then Brother Ngao activated a mechanism, causing something to rise up from the ground. Countless treasures appeared before him. "Please take these with you," Brother Ngao said. Kwang Jiak, amazed by Brother Ngao's generosity, exclaimed, "Isn't this a bit too much?" Ngao Huan enthusiastically said to Kwang Jiak, Without exaggeration, that entering the dragon's den and tiger's lair must be done with caution. Kwang Jiak sighed in refusal, saying this time going to Dtn meant he had his own way. Moreover, in the territory of Nanoya Lake, he could always call Ngao Huin for help. Ngao Huin mockingly spoke the truth, hoping Kwang Jiak would understand himself. Being hit right on the spot, Kwang Jiak could only stay silent. What Ngao Huin wanted to say was, "Do you know how great your ability to cause trouble is? Even in a safe place, calamities will still happen because of you. Let your subordinates serve you." Ngao Huin had offered help, and Kwang Jiak had to sigh and accept the truth. The next day, at the training ground, Sun Lam was already waiting, having changed into a more comfortable purple outfit. In contrast to Sun Lam, Kwang Jiak was equipped with iron armor from head to toe. The two stood on the battle platform, just waiting for the other to make a move. The two people eating melons are Ka Lak and Sun Nin. Worried, Sun Nin says, it's over. Brother-in-law is about to be beaten crippled by sister again. Brother-in-law's fate is truly miserable, even worse than mine." While chewing candy, Ka Lak reassures, "Sister Nin, this time master won't be crippled." Sun Nin immediately shatters Ka Lak's hope. "You're still a child, you don't understand. Aside from me, brother-in-law is the only one who gets beaten by sister and still survives. He's been beaten before, but if he gets hit a few more times... Oh, it's starting." Sun Nin's attention is immediately captured by the fight. Kwang Jiak issues a challenge. "Wife, you must be more careful with this guidance." Sun Lam just smirks. Without a word, Sun Lam charges forward to attack. Kwang Jiak quickly pulls out a bone fan from the equipment Ngao Huin gave him. A flick of the fan created a cross-shaped slash. Sun Lam charged straight in, but she quickly jumped up to avoid it, spinning in midair and landing right in front of Kwang Jiak. Then, a familiar punch sent Kwang Jiak flying back several meters. Kwang Jiak couldn't defend in time and slid across the ground. Kwang Jiak cried out in pain. He pulled out a pill and put it in his mouth. But Sun Lam was quicker, grabbing Kwang Jiak's mouth and forcing him to spit the pill out. Sun Lam turns Kwang Jiak's face to look into his eyes. Kwang Jiak stammers, "My lady, you're too rough." In response, Sun Lam gives him a series of punches and kicks. Finally, with a swollen face, Kwang Jiak raises the white flag in surrender. I give up, I surrender. Sun Lam, hands on hips, questions, "Did you come to the Sun Moon Lake to extort money?" Cultivation ultimately relies on oneself. If you keep depending on external things, it will only cause trouble. After Sun Lam's guidance, Kwang Jiak can only scratch his head and say, Yes, my lady, your teaching is very right." Sun Lam turns halfway to look at Kwang Jiak without saying a word. Seeing her expression, Kwang Jiak blushes. Sun Lam suddenly asks, "Compared to that Daikin Empress, how does the demon lord of our 10,000 demons nation measure up?" Kwang Jiak was startled, thinking, is this a deadly question? The Supreme One really wants to know. Kwang Jiak leaned in to ask. Sun Lam huffed lightly, waiting. Kwang Jiak was puzzled, thinking, what does that huff mean? Does she want it or not? Women are truly troublesome. Moving past this, Sun Lam announced, "The Huta clan has shown some activity. Tomorrow I will go there." "How many days will you be gone, Supreme One?" Kwang Jiak asked. 2 days should be enough to return, Sun Lam replied coldly. This time, Supreme One's departure makes me somewhat reluctant. Reluctant? Then will you go with me? Sun Lam asked. And what he received was Kwang Jiak's excitement. Go early and return early, have a smooth journey. At that moment, Sun Lam just wanted to knock some sense into that thick-headed Kwang Jiak. Sitting next to them, Sun Nin asked to Ka Lak, "How do you know that? Can you tell fortunes like a millionaire?" Ka Lak replied haughtily, "Of course I know." Ka Lak blushed, her eyes sparkling, thinking, Master thinks about pressing Mistress onto the bed every day, and Mistress eagerly waits for news of her master every day. Between the two of them, this is what people often call love. On this side, Jiangju has reached the gate. Seeing Jiangju, the group immediately recognized him. One of them ran ahead to greet him. "Mr. Jiang, please follow me. Our young master has been waiting for you for a long time. Sorry for the trouble." Jiangju was led to a stone-walled room, where he sat by the tea table, waiting. Jiangju picked up a teacup and softly called, "A Ning." Shan Ning tapped Jiangju's hand with his foot. He sighed knowingly and said, "So, you welcomed me in like this. Could it be that the mysterious person secretly helping Yi Xian Ning isn't here, or—" At this moment, there were footsteps approaching. Tan Wai joyfully called out to Kwang Jiak, "Little master." In Kwang Jiak's eyes there was a look of caution. Seeing this, Tan Wai hesitated for a moment. Kwang Jiak's attitude suddenly changed, and with great joy, he reached out to Tan Wai, calling him a good disciple. Kwang Jiak embraced Tan Wai tightly, but Tan Wai screamed and stiffened. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Kwang Jiak asked worriedly, noticing Tan Wai's unsettled state. Tan Wai pushed Kwang Jiak away, raising his hand to stop him. No, it's just that I haven't seen you in so long, little master. I'm a bit overwhelmed." Tan Wai thought to himself, cursing inwardly. What kind of ghost is this? Even 100 lifetimes of being a good person wouldn't compare, yet he has such powerful golden virtue. The Grand Master also misses you, come give me a hug. Kwang Jiak still cheerfully beckoned Tan Wai. But Tan Wai was startled. He stepped back 3 meters before daring to speak. "Wait, Grand Master, I have something to report to you." "What is it?" Kwang Jiak asked. Tan Wai closed his eyes and exhaled. But unexpectedly, Kwang Jiak suddenly hugged Tan Wai. "All right, I don't care anymore. Whatever it is, we'll talk later. My dear disciple, I've missed you to death." Kwang Jiak's merit spread out with incredible force. Feeling suffocated, Tan Wai muttered to himself. "Turns out Kwang Jiak is even more of a pervert than I am. How can you cultivate such a thick golden aura of merit like this?" Dazed by the merit, Tan Wai collapsed onto the floor. "What's going on?" Kwang Jiak looked at Tan Wai in confusion. "Come on, little disciple, let me help you up." Kwang Jiak reached out to help Tan Wai, but Tan Wai reacted violently, backing away and refusing. "I can stand up by myself. I can stand up by myself." After a while, Tan Wai still tried to keep as much distance as possible from Kwang Jiak and bowed to offer tea. "Little master, you must be tired from your journey. Please have some tea first." Tan Wai smirked wickedly, thinking, "Kwang Jiak, no matter how skilled you are, your cultivation level is still low. As long as you drink this soul-breaking tea." Without thinking much, Kwang Jiak grabbed the teacup and opened it. As the tea neared his lips, Tan Wai grew extremely anxious and expectant. But contrary to her expectations, Kwang Jiak handed the tea to Tan Wai and said, "Little disciple, do you have to watch me like that? If you're thirsty, you should drink first." Startled, Tan Wai quickly raised both hands in refusal. Not thirsty, not thirsty. Little master, please, you drink first." Kwang Jiak brought the teacup to his lips again. That anxious expression of Tan Wai reappeared. The tea was cold. Kwang Jiak put the cup down without drinking. Tan Wai wanted to curse in his heart, hoping this brat has something urgent to do. Outwardly, Tan Wai still cheerfully said, "Then I'll get you a new cup of tea." Kwang Jiak waved his hand in refusal and said, "Forget it, I won't drink it. Let's get to the main issue." Tan Wai gritted his teeth and cursed silently. "Damn you," Kwang Jiak asked. "How's the task I gave you earlier coming along, my little disciple?" Tan Wai replied. I came to talk about that. Father agreed to meet you." "All right then, let's go meet him. Lead the way." Kwang Jiak followed Tan Wai as he led the way. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, 2 guards respectfully greeted. "Greetings, young master." Tan Wai's eyes turned red as she glanced at the 2 guards. Their eyes also turned red, and they were successfully controlled by Tan Wai. As Tan Wai stepped out, Kwang Jiak was behind her, and the 2 guards raised their hands, ready to attack. One of the guards held a deadly weapon, rushing to strike Kwang Jiak from behind. Tan Wai also had a deadly weapon in hand, ready to attack Kwang Jiak immediately. The 2 guards took the opportunity to slash at Kwang Jiak's back. But he managed to lunge forward just in time, only tearing his outer garment because he was wearing a layer of scale armor underneath. The 2 guards charged at him once more, attacking again. Kwang Jiak gently clasped his 2 fingers together, blowing out a flame that engulfed the 2 men. The 2 men became unconscious, their souls trapped inside struggling to escape. Tan Wai jumped behind them, raised her hand to absorb some kind of energy, pretending to be worried. "Be careful, little master." The unfortunate men immediately withered. Blood gushed from the tops of their heads, they collapsed to the ground dead. Tan Wai pretended to approach Kwang Jiak, asking with concern, "Are you okay, little master?" Kwang Jiak clutched his chest, fearfully saying, "Oh no, that scared me to death. Fortunately, I was wearing this armor, otherwise it would have been dangerous." Tan Wai silently cursed him. "We 9 siblings have cultivated for over 100 years, and even getting a low-grade artifact is difficult, but Kwang Jiak, with his mere 7th or 8th level cultivation, brazenly wears a high-grade artifact like this. What a waste of heaven's gifts. If I handed Kwang Jiak over to my mother, this treasure would probably... At this moment, Kwang Jiak asked her in confusion. Disciple, what is happening? What is this? Tan Wai frowned and replied. Elder, the situation has changed. I'm afraid that mysterious person wants to kill you. There's no time to think carefully now. I will escort you out first. Kwang Jiak immediately started walking. All right, let's go quickly. After taking a few steps, he trembled and knelt down, saying, I can't, my legs have gone weak. Disciple, carry me. Tan Wai was furious but couldn't refuse, gritting her teeth and cursing Kwang Jiak silently. This useless little sword idiot. Thinking about it, she bit her hand hard, causing fresh blood to gush out. She then used 2 fingers to cast a spell. From that small amount of blood, arms and legs identical to a human's grew. A blood-red human figure was summoned, appearing in front of Kwang Jiak. He was extremely surprised and turned to ask, Where did you learn this blood talisman magic? Tan Wai was too lazy to make up an excuse, so she quickly said, Elder, now is not the time to discuss this. Go, she said, then sped up, and the figure in red immediately carried Kwang Jiak on their back and followed. At this moment, the spirits surrounding Tan Tu were asking their mother, Mother, is everything going smoothly on Big Sister's side? Mother, let's go there too. If we don't go soon, all the good parts will be taken by Big Sister. That's right, Mother, Big Sister is the best at draining the humanity out of people. I'm afraid this time she'll suck the marrow right out of Kwang Jiak's bones. Mother, Tan Tu felt a headache from listening to their rambling and raised his hand to pull them back. He thought to himself, Is Kwang Jiak really that easy to deal with? The master has such powerful methods, and still hesitates to act. Now let's hope that the libertine can be a bit more careful. Suddenly, something inside his chest wanted to break free. It was the true soul of Tan Wai, who stretched herself out, attempting to escape. Tan Tu opened his mouth and angrily shouted, Wretch, how dare you! Back on the other side, the fake Tan Wai was speeding up, carrying Kwang Jiak along with the dummy. Kwang Jiak turned to her and asked, Little disciple, you've been back for a while now. Do you know the name of the Taoist from the Tu Palace, and which sect he belongs to? Tan Wai glanced at him and evasively said, Little master, this isn't the time to talk. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from the forest. Kwang Jiak was startled as the red figure stopped abruptly. He asked, What was that sound? Tan Wai looked alarmed and said, It's over, Mother. No, Father knows I'm trying to help you escape. The others are probably on their way to catch us. Tan Wai bit her finger again. Then she put it in front of her and chanted a spell. Benthong Hu Xe, Nguyen Li Tien. 1. Summon the 4 directions to guard the golden deity. 2. Summon the eastern wood deity. With divine power, she extended her hand, and half of her fingers flew forward like darts. Kwang Jiak curiously asked from behind, Isn't your specialty swordsmanship? Why are you using the 5-finger divine ability? Tan Wai lied without batting an eye. My father is a disciple of the Celestial Pavilion, so naturally, I know a bit of their magic as well. Please don't disturb me, little Grandmaster, so I can focus on controlling the 5-finger divine ability. Maybe I'll find a way out. Kwang Jiak sneered and continued. But the Master of the Scarlet Sun Heaven hates sorcery that uses blood to nourish ghosts. Fong Tan Tu is a disciple of Scarlet Sun Heaven. Where did he learn the 5-finger divine ability? This question left Tan Wai the impostor momentarily speechless. On the mountaintop, there was a figure with several foxtails standing there. That person was none other than Sun Lam. She bit her lip in anger and cursed Kwang Jiak. Doesn't he know to bring a few more helpers? Is he about to make a move? Isn't he usually very smart? Why is he being so reckless this time? Has he been around me for too long and lost his sense of urgency? But if I act now, he'll know I'm watching him, and that will expose my spy. So, I'll wait a little longer. Meanwhile, the fake Tan Wai glanced suspiciously at Kwang Jiak behind him, wondering if he had figured something out. Kwang Jiak, seeing that he couldn't figure it out, smirked and answered himself. But it's normal. Our sect, although it has strong offensive power and can kill enemies above our level, takes too long to prepare before casting spells. The joy of using one's own blood to nourish ghosts can reduce the preparation time and also test the results of raising pets. If your father secretly learned a thing or two, it wouldn't be a problem. Tan Wai then laughed with delight. Ah, yes, little Grandmaster is right. At the same time, a group of soldiers with weapons entered the forest, shouting loudly. The leader said, catch the thief, and you'll be rewarded with 100 high-grade spirit stones, a mid-grade spiritual weapon. Don't let them escape, kill them! Tan Wai anxiously pointed the way for Kwang Jiak. This way, little master! The two of them reached a gate guarded by two people, who blocked their way. Tan Wai shouted, Are you blind? Look carefully at who I am. Now, get out of my way! One of the subordinates frowned and pointed at Kwang Jiak, saying, Young master, aren't you making things difficult for us? I dare not block your way, but this person has to stay. Tan Wai raised his voice. And what if I say no? The two guards placed their hands on their swords, ready to fight, saying, Then don't blame us for offending you. After all, you're just the young master, not the leader. Tan Wai stopped talking and raised his hand. She inserted a needle into the fifth joint of her hand and commanded, Sleep god, return immediately. Inside the forest, something was rushing swiftly. 5 fingers gathered together, awaiting the command to return. They quickly returned to where Tan Wai stands. From the back of the fingers, the flesh swells up gruesomely. It grows larger and larger, dripping fresh blood. The 5 fingers have turned into 5 red figures, identical to the one Kwang Jiak is riding. The 2 guards retreat in fear. Young master, how do you know such dark magic? Tan Wai viciously commands the 5 blood-red figures. Kill them for me. The 5 red figures obey and charge at the 2 guards. Get lost. A voice rang out. Tan Wai turned around in confusion. Kwang Jiak was behind him, having already slain the mount. He sneered and said, Little disciple, you even taken something as wicked as this? The art of summoning gods isn't meant to be used like this. 5 massive gods appeared behind Kwang Jiak. Tan Wai was horrified to realize it was the mystic soldier commanding technique. The gods charged at the red-cloaked figures, brandishing their blades. What kind of demon dares to be reckless before me? Prepare to die! The red-cloaked figure was quickly pierced through. It turned into a pool of blood, shattered into 1,000 pieces. It reverted back to an ordinary finger bone. Tan Wai gritted her teeth in anger, looking at the fingers that reattached to her hand. She trembled as she looked at Kwang Jiak. You! Kwang Jiak smirked and said, Little disciple, bear with it a bit. Using your flesh and blood to nourish those demons is too harmful to your karma. It does you no good. Let me handle it for you. Don't point your left hand at me. You only have a middle finger left. It feels like you're cursing at me. The deities quickly dealt with the remaining red figures. Tan Wai, devastated, clutched her arm and cursed. Kwang Jiak! Kwang Jiak leaped into the air, brandishing a sword, and said, TSK, being too hot-headed isn't suitable for a mount. He fiercely stabbed through the chest of the last one. Then, he jumped and charged toward Tan Wai. While she hadn't yet reacted, the blade had already pierced through her head. The soul escaped from Tan Wai's body, angrily shouting, Kwang Jiak, you knew all along! You knew all along! Tan Wai sternly replied, Fool, didn't your master ever tell you not to play the tricks of gods and spirits in front of me? The soul screamed, You can't kill me! You can't kill me! Lam Tan Wai's 3 sources have been broken. I replaced her triple source fire. If you kill me, she will die instantly. Kwang Jiak's blade stopped in front of the soul. He looked towards Tan Wai, part of the soul still clinging to her body. Kwang Jiak said nothing, holding the unconscious Tan Wai in his arms. He suddenly glanced at the 2 gatekeepers. Both of them were startled and stepped back. They saw Kwang Jiak mutter something. Then the dust scattered everywhere, and he disappeared with Tan Wai. No one knew where they went. As soon as they reported this to Tan Tu, he angrily shouted, Disappeared? How could they just disappear? The possessed guard immediately said, Madam, it's exactly like that. He really disappeared right in front of everyone, and there's a rumor that Kwang Jiak's blade is terrifying. It sliced the spirit right out of Lam Tan Wai's body. Tan Tu angrily cursed. That bitch got what she deserved. I warned her that Kwang Jiak wasn't easy to deal with, but she still dared to plot against him. The guard took the opportunity to flatter. Madam, the 9-child ghost mother, as long as the ghost mother isn't destroyed, the 9 children won't die. As long as you're safe, the elder sister won't die either. Tan Tu agitatedly shouted, I just wish she was dead. If that B** TCH died it would be cleaner. Now she's fallen into Kwang Jiak's hands, I'm afraid. With things this far, there's no avoiding it. If Kwang Jiak escapes, the task our master assigned us is as good as failed. If that truly happens, Mother and I would rather die at Kwang Jiak's hands. He summoned his yet-to-be-identified children with a grim face. Loudly said, You all go find her for me. If you can't find Kwang Jiak, then bring out all the people of Dtn Min, and execute them. A while later, in the village near the mountain, Kwang Jiak, along with Tan Wai, hid on one side. Hearing the soldiers fiercely searching for him, the leader ordered, "If we don't find that human cultivator, our heads will roll. Hurry up, not here, check over there." Kwang Jiak thought for a moment, then placed Tan Wai on the ground, muttering to himself, "This won't do, there are too many of them, carrying him like this is not a solution." Sun Nin beside him sneered, "Brother-in-law, you're too weak." Kwang Jiak was very surprised to see him. "Why is Nin here?" Sun Nin looked at him like an idiot, asking back, "Brother-in-law, what's with your memory? Have you forgotten? This story starts 2 days ago." Night had fallen, and Sun Nin was still fast asleep in bed, when she was suddenly dragged away, startling her awake. Confused, Sun Nin asked, "Brother-in-law, what are you doing?" Kwang Jiak sternly replied, "Nin, I'm taking you to work." Sun Nin, frightened, asked again, "Are you trying to make me elope with you?" "Brother-in-law, this isn't right, especially since my sister just left." After hearing Sun Nin's words, Kwang Jiak suddenly remembered and awkwardly laughed. "Oh, so that's what happened." Sun Nin gave him a side glance and muttered, "You were talking about eloping with someone." Kwang Jiak gave a faint smile and responded, "Let's not talk about eloping for now. I have a task for you. Nin, can you grow large like last time?" Without hesitation, Sun Nin immediately refused. "No, I told you I'd only let you ride once." Kwang Jiak pointed to Tan Wai, who was unconscious, and said, "I'm not asking you to let me ride. I just need you to help carry this person." Sun Nin turned away. "No way, I'm the young master of Du Sun. How could I be used as a beast of burden for a slave?" Kwang Jiak didn't force her, stroked his chin, and said, "Well then, we can only think of a way to wake her up now." Sun Nin curiously asked him, "Brother-in-law, when did you realize something was wrong with her?" Kwang Jiak replied, "From the beginning." Sun Nin asked again, "If you realized from the start, why didn't you just cut her down right then?" Kwang Jiak leaned in close to observe Tan Wai while explaining to Sun Nin, "I didn't want to take action. But when I saw her trying to kill members of Dthien Min, I knew this stubborn disciple would blame herself for their deaths after waking up. If she falls into despair then, it'll be troublesome." Seeing him getting so close to her, Sun Nin angrily rushed over, bit Kwang Jiak's sleeve, and pulled him away. "Brother-in-law, what are you trying to do, taking advantage of her in her vulnerable state? I need to go back and report this to my sister." Kwang Jiak didn't say much and handed her 2 jade pieces. Sun Nin immediately bit into them, saying, "Continue, I didn't see anything." Kwang Jiak couldn't say anything to her, so he turned away. He sternly watched as 3 flames appeared on Tan Wai's body, silently cursing. These wandering spirits, without physical bodies, are resorting to soul-snatching, harming their karmic virtue like this. At that moment, Tan Wai's eyes slowly began to open. Seeing that Kwang Jiak was so close, staring at her, she felt both confused and embarrassed, thinking, "What's going on? Why is the little master here? Wasn't I possessed? The little master is really handsome, so close, does he want to kiss me? What should I do? He's so strong, I can't resist." So she puckered her lips, waiting for the kiss. Kwang Jiak raised his hand to cover her mouth, smirking. "Little disciple, have some self-respect." Tan Wai stammered in confusion. I thought. I mean, little master, this situation." Kwang Jiak interrupted her, pointing towards Sun Nin nearby. "I understand, but my sister-in-law is right here." At that moment, Sun Nin walked over to Tan Wai, loudly saying, "Brother-in-law, she's awake, hurry up and strike." Tan Wai turned pale with fear. "Just a kiss, and I didn't even get it, but I'm still going to be struck. The Sun family rules are that strict." Kwang Jiak flicked Sun Nin's nose to remind him. "What are you talking about? This is the real deal." Tan Wai looked at Kwang Jiak like a lifeline, thinking, "I never expected the little master to come here personally for me, enduring hardships to save me in such danger." She grabbed Kwang Jiak's hand and sincerely said, "Little master, you shouldn't have come." Kwang Jiak smiled faintly and said, "Since I'm already here, Tan Wai, tell me first what happened at Dthien Min." Tan Wai, with a sad face, began to recount. "After I returned to Dthien Min, I lost consciousness after drinking a cup of tea. Since then, I've been imprisoned in the dungeon." After finishing her story, she said excitedly to Kwang Jiak, "Little master, my father has also been possessed by them. You really shouldn't have come here. Dthien Min is very dangerous now." Kwang Jiak coughed deeply. "Whether it's dangerous or not is for me to decide." He looked at his swollen hand, pouted. "Loosen your grip, Unlucky child, such strength. He quickly stood up, pointed the Daiken blade at Tanwai. Little disciple, this evil force is still in your mind. Close your eyes for now, just endure for a moment, and it'll be over. Tanwai was extremely confused but still stood still obediently. Kwang Jiak asked, do you trust me? Tanwai nodded yes. Then she felt something inside her. The lingering spirit inside suddenly jumped out, crying out, Supreme Immortal, spare my life. Supreme Immortal, spare my life. I beg the Supreme Immortal to spare this life of mine. I swear to say everything I know. Kwang Jiak replied coldly, I don't need your answers, I ask you, do you want me to divine your fate? The spirit froze, huh? Kwang Jiak pointed his sword at its neck, sneeringly asked, do you really think that with the 9 lives Demon Mother's talisman, your ghost's progeny cannot die? If I imprison your soul here, to nurture my 5 tonal spirits, how long do you think your demon mother can last before abandoning her ghost progeny? Sun Nin stood there watching, biting her lip, thinking to herself. Brother-in-law is really terrifying right now. But the threatened spirit trembled and said, Kwang Jiak, do you really want to force me? Do you know that if I die, your little disciple will only become a wandering ghost? Can you really bear to do this? Unexpectedly, Tanwai said. Little master, you don't need to worry about me. Killing that dark spirit is the most important thing. At worst, I'll dissolve my spiritual cultivation. Kwang Jiak told her. As long as I'm here, you won't die. Don't worry. The spirit, terrified, started to struggle with itself. If I reveal the master's identity, he will never forgive me. But if I don't obey, Kwang Jiak will surely make me wish I were dead. Right now, my only option is... Suddenly, she burst into tears. Mother, I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Kwang Jiak's blade sliced through the spirit as it cursed. Kwang Jiak, in my next life, I won't forgive you. He frowned, realizing something was wrong. It seemed like the spirit was trying to escape. Kwang Jiak raised his hand and recited a spell. 5 tones, heed my command and imprison this soul for me. The 5 sounds immediately appeared, holding the spirit back. Kwang Jiak noticed that something was approaching in the air around him. From within the rock wall, dozens more spirits emerged, rushing toward them. They mocked loudly. Big sister, why are you so disheveled? This time, mother is really angry. You're in big trouble, big sister. Haha, don't even call her big sister anymore. When she revives, she'll be the weakest youngest one. The spirits gradually vanished, but the foul-mouthed ones kept yelling. You wretch, all of you wretches! Kwang Jiak, you and I will never coexist under the same sky. Kwang Jiak quickly leaned the unconscious Tanwai against the wall, calling out. Sun Nin, a Nin! Sun Nin hurriedly rushed over. At this moment, the spirits released a strange aura. It turned into a rope, immediately binding Sun Nin's body tightly. They greedily rushed towards the subdued Sun Nin. What a beautiful body. I will take this body, no one can take it from me. Kwang Jiak suddenly dashed in front of Sun Nin, preventing the spirits from getting closer. He raised his hand and called, 5 tones and 5 spirits, obey my command. The 5 spirits appeared, attacking the spirits. Sun Nin weakly called from the ground, brother-in-law. Kwang Jiak raised his hand to break the binding ropes. He comforted her, it's okay, don't be afraid. Suddenly at that moment, rocks and debris flew everywhere. A large, creaking monster charged forward angrily, saying, Kwang Jiak, you killed my daughter. The demon mother came for him, furious. Kwang Jiak, you killed my daughter. Ghostly spirits shot out from the monster. Countless hands were reaching towards Kwang Jiak. But as they got close, they realized Kwang Jiak had vanished without a trace. Tan Tu widened his eyes in disbelief. How did he disappear? How could he disappear? Find him, find Kwang Jiak immediately. It shouted in rage. Meanwhile, in a secluded cave, Sun Nin asked curiously. Brother-in-law, why didn't you kill all those ghosts? Use that powerful thing you set up where sister is meditating, that powerful thing. Kwang Jiak replied. The feng shui array isn't easy to set up like that. It's a formation that borrows power. The feng shui in this nice sun cave isn't anything special. It can't be set up. Sun Nin asked. So what should we do? Should we go back and call Ati here to subdue them? If we sneak out, aren't you afraid that Ati will tie you up and beat you? Kwang Jiak hesitantly said. Not afraid. Sun Nin pouted. You may not be afraid, but I am. Kwang Jiak replied. All right, no need to worry, we have backup. Sun Nin urgently asked. Then what are we waiting for? Call the backup. But Kwang Jiak refused. It's not the right time yet. Tanwai, who had been unconscious for a while, finally showed some signs of movement. She trembled and let out a sound, as if facing something in a dream. Kwang Jiak placed 2 fingers on her chest. Then he channeled his energy and transferred it to Tan Wai. The 2 nails were pulled out by his energy. Tan Wai coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Kwang Jiak immediately took out a talisman and placed it on her forehead. Kwang Jiak told Sun Nin, "Her 3 essences are broken. This stabilization talisman can only temporarily stabilize her soul. Nin, you should take her back to the Sun Moon Lake first." Sun Nin anxiously asked, "But if I leave, what will happen to you?" Kwang Jiak smirked and drew his sword. "Me? Of course, I'll go kill to my heart's content." Meanwhile, the group from the Immortal Alliance was urgently searching for Kwang Jiak everywhere. "Hurry up, move faster, check over there." Someone curiously asked, "Captain, what was that just now?" The captain replied, "An enemy infiltrated our Immortal Alliance. His name is Kwang Jiak, skilled in the arts of spirits and demons. What we just saw was definitely a monster under Kwang Jiak's control." The other person was shocked. "So that's how it is, the captain really knows a lot." The captain loudly told everyone, "The most urgent thing now is to quickly find Kwang Jiak. If he escapes and reveals our base location to the Demon Lord, then our Immortal Alliance will be in deep trouble." At that moment, the others suddenly looked terrified and pointed behind him. "Captain." The captain was startled and turned around. At this moment, Kwang Jiak found his way here on his own, holding a jar in his hand, and asked, "Are you looking for me, gentlemen?" The captain shouted loudly, "Kwang Jiak!" He then signaled to the group behind him. "What are you all standing around for? Capture him!" This captain had actually been possessed. He thought to himself silently, "If I fight him alone, I definitely won't be able to defeat Kwang Jiak. Even my elder sister met the same fate. It was hard enough to take over this body. I absolutely don't want to become a wandering ghost." Following the captain's orders, the group charged at Kwang Jiak with swords drawn. Kwang Jiak quickly leapt up, intending to finish him off. "Die, you demon tribe lackey!" Kwang Jiak unexpectedly puffed up his cheeks and blew out a red gust of air, sending the person flying. The young man grumbled, What a strong breath!" Seeing him fall unconscious to the ground, the rest of them grew furious. "He killed Brother Zhang. Avenged Brother Zhang." Standing to the side with his hands clasped, Kwang Jiak uttered one word. "Rise." 2 streams of red and blue energy poured out from the jar. The captain at the back watched as the entire team was engulfed by the energy, panicking, thinking, What's happening? What is this?" He realized that the energy was also coming towards him. It quickly swallowed him up too. Kwang Jiak's blade slashed through the energy. Before he knew it, he had already dashed in front of the captain. The captain's face turned pale with fear. Kwang Jiak circled around to the back, forcing the captain's spirit out of his body. The spirit, terrified, tried to escape. But Kwang Jiak didn't stop, swiftly pursuing it. He threw the sword like a spear towards the spirit. And the sword immediately pierced through it, causing it to scream in pain. Kwang Jiak pulled out a talisman from his chest. Then asked the subdued spirit lying on the ground if it wanted a fortune reading. Seeing no response, he shook the sword, making the spirit cry out in pain, pleading for mercy. Kwang Jiak asked once more, "Do you want a reading or not?" The spirit cried out, "Mother, Kwang Jiak is here, save me, save me!" Kwang Jiak stood up and called out, 5 Eem gods, follow my command." And immediately, they bound the spirit tightly. Kwang Jiak threatened it. "If you obediently follow me, I have a way to help you escape the control of the demon mother. Later, I can help you cleanse your demonic aura and even become a god of the underworld." The 5 Eem gods chimed in. "If you don't comply, then be our food." Terrified, the spirit immediately said, I surrender, I surrender." A voice echoed, "If that's the case, then disperse." The talisman Kwang Jiak had placed on the spirit burned away. The spirit's body gradually began to fade. A green mist enveloped it, and the spirit screamed, "No, mother, I know I was wrong, I know I was wrong." Kwang Jiak frowned as he watched the green mist engulf the soul. After being completely destroyed, it only left behind a black marble that fell to the ground. Kwang Jiak walked over and picked up the marble. He was a bit annoyed, realizing that the demon queen had discovered him. Over here, Tan Tu angrily shouted, "Kwang Jiak!" The soul that had possessed Tan Wai took the opportunity to laugh. "Haha, looks like you're not the most pathetic one after all," Tan Tu furiously cursed. "Shut your mouth," she thought to herself. "I've already exhausted a lot of my vital energy to revive the elder child, and now I'm reluctantly forced to kill the second one. This is like cutting off a whole layer of my cultivation. What's even more ridiculous is that I still haven't truly faced off against that Kwang Jiak yet. She swore that this enmity was irreconcilable. The spirit next to her said, Madam, the important thing now is to call the remaining sisters back. Kwang Jiak knows the soul-calling technique. Do you want to face him alone? Tan Tu closed her eyes and commanded. All of you, return to me. The spirit asked again. Madam, but all the sisters have returned. What about Kwang Jiak? If he tries to escape, it seems we have no way to stop him. Tan Tu's face darkened as she said. He can't escape. Before the master left, they placed the Void Talisman Island here. With that artifact, where could he possibly run? The spirit anxiously said. Madam, are you crazy? If you activate the Void Talisman Island, the master will definitely know. Don't you want to return to the White Bone Cave? Tan Tu's eyes turned vicious as she said. As long as Kwang Jiak dies, any mistake will turn into merit. She instructed her newly returned children. For now, don't worry about Kwang Jiak. Let the people of the Dtianmin keep him busy. You all protect me. The spirits obeyed. Yes, madam. Meanwhile, Kwang Jiak was still surrounded by soldiers. He said in a deep voice to them. Gentlemen, please make way. The others stubbornly formed a formation. Demon Path, prepare to die, formed the formation. A sword aura appeared, rushing towards Jiangju. He waved his hand, releasing many talismans. The two collided, causing an explosion that shattered the sword. Those in the formation simultaneously spat out several mouthfuls of blood. They still didn't give up, angrily shouting. Kill him! Protect the Lord! Protect the Celestial Alliance! Jiangju lightly tapped his head and said to them. Use your brains. At this moment, Tan Wai appeared with Sun Nin, shouting loudly. Stop! Stop right now! They were surprised to recognize her. Why, young master! Tan Wai walked up to Kwang Jiak, calling. Little master. Sun Nin helplessly explained. Brother-in-law, she woke up halfway and insisted on coming back. I couldn't stop her. The soldiers shouted loudly. Young master, this man is a servant of the demon clan. The leader wants us to capture him. Kwang Jiak silently turned his head to look at him. Tan Wai stepped forward and asked them. Who allowed you to treat my little master like this? He is my benefactor. They were confused. Wait, young master, what's going on? Tan Wai explained to them. I was possessed by an evil spirit. If it weren't for the little master, I would have been completely taken over. Not just me, my father and my junior brother were all saved by him. The little master is an elder of my father's sect. His cultivation level is not something you can comprehend. If you don't care about my and my father's dignity, do you really think you could still be alive? At that moment, the captain was helped over by another person and told everyone. What the senior sister said is true. I was also possessed by an evil spirit. Haven't you noticed how much our personalities have changed these past few days? Someone frowned and argued. The young master and captain No both had talismans on their heads. They might have already had their souls captured by this evil sorcerer. Everyone, don't believe it. Tan Wai retorted, this is a soul-stabilizing talisman to prevent possession and damage to my three essences. If it weren't for this talisman from the little master, I would have lost my soul already. The person asked doubtfully, how can this be proven? Tan Wai hesitated, not knowing what to say. At this moment, Jiangju stepped in front of her and said, your leader has not shown up yet, isn't that proof enough? If you still don't believe it, come with us to meet your leader. A few minutes later, the group went to meet on Tuesday. Jiangju asked Tan Wai seriously, why did you come back after going? Tan Wai smiled and said, this is originally a matter of our immortal sect. Since the little master has helped, I am very grateful. Even if I can help the little master a bit, it's good. Jiangju asked with concern, are you alright? Tan Wai replied, for now, there's nothing to worry about, the little master's talisman is very effective. Little master, thank you, I will repay this favor. Jiangju nodded in agreement, alright, make sure to repay it. The response made Tan Wai smile wryly, shouldn't you politely say there's no need? Suddenly, thunder and lightning appeared from the mountain, along with some strange vines. Kwang Jiak was astonished and thought to himself, what's going on? A soldier anxiously said, Sir, you should go check it out first. Everyone retreated behind Kwang Jiak, cautiously looking up. It was the monster that Kwang Jiak had seen earlier, now it was even bigger. A soldier asked fearfully, Is that the leader? Has the leader really been possessed by an evil spirit? Kwang Jiak frowned, silently assessing it. What kind of demon is this? Has the leader really been possessed? This nine-headed demon mother dares to reveal her true form in front of so many people. What is she planning to do? Tantu's had emerged from the monster, shouting loudly. Immeasurable heaven! Countless souls from ancient times return, infinite celestial essences of immortality, the path of immortality. How many can attain it? Matters of the heavens remain in the heavens, 36 divine pillars, surrounded by auras of malevolent energy. Seeing the situation deteriorating, Jiangju loudly called out to everyone, retreat, everyone retreat. Qingzi sneered and called out to him, Jiangju. The 36 heavens have their lords, so why is there a palace of the vanished stars? Jiangju gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. How does she know about the palace of the vanished stars? Who on earth is her master? He reached out and took out a talisman, infusing it with his magic. Then he hurled it straight into the sky. A fierce light beamed down. Tantu coldly laughed and asked, Kuang Jiak, are you calling for reinforcements? Fine, you have a sharp tongue. No matter where you are, someone always helps you. But don't be in a hurry. Go ahead and call. You only know that the Divine Descent Scripture has the innate creation sutra, but there's another treasure. Today, I'll let you broaden your horizons. A huge force is being gathered. Kuang Jiak, does this floating island look familiar to you? A large island appears from the sky. Kuang Jiak's eyes widened in disbelief. How can this be possible? Tantu laughed triumphantly. Haha, Kuang Jiak, prepare to die. The large island is getting closer. Sun Nin anxiously called out, brother-in-law. Tan Wai also wanted to rush forward, little master. Suddenly, at that moment, an unexpected force stopped the island. A tremendous force, it even made the island explode. Jiangju opened his eyes wide in surprise. Seeing Shanlan standing in front of him, raising one hand to the sky, it turned out she was the one who stopped the island for him. Shan Ning joyfully ran over and asked, brother-in-law, so you invited sister here? Then it's okay now, with sister here, we don't have to worry anymore. But Jiangju was still stunned, thinking to himself. The person I invited was clearly... No, why is Tu Shanlan here? Tu Shanlan, is she stalking me? The most shocked person at that moment was Qingzi, she screamed. How could this be? How could this be? She cast another spell. Beyond the heavens still lies the 9 heavens realm, the world also has the 9 chambers. Sun Lam frowned and turned around. She fiercely jumped close to the demon mother. The demon mother released several souls and commanded, stop her for me. As soon as they got close, the air around Sun Lam froze them all. She coldly asked the demon mother, do you want to kill Kuang Jiak? Tantu angrily asked, who are you, why are you? Its veins started to bulge all over its body. Then a hole appeared in its abdomen, spewing dark black gas towards Sun Lam. Immediately, the dark mass turned into small monster-like creatures with arms and legs, crawling towards Sun Lam. Tantu, furious and unwilling, shouted, I've struggled in the White Bone Cave for thousands of years, devouring countless monsters to get to where I am today. How could I die here? Kill!